The meaning of joy, happiness, freedom and blessing. Shui Feng. December 1, 2009. The greatest creator has created man so that man can enjoy the joy, happiness, freedom and blessing of life. Man is conforming to the will of the greatest creator and is following the way of the greatest creator if he enjoys the joy, happiness, freedom and blessing of life and is thus thankful to the greatest creator for this. The main value and significance of life is the pursuit of joy, happiness, freedom and blessing, the full enjoyment of joy, happiness, freedom and blessing on the journey of life, and consequently the love for life, for nature, and the gratitude for others, and the cultivation of the morality of man. The meaning of joy is a happy, pleasant, refreshing, and bright mood, without worry about trifles, without gloominess, anxiety, and fear, and a feeling as if the budding of flowers in the warmth of spring, the murmuring of limpid stream, the pleasantly warm sunshine, and the twittering of flying birds. The meaning of happiness, a feeling of satisfaction, pleasantness, comfort, and sweetness, without trouble, suffering, complaint, and hatred, as if one is among the riot of flowers, where the butterflies are flying around, the dragons and phoenixes are presenting auspiciousness, and the two sexes are in great harmony. The meaning of freedom, a state in which one is free from any bondage, obstacle, fear, birth and death, honor and disgrace, fame and gain, worry, debt, and enmity, and in which one is unrestrained and follow the predestined relations. The meaning of blessing, a state in which one feels serenity, auspiciousness, elegance, and contentment, in which one is not disturbed by noise and overworked by official correspondence, and in which one is not worried about livelihood and future, and in which one reaches all things with consciousness and masters everything with wisdom. The effective way for the attainment of joy, open your mind, without any reservation and cheating, to the greatest creator, God, Buddha, relatives, friends, and the society. The effective way for the attainment of happiness, content with your own lot, unselfish, free of ego, impartial, and diligent. The effective way for the attainment of freedom, reverence and esteem for the greatest creator, God, and Buddha's adherence to laws and regulations, and free of debts. The effective way for the attainment of blessing, unconditional giving and unselfish devotion. Having understood the meanings of joy, happiness, freedom and blessing and mastered the effective way for the attainment of joy, happiness, freedom and blessing, you will most surely have a joyful, happy, free and blessed life if you persevere and persist. Conscience, the mark of the deficiency of conscience. Shui Feng. March 19, 2010. Good conscience, as is suggested by its name, means a kind heart. Man is distinguished from birds and beasts in that man has a conscience. Without a conscience, a man is no different from birds and beasts. The real connotation of conscience, an invisible self-disciplinary moral court rooted by the greatest creator in the life structure of man to enable man to congenitally distinguish between right and wrong and good and evil. Conscience is the natural attributes possessed by man. Like the eyes of a person, conscience has nothing to do with a person's position, fame, property, appearance, age, gender, knowledge and wisdom. Conscience is a natural norm to maintain the harmony between man and God, man and nature, man and society, and man and man. Once conscience is absent, there will occur a series of conflicts and contradictions between man and God, man and nature, man and society, and man and man. Whether a person has a good conscience or not will decide whether he has a good quality and taste. Conscience is an extension of nature of origin, which neither grows nor dies, neither defiles or purifies, and neither increases nor decreases, and which has no perception and thinking, no eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and ideas, no color, sound, fragrance, tastes, and touch, no outlook and accordingly no consciousness, no ignorance and no end of ignorance, no death, and no end of death, no destruction of Tao, no wisdom and no gain. With the conscience, there will be birth and death, filth and cleanness, increase and decease, perception and thinking, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and ideas, color, sound, fragrance, tastes, and touch, outlook and accordingly consciousness, ignorance and end of ignorance, death, and end of death, destruction of Tao, wisdom and gain. This is comparable to water, which has the same attribute all over the world, but will take on the attributes of solid, liquid, and gas when temperature changes. Conscience is an attribute rooted in the non-material structure of life. Different life forms have different attributes. The nature of man is originally the same, however, because of the difference in social environment and mechanism, and the different sources of man and man are distinguished from each other in the different degrees of goodness of conscience. This is like a tree, some of its leaves are covered with dirt and thus could not take on their own colors, while other leaves are clean and thus can show their true colors. Conscience is a person's self-disciplinary moral court, which exercises restrictions over his or her actions and words. Without the restrictions of this self-disciplinary moral court, the person may act willfully and stop at no evil, will act in a foolhardy manner and disregard justice, will swell in selfish desire and disregard reason, and will hurt nature and others by hook and crook. Guilty feeling has its source in conscience. Guilty feeling is the shame complex resulting from failure in a suit of self-trial in the self-disciplinary moral court. Without the trial of conscience, the self-disciplinary moral court, man will never have a guilty feeling. If everyone has a good conscience, all the constitutions, laws, statutes and regulations, and rules and commandments prescribed by the society will only be superfluous. Since some people do not have a good conscience, the society has no choice but to lay down constitutions, laws, statutes and regulations, and rules and commandments to exercise restrictions, and the society has no choice but to establish visible courts to exercise judgment of people's behavior. Perfect conscience is the symbol of a person's pure and beautiful soul. Since the structures of life forms at different order of life are different, whether a person has a perfect or deficient conscience can predict the future direction of this person's life. A person with a perfect conscience will undoubtedly walk toward the heavenly kingdom, and a person whose conscience is deficient will most surely walk toward the lower order of life, for example, the animal world or hell. Keep a good conscience and you will be infinitely blessed. The symbols of deficient conscience. The following phenomena are the symbols of a deficient conscience. Insult and maltreat parents. Desecrate the greatest creator, God and Buddhas. Cause scourge to people's mind in the name of the greatest creator, God, Buddha and Spirit. Insult ancestors. Abandon underage children. Requite kindness with enmity. Insult and attack teachers and masters. Punish one's own relations. Do not keep promises and contracts. Pollute the earth, the air, the river, the lake and the sea. 11. Randomly fell trees and destroy grass and flowers. 12. Randomly maltreat and slaughter animals. 13. Cause damage to a developing embryo, destroy a bird's nest and a beast's den, and unearth other people's ancestral tombs. 14. Plunder others' property. 15. Steal, pilfer, rob, rape, oppress, exploit, blackmail other people, take advantage of others' precarious position, corrupt and accept bribes. 16. Extravagance and luxury. 17. Intrusion into private residence, forced and unauthorized entrance into private space. 18. Destroy others' homestead. 19. Lynching. 20. Lie, deceive, and swindle and bluff. 21. Launch indecent assault against children and entice children. 22. Make and sell fake medicine and food. 23. Plagiarize others' achievements. 24. Disseminate superstition, damage others' property, propagate monster and demons, poison souls. 25. Make colossal profit. 26. Give short measure and take substandard products as fine products. 27. Bully those who have no kin and cannot support themselves. 28. Instigate and abet others to contend, struggle and rob. 29. Take away other people's favorite objects. 30. Purposely sabotage public property. 31. Force the good person into prostitution and shift the misfortune into others. 32. Help a villain do evil, chuck one's weight. About 33. Make false testimony. 34. Expose others' privacy. 35. Restrict, hinder, and deprive others' personal freedom. 36. Laziness and greed. 37. Secretly stab the back. 38. Employ artful trickery to appropriate other people's properties. Conscience is the touchstone to test whether a person has a perfect soul, a watershed to test the fruits a person has achieved in self-refinery and self-cultivation, and the best proof to predict whether a person is entitled to walk toward the heavenly kingdom. Keep a good conscience and you will be infinitely blessed. Abandon the good conscience and you will be plagued with disasters. Do not let jealousy hoodwink the spiritual eye. Shui Feng. September 26, 2007. Man has 6 perception systems: vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and spiritual perception, through which man can perceive and understand the world around in a matter that transcends time and space. The fault with any perception system can render us incapable of completely understanding the real situation around us and in the universe. In another word, if we have lost vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, or spiritual perception, then our consciousness cannot truly reflect the objective world. If our eyes are hoodwinked, we have lost our vision, and we can no longer see the infinitely colorful world. If our souls are hoodwinked, our spiritual perception is lost and we can no longer distinguish between right and wrong, truth and falsehood, and good and evil, and we cannot see the non-material world, and even worse, we can no longer see the greatest creator. If we cannot see anything in the material world, it proves that our naked eyes have gone wrong, are blind, closed or hoodwinked. If we cannot see anything in the non-material world, it shows that something has gone wrong with our spiritual eyes, which are either blind, closed or hoodwinked. Everyone has spiritual eyes. Man is equipped with this program. Everyone has spiritual perception, the only difference is the sensitivity. The differences between the ignorant person, the laity, the mortal, the sage and the celestial being lie mainly in the differences in spiritual perception. The more retarded one is in spiritual perception, the more closely he inclines toward an ignorant person, the more sensitive one is, the more closely he inclines toward a celestial being. To open the spiritual eyes and restore the spiritual perception is the main means by which we move toward the higher order of life through self-cultivation and self-refinery. How can we open our spiritual eyes? The teachings of Jesus Christ and Buddha are the talisman to open the spiritual eyes, and the greatest creator, revelation, wisdom, and unconventional thinking, note, they are chapters of Chanyuan Corpus, are the stepping stones to open the spiritual eyes. How can we restore our spiritual perception? Spiritual perception is itself like a mirror, which does not need us to add anything to it. We need only be diligent in wiping the dust off it. Where is the dust? What is dust? How can we wipe off the dust? What has hoodwinked our spiritual eyes? If our 6 senses are not clean, it will be difficult to open our spiritual eyes. The 6 senses refer to eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind. That our 6 senses are not clean means that we have evil in our mind, which prevents us from seeing what we should have seen but allows us to see what we should not have seen, which prevents us from hearing what we should have heard but allows us to hear what we should not have heard, and which prevents from contemplating what we should think over but allows us to contemplate what we should not have thought over. Thus Buddha warns us to maintain a correct way of seeing, hearing and thinking. Why is there evil in our mind? Buddha tells us that it is caused by 5 toxins. What are 5 toxins? Greed, anger, infatuation, slander, and suspicion. The Chinese idiom addiction to 5 toxins is understood by some as eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking, and by some as cheating, hoodwinking, swindling, abduction and theft. In fact, the 5 toxins should refer to greed, anger, infatuation, slander, and suspicion. The 5 toxins are the dust that should be wiped off frequently. Here I would like to add another toxin, jealousy, which also needs to be wiped off frequently. What is jealousy? Jealousy is the inexplicable indignant resentment and feeling of taboo arising from within as a result of one's failure to obtain what others are in possession of. Why is jealousy also a toxin? Because jealousy can cause the distortion and abnormality of soul. Because of jealousy, one will create trouble out of nothing, disturb harmony and peace, create friction, contradictions and wars, sow discord among people, and injure life for no reason at all. Jealousy will make one ferocious, will bring about bad temper induced by anger, will make one do insensible things. In a word, jealousy will hoodwink people's spiritual eyes, and distort the real nature of matter, and lead them astray and lead them to evil. Take myself as an example. Xue Feng has become the target of many people's anger, jealousy, and hostility simply because he has said he is the person with the highest wisdom, the greatest man in the history, the messenger of the greatest creator, and the incarnation of Jesus Christ and Buddha. As a result, they make themselves the enemy of Xue Feng. Why should they do this? The deepest root for this is jealousy. Because of jealousy, they won't listen to what Xue Feng has to say, and even if they listen to him, they don't do so with a correct attitude, but with a heart of evil. Because they listen with a heart of evil, they fail to see the whole forest because of a few trees. Many women have been attracted to Xue Feng. The love between people should be something sincere, kind and beautiful, but this has also become the causes for many people's angers. Many people are thus simmering with inexplicable overwhelming indignation. What are the causes? It is because of jealousy. The bright universe is overcast with dense dark clouds, the peaceful world is thus turned into a gloomy mess. Because of jealousy, the smooth life is filled with twists and turns, because of jealousy, the pure soul is defiled. You can now believe that the building of life genuine is the best way of self-refinery and self-cultivation. I have created a lot of steep mountains and tortuous rivers. If you have swum across these rivers and scaled these mountains, you will see beautiful flowers in front of you. If you cannot scale these mountains and cross these rivers, you will not be able to enjoy the picturesque scenery beyond, and you can only stay where you are and cannot move forward in transmigration. Then will you still be jealous? Please wipe off the dust of jealousy regular, otherwise, it will be difficult to open the spiritual eyes and restore the spiritual perception. Don't let jealousy hoodwink the spiritual eyes. There is no jealousy in the paradise. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Tsong Long and edited by Kayer. Jealousy is a symbol of a flawed non-material structure of life. It is an illness of one's soul. It is also the ugly side of human nature. Jealousy does not only hurt oneself, it also hurts one's family, a group and society. Having an inexplicable feeling of hatred because others have better capability, appearance, fame, position, house, wealth, family and living environment and etc. is called jealousy. Jealousy has an enormous destructive power. Jealousy is a kind of poison which will destroy one's immune system, makes one exhausted, it will break the harmony of small family and group and cause pain. It will pollute the entire society and make it develop towards ignorance and violence. Jealousy is a dark emotion, and it is afraid of being exposed. When jealousy is bursting from reason, it will appear as hatred, fight, blasphemy, vandalism, hysteria, and makes the harmonious and auspicious atmosphere freeze in a moment. Jealousy is a sharp and underhanded knife, its essence is very vicious and cruel. It will look for every opportunity to put the other person to death. Jealousy is a quality of demon. Some examples of jealousy are: you are riding a bicycle, but feel upset and unhappy when seeing those who are driving cars, it is a sign of jealousy. See a woman dress smart and beautiful, you gave her a contemptuous look, it is a sign of jealousy. Your husband or wife is with someone else, your face looks gloomy, it is a sign of jealousy. See others get promotion, move to a house, buy a new car or become rich, you say, so what? It is a sign of jealousy. Your parents bought new clothes and toys for your brothers and sisters, or left them with more legacy, you start to look for excuses to be difficult. It is a sign of jealousy. The person you love cares others, you don't feel good, it is a sign of jealousy. You are resisting new ideas, new theories, new methods and new values. It is a sign of jealousy. Someone can write better and more articles than you, then you behave critical and try to find his weakness, it is a sign of jealousy. Someone always receive others' attention, you then feel lonely, it is a sign of jealousy. Someone was greeted by the president of your country, or got a reward. You say, why show off? It is just a meeting with the president and a small reward is nothing. It is a sign of jealousy. Jealousy is the sign of narrow-mindedness and lack of self-confidence, it is the symbol of one is walking towards the evil. There is no jealousy in heaven, anyone who wants to live in the heaven must first remove the emotion of jealousy. Anyone who has even a tiny bit jealousy is for sure not eligible to live in the heaven. To remove jealousy, we need to cultivate ourselves. Jealousy is usually generated in a group living environment, so we need do the cultivation in a collective life. If we just do the cultivation by closing ourselves for the others, we will never be able to eliminate jealousy. We must find a relatively perfect group, live in the group to gradually eliminate our jealousy. The best investment for life. Xie Feng. August 122008. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Life is just a short trip of life in the mortal world. Since different travel routes lead to different experiences, we each arrive at different destinations. At this point, it is not all roads lead to Rome, but it is branching out in different directions where any mistake can result in long-lasting regret. How many regrets and how much remorse, bitterness, and anguish result from taking the wrong routes, especially as we reach our twilight days. The kinds of sadness, desolation, frustration, and remorse interweave into the pathos of the life song as all the tears dry, and only the last breaths remain. There is no way to go back and start again. To whom shall we complain? To whom shall we sigh? We can do nothing but regret. Tragedy can be avoided. It depends on how we choose our route of life. In terms of the modern commodity economic concept, it is how to best invest in your life. The greatest creator has given each of us enough capital, such as time, energy, youth, vitality, freedom of consciousness, health, and so on, so how and where should we invest it? Nature is the same, but people vary. Everyone has his or her own ideal and they cannot all resonate in the same key. Life has its own levels. Not all life can be expected to become people. Some life will have to take the roles of animals, including livestock and birds. In the travel routes of life, some will have to choose deserts, gully hills, the wilderness, jungles, or steep cliffs. The best life route is only to be understood and chosen by a small number of people. Those who see clearly will see more clearly, but those who do not, will be even more confused. In the terms of life-genuine values, the best travel route is the one to trek and climb to the highest realms of life and life. Our entire daily lives are to make life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and to prepare to arrive at our destination near the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium celestial island continent. When we know where to go and how to reach our goal, our lives becomes clear, as do our minds. The rest is the question of how to direct our life investment. When we invest our time, energy, youth, and other capital into any project that makes it impossible for us to be happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and impossible for us to attain our ultimate aspiration towards heaven, then we must not invest more capital into it. Everything is made clear. The best investment of life is to invest our capital into something that can make our lives happy, joyous, free, and blessed, and to steer our life destinations toward the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium celestial island continent of heaven. Apart from this, all other investments are filled with confusion, regret, loneliness, boredom, bitterness, and pain, lose all our capital, and offer no return in the end. Even more, our investment mistakes may commit boundless sins which cannot be redeemed even after several reincarnations. Let us analyze which of several life investment projects is the best. We will examine life investments for these 8 popular purposes: the family, religion, the state, national independence, a political party, accumulation of wealth, a romantic endeavor, running a business. Family is the life investment project for most people, and many people dedicate their lives to their families. From morning till night, whether for education, work, doing business, or running a company, all they do is for their families. Embezzlement and theft, overt and covert strife, scrambling and squeezing, and other offenses are ultimately committed for their families. People have been trying everything for thousands of years to pursue family happiness and success, and writers have been praising and singing songs for families, yet unfortunately, despite all the secular forces that have been proclaiming the family's benefits and attempting to maintain the family's existence, they always bring more pain than pleasure. Families are main sources of personal and social pain, so if we invest all our capital into a family project, we will never be able to find happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives, and our life destinations will have no chance of reaching heaven. Note, I am not arguing with those who disagree with this point. If you think investing your life into your family is the most correct, valuable, and meaningful thing for you to do, then so be it. Everyone has their own trajectory of life and life. No one should force their will upon anyone else, and you are the only one who knows if you are wearing the right shoes. Why would I invest my life capital in trying to alter your outlook on life? I would not. Therefore, you must make the investment that you feel best suits your needs. With the awakening human consciousness, more and more people are realizing the malicious character of family life and are gradually but purposefully beginning to draw away from it. The puzzle is that if we move away from the family, then where do we go? The soul must have a resting place, therefore many people invest life capital into religions that they believe offer the most truths and join into those religious communities. The two questions now become whether the religion you believe in can provide you with a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life, and whether it can ultimately get you to the ideal realm. Do not lie blindly and deceive yourself, but seek truth from the facts. I do not want to hear your answers, just ask the question and answer it silently. I am almost certain that you are perplexed, because any religions or faith groups with religious natures have problems which often include theological contradictions. All religious followers feel joyous and blessed for their first few years, but as their thinking grows deeper with the passing of time, they become increasingly confused, unable to find a way out, and develop unresolved, internal contradictions. Unless you become a religious gambler, or a religious fanatic with a confused mind and soul, or you want to achieve your non-religious purposes through the religious establishment, then if you face reality and seek the truth from the facts, you cannot stay in any religion for very long. Therefore, it is my opinion that if we invest all of our life capital into religious beliefs and activities, it would not be the best investment of life. But of course, if you believe that religion is the best investment of life, so be it. No matter what play it is, someone has to perform in it. Some people invest their life capital into the project of safeguarding the state. Is it worthwhile? That depends. To people who benefit from the existence of the state, yes, but for people who suffer from the existence of the state, no. The existence of the state is a good thing for the authority, but for the majority of the people, it causes suffering. If there were only one state led by one government in the world, there would be many advantages to the common people. What I mean to say is that putting our life capital into the project of maintaining the state is not the best investment of life. But of course, if you trust that this is the best investment of life, then invest as much as you wish, but as time has proven, you cannot force me to stand up for your interests and values. Similarly, investing your life capital to a national independence project is not your best investment either. The formation of the European Union was a sign of civilization's progress, but the collapse of the Soviet Union was a sign of its retrogression. Recently, Georgia and Russia have fought and killed each other's people. National independence is the root of suffering. Similarly, the hardships of the people's suffering in Zimbabwe was also caused by national independence. In fact, patriotism and national pride are both narrow and complex. Investing life's capital into these narrow, divisive projects is certainly not the best investment. Is the best investment of life to invest life's capital into organizing political parties against the government or strife against other political parties? Some people say, politics is dirty. It is as if to say that politics is to do the most shameful things for the most honorable reasons. Those noble ends justify ignoble means. I am a political layman, but I feel that investing life's capital into projects involving politics does not seem to be the best investment of life. Many people invest life's capital into projects that bring them money. Honestly speaking, money is a good thing. It can indeed bring happiness, joy, freedom, and blessings. A life without money is hard to live. Here is the question: money can twist one's soul, and once one is possessed by money, they will use any and all means to acquire more, by hook or by crook. His or her soul will become increasingly ugly, and that is why Jesus Christ said that, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." Just look around, the more money that people accumulate, the greedier they become. Their occasional, generous, activities of sharing a feather is either to gain fame, to consolidate their wealth, or to increase their wealth in other ways. Therefore, investing your life's capital into projects generating wealth is definitely not the best investment. How about investing your life's capital into a romantic endeavor? Here, would argue that people are untrustworthy and that the only reliable things in life are beliefs, values, and your own inner strengths, so if we invest our life's capital into a certain person and want to obtain happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing, and achieve the goal of entering heaven by relying on this person, it would be a risky investment, a kind of blind luck mentality, and thus certainly not the best investment. How about investing all of life's capital into projects such as starting a business, running a company, or doing research? Such projects can bring you fame and wealth and the admiration of many people or even the whole world. Good. Nice investment. But all these are means to obtain the best life, not the purposes of life. If you designate means as purposes, then you are putting the cart before the horse. The purposes of life are to get happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing, to upgrade your life quality and eventually enter heaven. If you consume all your life on means and totally ignore the purposes, then you will regret it as you face the end of your life. Therefore, the investment in such projects are not the best investments of life either. Well, which investment project is the best life investment? As long as you clear away the impurities, a pool of water will sparkle naturally, be clear and clean, and reflect the sun, the moon and stars, and the mountains with vegetation. As you eliminate each faulty life investment project, one by one, the best one will become clear at a glance. How to realize the value of life. Xiefeng. August 232011. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Everything in the universe has value. There is no waste. As one of the 10,000 types of spiritual life of the universe, people have their own value. Well then, what is our value and how do we achieve it? The fundamental value of our existence is to please the greatest Creator. The path to realize this value is to observe the way of nature. When all things comply with the way of nature, they realize the value of their existence. When fruit trees bear fruit, they realize their value as fruit trees. When flowers bloom flowers, they realize their value as flowers. When hens lay eggs, they realize their value as hens. By spinning around the sun, the earth realizes its value of supporting life. When we live our whole lives according to the principles and rhythms of nature, we realize our human value. Any practices or behaviors which breach the principles of nature are contrary to the intention of the greatest Creator. Not only will they not achieve their own value, but they will also be punished by the law. If roosters learn to lay eggs and hens learn to crow, neither will achieve their own value, and they will be punished. As a person, you need to live out your childhood excitement during your childhood, your youthful charm when you are young, your middle-age style at midlife, and your old age with calm restraint. When everything goes naturally, then you will have realized your value as a person. But we can be lured by devils and demons to give birth to many ideas, requirements, and behaviors that are outside of nature. This is the problem with people. For instance, the idea and practice of, to achieve a career, is against the principles of nature. To honor one's ancestors, to bring glory to one's group or to the state, to live high above others, to be outstanding and to win admiration, and so on are all against the principles of nature. The ideas and practices of sayings about spirits and deities, of fortunes and disasters, and of cultivating magic communications with spirits are even more against the principles of nature. The following ideas and practices are also contrary to the principles of nature. To become fabulously rich with more money than is needed, to buy several villas and houses, to have a lifetime wife or husband, to have dozens of suits of clothing, to become famous, to win the admiration of people, to become a vegetarian and refuse to eat certain foods, to boast of pride, to quit performing useful functions, to live in luxury in spacious houses and drive luxury cars, and so on are all against the principles of nature. The ideas and practices of people wanting to acquire more than their natural needs require are departures from the way of nature. Similarly, when we suppress our nature in order to achieve an objective, it is not submitting to nature, and is also contrary to the way of nature. When contrary to the principles and the way of nature, people cannot achieve the value of their existence. In commodity societies, people frantically pursue material enjoyment and amass wealth. This is a significant departure from the Tao of nature. With secular values, the more they possess, the more they value themselves. But the fact is quite the opposite. That so-called value is not the arrangement of the greatest Creator, but the greed and desire of devils. A bird flies in the forest every day, twittering cheerfully, and although it does not possess or store more worms than it needs, it does not worry about whether or not it will have worms to eat the following day. This is in line with the principles of nature. If that bird were to work all day long catching insects and building a big warehouse to store the worms it has caught, then it would be doing those things contrary to the Tao of nature. The Tao of nature is everlasting. Returning to nature is the strongest requirement and the cry of the modern time. If you want to achieve the value of life, you should not nurture wild desires and ambitions or attempt to rise above others and should not pursue things beyond your natural needs, but you should be willing to be ordinary. You should meld yourself as drops of water do in rivers and seas. You should blend yourself like a tree in the forest. You should be like a flower blossoming harmoniously in a colorful garden or mountain valley among thousands of other flowers. You should fully experience and feel that with which you have been bestowed from the greatest Creator. Never try to transform nature, but comply with it. If an individual brings harmony, entertainment, and blessings to others, to society, and to nature, then they have proven to have realized their value, but if that individual brings troubles and pain to others and to society, or harm to nature, then they have proven that they have not achieved their value. Taking the Tao of nature is the most effective way to realize the value of life. Such people will enjoy the favor and grace of the greatest Creator and their reward will be found in their homeland of heaven. The values and meaning of life. Xiefeng. December 3, 2009. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The value of life is to seek Tao, attain immortality, and go to heaven. The meaning of life is to develop a nature that is pleasing to the greatest Creator. Life is just a short trip of life in the mortal world. But the destination for each individual is vastly different. Some rise up to heaven, but some fall into hell, and some revert back to the animal world, while some return as mortals, and so on. This shows that life's greatest value lies in taking all the chances and conditions, and combines them with Tao to attain the celestial character and go on to live in heaven. Life has 18 aspects that cannot be self-managed. Likewise, it also has 18 aspects can be completely self-managed. Life is an investment. The different directions of investments eventually will lead to huge differences of life results. If you invest in sesame, then you will get sesame. If you invest in watermelons, then you will get watermelons. A day has 24 hours for each of us. Due to the different directions of investments, the life values that individuals get can be very different. I will list 8 investments here and we will see which one ultimately proves to have the maximum value. Shepherding, growing food, getting married, having children, those children growing up to shepherd, grow food, get married, have children, the grandchildren growing up to shepherd, grow food, get married, and the cycle continues. Attending primary school, graduating from higher education, landing an office job, earning money to buy a house, getting married, starting a family, having children, raising them to attend school and college, land office jobs, earn money to buy houses, get married, and have your grandchildren. Opening a business, earning money, buying property and luxury villas around the world, having 1, 2, even 3 mistresses, raising a bunch of children to inherit the legacy, playing what is desired to be played and seeing what desired to be seen, and then dying peacefully in bed. Becoming an official, climbing up the ladder with a full heart and soul, getting promoted from a clerk to a section chief, to a director general, to a minister, to a provincial governor, and ultimately to become the prime minister while facing twists and turns, often happy and bright ones, all the way up, benefiting close and remote relatives, bringing honors to one's ancestors and to the glorious family. Getting famous, a wild goose leaves behind a voice, a man leaves behind a name. Fame is a kind of asset. Whether in the entertainment industry or television news circles, whether in pop culture or high culture, whether in a political party or a religious community, having only one purpose, to become famous and to meet one's desires through fame. Establishing achievements either for political parties, religious organizations, or states, dedicating everything including one's life, and finally becoming a national hero, a meritorious statesman, or a religious leader. Retreating from the world, wanting nothing and doing nothing, being abstinent and restraining from material interests, being oblivious to the outside world, but indulging in the books of the saints and sages. Making life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, by leading a full life, leaving no remorse or regrets, self-refining by giving unconditionally to charity, knowing the coordinate system and the coordinate points of the universe, and knowing one's self-destination. These 8 investment orientations above are random examples. There are 84,000 ways of the Buddha and there are 84,000 ways of life journeys. No matter into which directions you invest, the key point is to get the maximum benefits, and that is the value of life. If we make a careful calculation, it is not difficult to understand that investing in the last direction is of a higher value than any of the previous 7. The meaning of life is the complete exhibition of natural character to please the greatest Creator. As we are created by the greatest Creator, our purpose is to please the greatest Creator. Those who fail to please the greatest Creator are doomed to suffer tragic lives. The greatest Creator created the sun for illumination, fruit trees to bear fruit, flowers and plants to be colorful and beautiful, and people to highlight our natural human nature. What should be there, the greatest Creator has given us. What should not be there, the greatest Creator has denied us. Additional wants and desires are contrary to the will of and cannot please the greatest Creator. The values of life are to seek Tao, attain immortality, and go to heaven. The meaning of life is to exhibit a nature that will please the greatest Creator. Believe it or not. Getting hurt is because you have a self. Xie Feng. September 26, 2012. Translated by Tsong Long. In our lifetime, we always feel being hurt, sadness and pain are torturing us. We are depressed and angry, we grumble at or hate others. Sometimes we feel so disappointed at life and we are in deep despair. Many times, we feel hurt and cannot smile, and we feel very blue, we want to quarrel, fight, and we are resistant, we even think of ending our lives. Interpersonal relationships are difficult. We always feel deeply hurt just because of one inappropriate word, action, face expression, behavior, request, or arrangement. And therefore we worry and are depressed, we do not have appetite for food and cannot sleep at night. All hurt, whether is mental or spiritual, the root cause lies not in the outside, it lies in ourselves. The core reason is because we put too much focus on ourselves, we have very high self-esteem and vanity, we want to preserve our dignity and face, and we are too much attached to the values and worldview which we think are right. There is a saying in Tao Te Ching, we have fears because we have a self, when we do not regard that self as self, what have we to fear? Because we have self and put it in the foremost position, this self is easy to get hurt. If we do not have self, where does the hurt come from? People always say, one who does not want anything can get well with anybody, one who does not drink would not care how expensive the wine is. If our self has no requests and desires, we will feel happy anywhere, in any situations and will have good relationship with people. As long as our self has desires and want to hold or preserve something, we will get hurt. Therefore, Lao Tzu taught us to be no action and no fight, because he does not contend, no one in the world can contend against him. And Buddha Sakyamuni taught us to free from ego and form. We need to be in a state that our mind does not reside on anything and carefree. If we do not have self, we see peace everywhere. If we have self, there are many obstacles on the way. Without self, we get self, with self, we lose self. If we value ourselves too much, and put too much weight on our dignity, vanity, and our own feeling, and we love ourselves too much, we will be very easily to get frustrated and encounter setbacks. We are already blessed to be a Chanyuan Celestial, we are blessed to live in the second home, now new oasis for life, and we are blessed to walk on the way to 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world and Elysium world. What else are we not willing to let go? Are those not enough? What else should we fight for? Give up ourselves, let it go, let also go our opinions and viewpoints, we will see a beautiful scene before us. As long as we let the self go, our heart will never get hurt. Please be reminded that if you always get hurt, that means you still have a long way to go, and you still do not understand the meaning of life and life. That also means that you are not enlightened yet, and you have not stepped on the road to heaven. If you always get hurt, you will never accomplish the best result of self-cultivation, and you will never be eligible to enter heaven. The 8 Meanings of the Way of the Greatest Creator. Xiefeng. June 9, 2010. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Life Echanuan takes the way of the greatest creator, but what is the way of the greatest creator and what are its meanings? In general, the way of the greatest creator is the Tao of nature, the way that Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, the immortal Lao Tzu, and Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, guided people to take. The way of the greatest creator has 8 major meanings. The universe is the product of the consciousness of the greatest creator. Everything comes into being through its creation. Everything runs in the consciousness of the way of the greatest creator. You must give play to your nature and conform to nature. Revering the greatest creator and following the example of the greatest creator. Reality is the portrayal of the diverse free consciousness of life. Happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing are the themes of life. All is but a game. The universe is the product of the consciousness of the greatest creator. Structure generates consciousness. The original cosmic consciousness is Allah, ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. After the birth of Allah, ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, Wuji turned into a being which had consciousness, and hence everything began to follow the consciousness of the greatest creator. Chaos turned into day form. Yin and Yang and the four images came into being. The universe took shape. Gradually the 20 parallel worlds and 36-dimensional space were formed, and the appearance of time resulted from material movement. So, the universe is the product of the consciousness of the greatest creator. Acknowledging this is to take the way of the greatest creator. Everything comes into being through its creation. In the beginning, the universe was Wuji and was void. With the being of the greatest creator, so began creation with consciousness and the creation of the first batch of life, gods, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and then the second batch life, angels, super-celestial beings. Then the gods and angels were asked to create all things based on a blueprint designed by the greatest creator. For all the life we see on earth, not only people and animals, but even the grass and bacterial microorganisms come into being through his creation. We often observe that some life seems to be of natural birth and cannot see its creation process. In fact, they are not formed by natural birth, but as the result of the operation of the reproduction program of life. Understanding this is to take the way of the greatest creator. Everything runs in the consciousness of the greatest creator, the Tao. The sunrise and sunset, the ebb and flow, the blooming and fading of flowers, the changing of seasons, who arranges and controls all these things? The answer is Tao. The intercourse of a man and woman gives birth to fertilized ovum, which gradually develops in the womb of the mother to eventually form a complete human body with eyes, a nose, hair, hands, and feet. After 9 months pregnancy and giving birth to a child, comes infancy, childhood, youth, adulthood, old age, deterioration, and death. Who arranges and controls this? The answer is also Tao. As long as we conduct mediations and read our revelations, we will find that everything in time and space is in the arrangement and control of Tao. Where does the Tao with the 8 characteristics come from? We can ask the question this way. The normal operation of human society relies on the maintenance of constitutions, laws, rules and regulations. Where do they come from? Undoubtedly, they are developed by people. People are operating them from behind, and here is the answer. The law that maintains the effective operation of all things in the universe, Tao, was developed by the greatest creator. Someone is operating the Tao from behind. And this someone is the greatest creator. Constitutions and laws reflect the people's consciousness, therefore, Tao reflects the consciousness of the greatest creator. Conversely, the consciousness of the greatest creator is Tao. All things move in Tao, that is, all things move in the consciousness of the greatest creator. Recognizing this is to take the way of the greatest creator. You must give play to your nature and conform to nature. All things have nature, mountains have mountain nature, water has water nature, gods have God nature, devils have devil nature, people have human nature, and beasts have beast nature. Where do the natures of all things come from? The answer is that the natures of all things come from their structures. The kinds of structures determine the kinds of natures. The structures of all things are created by the greatest creator. If things live and exist by their natures, then they are following the will of the greatest creator. If they do not live and exist by their natures, they are doing so against the will of the greatest creator. A dog is to watch the house and guard the yard, a cat is to catch mice, and a mouse is to dig holes and steal and eat granary. Only when all things perform their own functions can the universe move in an orderly way, and only then can it meet the decree of the greatest creator. If things were to deviate from their natures, they would deviate from the way of the greatest creator and would thus be punished by the Tao. Take human for example. Human have to live and exist by human nature. Were they to lose their human nature, they would be bound to be punished. Likewise, expending or suppressing human nature is also deviating from the way of the greatest creator. Let us say the Buddhist monks and nuns or the Christian priests and sisters have their innate human natures destroyed or suppressed. That would be a deviation from the way of the greatest creator. Human eyes are to see, ears are to hear, and sexual organs are to procreate. If they were to be left unused, it would also be against the will of the greatest creator in creating them. Roosters are created to crow, hens are created to lay eggs, and human are created to be active on the earth to please the greatest creator. If roosters refused to crow, hens refused to lay eggs, and human did not please the greatest creator, then what would be the use of the roosters, the hens, or the people? Chinese Taoists pursue magic powers and the arts, and that is not right. It is against the way of the greatest creator. The things that are necessary for human survival and existence have been designed in structures of life by the greatest creator, no more and no less. For instance, our eyes can only see chromatic images in the wavelengths between 400 and 700 nanometers, and our hearing threshold is between 20 Hz and 20 kHz, and that is enough. Many Chinese practitioners work through the Du meridian and Ren meridian, the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, retreating, making plant seeds germinate from within the hands, opening the third eye, or self-refining to bring out the primordial spirit, and so on. All these practices are contrary to the Tao of nature, thus contrary to the way of the greatest creator. Just as the rooster that wants to lay eggs instead of crowing or the hen that wants to crow instead of laying eggs, the results are predictable. So taking the way of the greatest creator is to highlight innate natures and to follow them. A clear-sighted mind is to perceive the natures, and perceiving these natures is to attain Buddhahood. One will never attain Buddhahood if they do not perceive natures and follow them. Revering the greatest creator and following the example of the greatest creator. Reverence of the greatest creator allows us to do whatever we desire to, but not to go against the rules. If you do not revere the greatest creator, you will be lawless and do whatever you desire and bring harm upon yourself as a result. Therefore, revering the greatest creator is fully beneficial, brings no harm, and costs nothing. If you do not revere the greatest creator, disasters will befall you. Why should you refuse the deal with only gains but no losses? The greatest creator is love, sincerity, kindness, beauty, faith and honesty, happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing. So we need to follow the example of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is also creation. So we should follow the example of the greatest creator to work and create and to get joy from labor. The greatest creator is also selfless dedication, so we should follow the example of the selfless dedication of the greatest creator and obtain blessing from selfless dedication. Reality is the portrayal of the diverse free consciousness of life. Consider that if you have loose bowels, you must have eaten rotten or spoiled food, and if you have a headache, you probably wore something unsuited for the weather or lacked sleep due to excessive thinking. Consider that if someone scolds you today, you might have hurt them in the past. Is that not so? If we trace the roots of our situations, pains, misfortunes, or even the disasters we encounter, they are all the results of our false consciousness and the defects in our soul. Good will be blessed with good and evil will be cursed with evil. If it is not repaid now, that is only because its time has not yet come. Once the time comes, it will surely be repaid. If you want to know what you have done in the past, look at your present situation. If you want to know your future situation, watch your present words and deeds. Your consciousness determines your life environment and your survival state. Like attracts like and identical frequencies resonate. If we are nice to life and nature will be nice to us. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Misery and happiness have no doors, if either comes, one brings it upon themselves. If we carry out the devil's deeds, we will become devils, and if we act like beasts, we will become beasts, but if we follow the example of Buddha, then we will attain Buddhahood. When you approach the mountain, you will learn the twitter of birds. When you approach the water you will understand the freely swimming fish. Birds of a feather flock together and like begets like. The greatest creator has bestowed certain free consciousness upon us. We make the choices of what to do and what not to do. All of us are responsible for our choices. Reality is the portrayal of various free consciousness of life. We have neither heaven, the earth, society, nor others to blame. If something seems wrong, it is neither with the universe nor the world, but with you. If you do not understand this, your life is confused. If you do understand this, your life is one that is as clear as crystal. This is the way of the greatest creator. Happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing are the themes of life. Did the greatest creator create people to suffer? No, definitely not. Was it for them to fight and kill each other, contend for power, cheat on each other, conspire against each other, and to worry and be miserable? No, definitely not. The greatest creator created people to lead happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives. We see the blue sky and white clouds, the blossoming of all kinds of flowers and birds twittering cheerfully. These are designed to please our minds and bodies. I guess the adults reading this have enjoyed physical love. How does that feel? Wonderful, right? The greatest creator designed organs and senses to let us enjoy life. These facts prove eloquently that the greatest creator loves us. The greatest creator is compassionate and wants us to lead happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives. Therefore, happiness, joy, freedom, and blessings are the themes of life. Any human activities should be carried out and preceded tightly around attaining these attributes for everyone. We grow crops, engage in production or labor, make money, become officials, start businesses, etc. What are the ultimate purposes? Do we grow crops for the sake of growing crops, work for the sake of working, and make money for the sake of making money? Definitely not. We do these things to achieve happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives, right? No matter what you do, regardless of your status, your identity, or your fame, as long as you possess them in your lifetime, you are on the way of the greatest creator and your life is a successful end. All is but a game. The universe is in the condition of joy. The purpose of the greatest creator, creating all these things, is but a game. Everything is but a game, only life is real. One cannot be too attached to things and should not possess and occupy too much. Excessive attachment and too much possession and occupation will cause you to lose the true nature of life, make the game turn into the pain of fighting and killing, and turn a comedy into a tragedy. It is not worthwhile. Life is but a dream, we need to experience lives to the fullest and live them that way. Play the game as much as you like. Enjoy it to the fullest if it is fun, but give it up if it is not. Why are you so serious and so attached? Nothing is yours. The life stage is just a game. What can you keep after death? Only our consciousness is real. Collective life is superior to individual life. Xiefeng. The collective life discussed here refers to a mode of existence in which many people live together according to communist principles. The individual life mentioned here is defined as a mode of existence in which each person lives independently according to capitalist principles. Family life is capitalist in nature, although it takes the form of communism. Individual life befits the selfish person, while collective life is ideal for unselfish people. If you are barbarous, ignorant, selfish, narrow-minded, insidious, jealous, resentful, and have bad habits, then you had better live an individual life. On the other hand, if you are civilized, well-educated, public-minded and unselfish, open-minded, kind, loving, and merciful, and are free of mental or physiological defections, then collective life suits you the best. The collective life is superior to individual life mainly in the following 8 aspects. Collective life is more colorful than individual life. People leading a collective life are less likely to suffer depression and other mental illnesses. Collective life is safer than individual life and has less anxiety and fear. Collective life is not monotonous and tedious, individual life often leads to depression and isolation. Collective life allows people to have more leisure time for entertainment and cultivation because of the division of labor and cooperation. Collective life offers more opportunity of communication, and thus people have fewer restrictions and checks against each other and enjoy greater freedom. Collective life operates on the principle of sharing weal and woe between members, and thus people have less pressure of life and can achieve happiness more easily. Collective life is the necessary road that leads life to higher level of life spaces. Individual life may induce selfishness and thus makes it difficult for people to ascend to the heavenly kingdom. Jesus Christ warns us that it is more difficult for wealthy people to go to the paradise than for the camel to pass through the hole of the needle. Why? Because wealthy people are not willing to lead a collective life. Wealthy people would not have others share their happiness. It is absolutely impossible for a person to go to the heavenly kingdom if he or she is not willing to share his wealth with others, because life in there is not individual life but collective life. There are neither rich people nor poor people in the heavenly kingdom. Only those who love collective life and blend themselves in the collective life can have the hope to enter the paradise. The more perfect non-material structure of life a person has, the greater love and passion this person will have for collective life. The more flawed non-material structure of life a person has, the greater love and passion this person will have for individual life, and the more difficult it is for him to blend into collective life. It is based upon profound and sound consideration that Life Echanuan puts forward the proposal that Chanyuan celestials lead a collective life. Cultivation is conducted completely in accordance with the need of heavenly kingdom and the teachings of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni. Life Echanuan is leading people to live in heavenly kingdom in an all-round manner. It is necessary not only to be sensible, increase wisdom, enhance the taste of life, we must also continuously promote the consciousness of paradise in our daily life, and develop and form the good habit to familiarize ourselves with and adapt to the life in heavenly kingdom. Whether Xiafeng has spoken the truth, you can tell it from your own heart. You can read about the thoughts of all saints and sages in history, you can check it against and contrast it with the teachings of Jesus Christ, of Buddha Sakyamuni, and of celestial being Lao Tzu. You can use your spiritual perception. If you have done these seriously, you will understand why Life Echanuan asked that everyone long for collective life and live a collective life. Not everyone is qualified or meets the condition to lead the collective life. A person that has not been influenced by the values of Life Echanuan will find it difficult to live in collective life and will soon be eliminated. A selfish, arrogant, irrational, narrow-minded, faulty, mentally and psychologically handicapped, dishonest, and ill-bred person will find it very difficult to stay in the second home, now new oasis for life, of Life Echanuan for a long time, because his or her selfish and arrogant structure of consciousness does not match the collective structure of sharing weal and woe, and he cannot put up with the bondage of the collective atmosphere. Whether you can live harmoniously in a collective life is the best touchstone to check which level, realm and state a person has achieved in self-refinement and cultivation. This is not decided by how glib a tongue you have or how good a form you can put up. What matters is your inner mind. If you love collective life from the bottom of your heart and can smoothly blend into collective life, then you have achieved a lot in cultivation. Otherwise, you have not got anywhere in cultivation, you might have been led astray. Just feel for yourself and gain the understanding that collective life is superior to individual life. Collective life is the best way to cultivate Tao. Xiafeng. The extent of a person's self-refinery and self-improvement can be best examined by the collective life. What most ascetics in the world cultivate is only pet phrase and method of argument, just like an armchair strategist who divorces from reality and acts blindly. One cannot prove sufficiently that he or she has really promoted his or her spiritual nature, or that he or she has a more perfect structure of life simply by judging how long one has engaged in self-cultivation, how many books on self-improvement one has read, how many books on self-refinery and self-improvement one has written, how beautiful the article is, how convincingly one has been talking, how long one has stayed in churches or temples, and how many activities one has taken part in, or how many beautiful words one has said on network forums for self-cultivation. Many people have deep theoretical knowledge and can talk eloquently, but when it comes to practical problems, they often handle them in an approach that runs counter to what they have preached. They talk eloquently to others only to fish for fame and compliments and will not let themselves be guided by what they have talked. To know what level of cultivation and refinery one has attained, he or she must undergo the process of verification in real life. And participating in collective life offers the simplest, most direct, and most effective way of verification. Suppose 100 people are living together a communist life, the soul of each person will be reflected incisively and vividly. The moral character of a person can be seen clearly in the collective life. Generally speaking, in a small family people will maintain a clean and tidy family environment, but once living in a collective these same people who maintain a clean and tidy family environment will change. The dirty public toilet is just one example. At home people are most frugal in the use of water, electricity, toilet paper, and the like. However, once in a collective they will not be so frugal, on the contrary they may be very lavish. The core of self-refinery and self-cultivation is nature, love and Tao. Now people know that love is one core component of self-refinery and self-cultivation. It is extremely easy to talk about love in network, in speeches, and in articles, but can love be shown when a practical problem arises? In such a situation will one love others in the same manner that he loves himself? It is one matter for one person to live all by oneself, but quite a different one for two people to live together. Living in a small family is different from living in a big family. A person with a beautiful heart and soul can live naturally and peacefully either by oneself or in a collective, while a person with a flawed heart and soul may live normally all by oneself, but will have trouble when living with another person, and is totally incompatible with a collective life, where he or she may become the source of disputes. The lack of collective life in this world has made it difficult for people to quickly optimize their souls. Without the tempering and test of collective life, it will be difficult for a person to perfect his or her soul. Without the examination of collective life, no one can be clear whether his or her soul is relatively perfect. Collective life is the best venue for the cultivation of Tao. Without collective life, all one's cultivation and self-refinery may prove only to be futile pet phrases, no matter how long he or she has been engaged in self-cultivation, including the practice of various skills, no matter how proficient he or she is in theory, or no matter how many profound mysteries he or she has grasped, because he or she does not know where the cultivation is leading. The selfish person has absolutely no luck to enter the paradise. Whether one is selfish or not will become clear once the person enters the collective life. Collective life may easily reveal what level one has reached in self-refinery and self-improvement. In addition, a solitary figure may vary in moral character. To retain Tao, one must temper oneself in collective life. How far you are from heaven. Xiefeng. October 7, 2013. Translated by Tongxin and edited by Kayer. Do you believe that there is a place in the universe where everyone loves each other and treats each other kindly and where people never quarrel or fight, where there is no marriage, family, currency, or personal property, and where people never worry about food, clothes, shelter, transportation, living, aging, sickness, or death? It is a place where the environment is beautiful and serene like Xanadu and where people often play games and have endless fun together, a place where love is free and everyone does their work freely, nobody manages or monitors them, no one would pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night, where people and nature coexist harmoniously and never harm each other. Do you still not believe in the existence of heaven? If you believe what I am saying here, then come to see how near you have come to heaven now. If you do not believe that you are made by the greatest creator, but rather by your parents, then you are endlessly far from heaven. If you never save wealth in heaven, then you are 108,000 kilometers away from heaven. 108,000 kilometers is a Chinese proverb to describe a tremendous distance between two places. If you did not pay off your debts from all previous lives, then you are still very far from heaven. If you think marriage, family and relatives are the biggest wealth in your life, then you are quite far from heaven. If you think the biggest pride and honor in life is to own money, power, and fame, then you are still very far from heaven. If there are still poisonous weeds like jealousy, complaining, anger, possession, control, hypocrisy, selfishness, greed, pride, laziness, comparison, precaution, meanness, cruelty, extravagance, waste, or resentment growing in your soul garden, then you are very far from heaven. If you never know what confession and apology are, then you are very far from heaven. If you never know about gratitude, then you are very far from heaven. If you still covet your personal property, then you are very far from heaven. If your love is only focused on a small group of people, then you are very far from heaven. If you want to control or hamper anyone's freedom, then you are very far from heaven. If you often tell your sad stories or complain a lot to others, then you are very far from heaven. If you have not returned to a childlike state, then you are very far from heaven. If the above situations do not exist, then you are just one step away from heaven. Why can you not see the scenery of heaven? Because you are too far from it. If you try to get close to heaven, step by step, the scenery will become clearer. Eventually you will see heaven. Just have a try if you do not believe me. Souls sharing the same vibration are family. Xiefeng. December 11, 2009. Translated by Tsong Long and edited by Kayer. Who is our family? Jesus told us, "For whosoever does the pleasure of my Father in heaven, he is my brother, and sister, and mother." Matthew 12:50. Jesus Christ is the road, the truth, and the life. When we follow his teachings, we will be reborn in heaven, and we will know that whoever lives in the will of the greatest Creator is our family. I am the embodiment of Jesus Christ in this era, an era for reaping the ripe crops. Let me tell you again, whoever meets the following standards are our family. 1 who reveres the greatest Creator and walks on his way. 1 who reveres life, reveres nature, loves life, and loves peace. 1 with whom we can share weal and woe, 1 who cares for us, never oppresses us, never exploits us, and never bullies us. 1 who speaks gently, never shouts at us, never complains, never laughs at us, never insults us and never discourages us. 1 who can forgive our mistakes and makes us smile. 1 who never quarrels or fights with us but always is willing to sacrifice his or her interests for us. 1 who brings happiness, joy, fun, and freedom. 1 who is close but never harms us. In short, whoever shares the same vibration is our family. Family is the one we can care for and love, and the one who is caring and loving. When we are with our family, we should have no troubles or worries, and never feel lonely or isolated. When we are with our family, there are no quarrels or fights and no anxieties or fears. Wherever we are, as long as we are with our family, our life is beautiful and happy, and our future is blessed. That we should redefine the traditional family concept, which is merely based on the blood relationship, and build up a new family theory. Let us make everyone have more families in the journey of life and make their lives even more beautiful. Selfishness is the stumbling block to heaven. Xiefeng. April 3, 2011. Translated by Tsong Long. You can feel the vastness of the universe when you have a selfless mind, and you have so much worry if you are selfish. The sage puts himself last, and finds himself in the foremost place, and the laity put himself first, and finds himself death. I often observe the people surrounding me. Many people often have emotions as worry, angry, feeling unsettled, anxious, discontent, jealous, hate, complain, depressed, pessimistic, and etc. They are very hard to please. The root cause of the above situations is selfishness. In heaven, nobody is selfish. That is why heaven is a place with peace, harmony, and happiness. I have established a transit station on our way to heaven, the second home, now new oasis for life, of Life Achanuan. One of my objectives is to eliminate the selfishness in humans' nature. In the old lifestyle, it is very difficult to remove selfishness. For example, anyone who lives in marriage and family is selfish because they have to be selfish. While in the second home, I first request Chanyuan Celestials to break marriage and family, and give up their personal property. Moreover, the management style of the second home is paradise management. There is no power, position, fame or wealth to chase after. Nobody attaches to anyone, and there is no special relationship between two persons. Nobody has to worry the basic need like food, accommodation, clothes and transportation. Nobody needs to worry how to deal with aging, illness and death. Therefore, there is no fertile soil for the selfishness seed to grow, and the only thing people will do is focus on self-cultivation and spiritual growth, focus on playing games and entertainment, focus on exhibiting one's sincerity, kindness and beauty, and focus on purifying their soul and repaying the debts and accumulating merits. In other words, in the traditional life mode, one is possible to transit to the lower level of life space, while in the new life mode, one is only possible walking towards heaven. So does that mean all people living in the second home are not selfish? No, they are also selfish. It still needs continuous cultivation on one's soul garden to change old thoughts and philosophies, and change the habit people formed in traditional lifestyle. If one celestial is too slow to follow new values, and is often selfish, there is elimination mechanism in the second home. He will eventually be eliminated, either eliminated by himself or by the new life program. One who is selfless is not able to survive in traditional marriage and family, while one who is selfish is not able to survive in the second home. In fact, the teachings of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and all other sages in history are telling us to eradicate selfishness. However, if there is no corresponding program or environment, it is very difficult for people to become selfless. The second home is such a program where the teachings of saints and sages are completely implemented. Selfishness is the stumbling block to heaven. In fact, it is also the stumbling block to a beautiful life. A selfish man will never be able to enjoy a true happy and free life. Why you are angry? Because you are selfish. Why you want to commit bribery or accept bribe? Because you are selfish. Why you are so pessimistic and negative? Because you are selfish. Why you want to open a company to do business? Because you are selfish. Why you are so isolated and don't like collective life? Because you are selfish. Why you are jealous and discontented? Because you are selfish. Why you love money, position or fame? Because you are selfish. Why you want to get married, possess someone and be wealthy? Because you are selfish. Why you want to fight or rob something from other people? Because you are selfish. Why you always look upset and are hard to please? Because you are selfish. Why you feel your life is not satisfying, feel unsettled and painful? Because you are selfish. Why you want to take revenge? Why you are in worry and fear? Why you are not happy? Because you are selfish. Why you always complain and speak ill of someone behind his back? Why you always gossip? Because you are selfish. Isn't that so? If you want troubles and miseries, please be selfish. The more selfish you are, you will encounter more tragedies. If you want to go to hell, be selfish. Tao will meet your wish. If you want to have great life and want to go to heaven, please be selfless. If you are selfless, Tao will help you realize your dream of reaching paradise. The unity between individuality and generality in life. A Chanyuan. Xiefeng. September 26, 2008. I will take the example of celestial beings' life in thousand-year world to talk about the unity between individuality and generality of the second home, now new oasis for life, in life. A Chanyuan. Without individuality, life would be pallid. If a garden is overgrown with only one kind of flowers, it will be boring and monotonous. If it is a riot of colors with countless flowers in full bloom, the garden will then be lively and splendid. Every Chanyuan celestial should have individuality, must have characteristics distinct from other Chanyuan celestials. And we should protect, support, accommodate such individualities. We should not expect others to be exactly like ourselves. We should not set down requirements for others or find fault with others on the basis of our own habits and values. We should not bind others up or make indiscreet criticisms of others with standards that we ourselves think are correct. Without generality, everything will be in a state of disunity like a sheet of loose sand, and chaos and confusion will reign supreme. It will be easy for us to get into conflict and friction, and energy will be exhausted by internal strife. Thus it will be difficult for us to achieve joy, happiness, freedom and blessing, and accordingly it will be even more difficult for us to demonstrate our individuality. As a result, we will have more afflictions, and run into one after another trouble. With the passage of time, we may slide into the secular world, the animal world and until into hell. Generality should embody individuality, and individuality should embrace generality. Only with the perfect unity between generality and individuality can we guarantee a vigorous and dynamic life in which there is both uniform will and pleasant feelings of individuals. Generality should accommodate individuality. Generality that does not allow the existence of individuality is inhuman, cruel, despotic and dictatorial. Life genuine should consistently be on guard against this trend. When individuality gets into conflict with generality, individuality should give way to generality. The individuality that does not conform to generality is a law unto itself, is immoral and radical, and will do harm to the collective. Such individuality is a morbidity that reflects a distorted soul and indicates the deformity of non-material structure. The reason that people in the 1,000-year world live a more joyful and pleasant, and freer and more blessed life than people in the human world is because of the perfect unity between individuality and generality. The fewer conflicts and contradictions there are between generality and individuality, the better the quality of life will be, the more interesting a life everyone will have, and the greater the freedom will be. The more conflicts and contradictions there are between generality and individuality, the lower the quality of life will be, the poorer the character of life will be, and the more afflictions and troubles everyone will have. The generality of human society is maintained mainly through constitutions, laws and statutes, army, and police. Without these compulsory measures, human society will be plunged into confusion and chaos and will be governed by law of the jungle existing in the animal world, by which the strong prey upon the weak. The generality of life genuine is maintained mainly through life genuine values. No constitution, laws and statutes, or army and police are needed. The generality is realized completely by the same frequency resonance of soul under life genuine values, and completely by everyone's free will and volition. No compulsory and mandatory measures shall be employed. Everyone who conducts self-refinement and self-cultivation in order to live in the better spaces of life must have a good understanding of the perfect unity between generality and individuality, and must maintain individuality and at the same time conform to generality. Anyone who places excessive emphasis on individuality can never reach the higher spaces of life. The more individuality a place emphasizes, the farther it is from the paradise and the closer it is to hell. In the same way, the more generality a place emphasizes and the more individuality it strangles, the farther it is from the paradise and the closer it is to hell. Everyone should understand that human society is a place that emphasizes individuality. You come from human society, so it is only natural that you want to fully exhibit and maintain your individuality. However, if you don't pay attention to generality and cannot fully display your individuality, you will be distressed, you will be furious, and you will be revengeful. You will mistreat others as well as yourself, and you will even kill yourself. Thus, as a member of human society, we are innately psychologically deformed, and innately handicapped in the non-material structure of our life. Then what should we do? Collective life is the best venue to cultivate the way. We must cultivate and refine ourselves by blending ourselves into the collective life, and get rid of the individuality that does not conform to generality in the same way as we prune the superfluous branches from a tree. When you live alone, when you are single, when you live in the secular family, you may feel wonderful, you may feel you are perfect and flawless. However, once you live in the collective, you will have your defections and deficiencies exposed, you will feel completely incompatible with the collective life, you will find it difficult to get along with people harmoniously, you will cause distress to others, and you will feel that others do not love you and do not care for you. When such things happen, you should find problems in yourself instead of in the collective. For example, when everyone is having a good time but you choose to go to sleep and then complain that others have made noises and interrupted you, that's where you have gone wrong, because your individuality is not incorporated into the generality. On the other hand, you are equally wrong when everyone else is having a rest but you choose to have some fun and make a lot of noise. Maybe someone would ask, I do not want to be a part of the collective, and I do not cause distress and troubles to other people, I only concentrate myself on my own cultivation, and I only go to the place that I yearn for. Isn't that permissible? Yes, it's permissible. The space for life is infinitely expansive, and whatever consciousness you may and you will go to the corresponding space for life. But you cannot go to the paradise, because in the paradise there is no place for a lonely ranger. Even if you can do whatever you want in Celestial Island Continent, you must still follow the generality of Celestial Island Continent, you must associate with the collective, you must live peacefully with any celestial being, you should not behave as in the human world, getting along well with only a few good friends you have chosen but ignore others. Even if you are a star, you must exist in a galaxy, and you must observe the generality of the galaxy, otherwise you will be doomed. The more one stresses individuality, the more distress and trouble they will have, the greater destruction they will bring to society and collective, the more lonely and solitary they will feel, the more easily their soul will be distorted, and the more abnormal mentality they will have. The less conflicts and contradiction a person suffers in individuality and generality, the more pleasant and happier they will be, the more serene a mind they will have, and the more likely they will achieve the spiritual state of a celestial being in Buddha. A person who suffers greater conflicts and contradiction between generality and individuality will become devils, monsters and demons. The generality of the universe is Tao, the core of Tao is the greatest creator. Worshipping the greatest creator and following his way means the perfect and harmonious unity between your own individuality and the universe's generality. Only people who have harmoniously and perfectly united their individualities and the universe's generality are clear-headed people and can have a bright prospect. If you have deviated this general principle and direction, you will not have a beautiful prospect no matter how much effort you have made for your own cultivation. The generality of human society is fame and gain. Every pursuit of fame and gain, by whatever means, is compatible with the generality of human society. And any departure from this generality of human society will cause great difficulty, setbacks, and endless distresses and troubles for one's life. Therefore, as a man, one should pursue fame and gain, and in this way one can combine his own individuality with the generality of human society and thus will have a relatively smooth and free life. The generality of animal society is the strong preying upon the weak to satisfy desire. If a person lives only to satisfy his own desire and follows the law of the jungle, then he has organically unified his own individuality with the generality of human society. Outwardly you are a man, but inwardly you only have the consciousness of an animal, and you will go to the animal world in future life. The generality of life Achanuan is the way of celestial being. Anyone who seeks joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing, looks forward to 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial island continent of the Elysium world, and enthusiastically involves himself in pioneering the era of life Achanuan is a person who has perfectly and harmoniously united his own individuality with the generality of life Achanuan. Everyone has his individuality. And generality exists everywhere. Gangsters have gangsters' generality, criminal syndicates have their own generality, bees and ants have their own generality, and wolf packs and fox flocks have also their own generalities. Birds of a feather flock together. No matter in what community, only those that can perfectly and harmoniously unite their own individualities with the generality of their collective can reap the greatest benefit. Chanyuan Celestials and Life Chanyuan are going to the celestial beings' world, so Chanyuan Celestials should perfectly and harmoniously unite their individuality with the generality of Chanyuan values. In this way, they can accomplish the sublimation of their life within a short time, and achieve the state of celestial being and move toward celestial island continent. 8 kinds of people that Xiefeng admires. Shuefeng. March 29, 2008. There are 8 kinds of people that I admire in the human world. People without debts. I admire you deeply if you don't owe anybody any money or property, or have not borrowed any money from the bank and yet can entertain yourself with good food every day, have a house to live in, at night you raise your head to appreciate the stars and moon, during the day you look casually at the clouds drifting, gathering and scattering in the sky, and go sightseeing or visit friends and relatives during spare time. You are leading a life of celestial beings. It does not matter if you do not have villa or expensive car, do not have deposits in the bank, cannot afford famous brand clothes and shoes, do not have great fame or position, cannot afford the meals in a hotel, and cannot prepare any decent dishes to entertain guests. I admire you as long as you are calm and serene in mind. Do you know that there are many people who are still worried about and on the run for their livelihood? People with good health. You are blessed, because a good and sound health is something that cannot be bought even with mountains of silver and gold. You have had all the treasures endowed to you by heaven. Just have a look at those handicapped and diseased people and have a look at yourself, and you will understand how blessed you are. And they will admire you most. People who are not married. You have the greatest freedom among people on the earth. You can look at anyone you want, you can get up any time you like, you can give your money to anyone you would like to give. There is no one to supervise you, restrict you, and be on guard against you. What a good fate you are born with. Just take a look at those who have got married. Don't be fooled by their smiling faces, inwardly they are extremely distressed. Thus I admire you greatly. People who do not admire others. You are extremely great and wise to admire nobody. Most of people's distresses are rooted in their inclination to make comparisons with others. If you don't admire others, then I should tell you, you are a man with the wisdom of celestial beings. It is the happiest thing to get on with you. You are being yourself, going your own way, blossoming your own flowers, bearing your own fruit, and living by modeling after nature. You understand the way of the greatest Creator. Thus you are most admired. People with confidence. I admire you greatly. Your life is full of fun and interest. Yin and Yang blend to make up Tao. So you fully understand the meaning of Tao. You do not intend to possess or control each other and are still attached to each other. You have your love all your life. You have great fun and happiness when being together, and you miss each other day and night when being apart. How well do you understand life and how admired you are. People who know how to be an ordinary person. How many people have idled away their beautiful time of life in seeking the extraordinary? In order to pursue the extraordinary, they are overburdened with debts, they go off into wild flights of fancy and go astray in search of shortcuts, they resort to trickery and hoodwinking, they go to the most extreme lengths and even end up in prison. However, you can retain a calm mind for being ordinary and settle down to an ordinary life. You enjoy simple food heartily as if you are enjoying delicacies. You work and rest as the sun rises and sets. You really know what to enjoy. You must have fully understood the philosophy of life, or you must have come from the heavenly kingdom. How admired you are. People who have same-sex bosom friends. In our life it is especially difficult to find a bosom friend, a person whom you can turn to in the middle of night to share your feeling, or someone to whom you can place your trust and share your secrets, or someone who would jump in front of you to block the strike of a cobra, or someone who is still close to you with smiling face even if you have sworn at him or kicked him, or someone who can share weal and woe with you. Oh, how blessed you are and how I admire you. People capable of entertainment. People in the paradise all know how to play and entertain. People who do not know how to play and entertain are dull and boring, and thus have no chance to go to the heavenly kingdom. You are diamond among people if you are both knowledgeable and profoundly wise, and humorous, and can always bring happiness and pleasure to others. To be with you is to be with happiness and joy. To live with you is like living in the heavenly kingdom. How can I help not admiring you? If you are the incarnation of all the above 8 qualities, you are undoubtedly an angel, and I will not only admire you but will also follow you closely. Face the reality. Xiefeng. September 24, 2010. Translated by Tsong Long and edited by Kayer. Are you suffering? Do you have troubles, worries, and fears? Do you want to get away from your sufferings and go to a place which provides you with freedom and happiness? If the answer is yes, let me tell you a way which can end your sufferings and lead you to heaven. Face the reality. What is facing the reality? That is to be aware that we are imperfect, all our sufferings are due to imperfections in ourselves. The world is not wrong, but we are wrong. There is not a single soul in the universe that is treated unjustly. We need to be honest with ourselves and face our imperfections. If we are not happy, we must find the reason within, but not complain about other people and society. It is very easy to find excuses for ourselves and condemn others, but if you do so, your sufferings will never end. One who never admits his imperfections, and always blame others when having troubles and pains will never get real happiness, joy, freedom and blessings, and he will never reach heaven either. I have witnessed all misfortunes throughout the world and have carefully observed and thought about the sufferings of humanity. I have therefore concluded that the root causes of all tragedies are ourselves. What is even worse is that we are not willing to face the truth and admit that we have flaws. Instead, we complain and point our finger at others. This kind of life is too hypocritical, too unreal, too superficial, and too unfortunate. Avoid the reality and do not face yourself honestly, your sufferings will never end. Thank you, the children of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. April 22, 2014, translated by Tsong Long and Ilian and edited by Kayer. Life Echanuan has been enduring a period of suffering since November 2013. The 3 community branches created by Life Echanuan were disbanded, properties worth 26 million yuan were taken, and 150 people were forced to leave the home. Life Echanuan suddenly fell from heaven to the earth and it became so weak financially that people are facing tremendous survival challenges. Where is the home for these people and how should we support ourselves? The huge pressure on me affected my breathing, I lost sleep for many nights, my eyes became weak, and my vision became blurred. But we should survive and we must survive. We migrated to a place several thousand kilometers away and came to the Gobi Desert. We drink the bitter and carcinogenic, saline, alkali water, we live in a few rundown houses and we began another round of hard times. We managed to survive, but to remain as civilized people while living in such primitive conditions, we still have many challenges. Each step forward needs money, and in reality, everything seems to us so direct and cruel. Even now, I cannot sleep well and there are many nights when I only sleep 3 or 4 hours. There are so many chores waiting for me to sort through and deal with, how can I manage to sleep? The Constitution and laws only maintain slavery, they do not protect human dignity. The society's morality tends to maintain the brutal, ignorant, and backward consciousness and lifestyle, not the innovative and civilized ones. It is only when human beings experience huge survival crises that they will start to accept newborn ideas and things. Otherwise, the laziness and historical habits will stop them from making great progress and evolution. Although many challenges lie ahead, my heart is full of gratitude. Gratitude to the greatest creator for letting us survive, and gratitude to the children of the greatest creator, the Chanyuan Celestials, for the selflessness and active efforts they have all given and are continuing to give. Also, Gratitude to all the people who comforted and helped us in every possible way during our hardest times. In the past half year, Chanyuan Celestial's best qualities have been put into full play. Faced with life or death, nobody complained of hardships or backed off. Nobody shouted at me or did reasonless or extreme things. Everyone accepted what happened silently. What we said and did are civilized, our soul gardens are becoming purer and more beautiful. Everything is running in good order. Because of this, our new life erupts. We still have a long way to go to reach the ideal realm. We will still encounter many kinds of challenges. However, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles we encounter, I hope the children of the greatest Creator will always be civilized and maintain good behavior, never hurt Mother Nature, any living beings, society, or any nations. Please keep the purification of your soul garden as the first priority. Do not be selfish, jealous, greedy, arrogant, possessive, or fearful. Let nature take its course. Keep the inner peace and firmly believe in the greatest Creator and in karma. Try your best with everything in your daily life and stand to the original intention. Let us continue to climb to the highest states of life and life. Daily prayer for celestials settling in the new oasis for life. Xiefeng. December 16, 2009. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kair. Supreme Leader of the Universe. Allah, Ancestor of Buddha, Greatest Creator. Thank you for creating the unprecedented new oasis for life for us, the transfer station from the mortal world to the kingdom of heaven, a copy of the 1,000-year world of heaven on earth, a new mode of life for humanity in future, and the base of self-improvement and self-cultivation for me to be reborn and become a super-celestial being. It was through your grace that I was allowed to join the new oasis for life. I will cherish this rare opportunity that is difficult to find across thousands of years and will devote all of my body, soul, spirit, and will power to it and strive to achieve a phoenix nirvana and to accomplish the spiritual state of immortality. Once starting this journey to the kingdom of heaven, I will proceed without hesitation, never falter, and never stop advancing forward until my ultimate goal is reached. I pray for your constant surveillance, protection, and blessing, and that you will constantly guide me to overcome all difficulties to realize my long-cherished dream. In the new oasis for life, I will regard all celestials as family members and overcome jealousy, complaining, fickleness, and hypocrisy, bring my qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty into full play, strive to bring joy, happiness, freedom, and blessings to all my beloved relatives in our homeland, never argue, compete, rob, or fight for anything, and be the first to bear hardship but the last to enjoy fruition. My thoughts will match my words and my words and deeds will be consistent. In the new oasis for life, I will always work hard and never slack off or shirk my duties, be neither impractical nor crazy, nor compare myself to others or fuss with them, keep my dedication first and my comfort last, strive to deliver premium quality in whatever I do, lead a thrifty and simple life with neither waste nor extravagance, and avoid greed, grumbling, and complaining. In the new oasis for life, I will gradually achieve the state of possessing nothing, dedicating everything to the oasis, which is the most magnificent career of humanity, regarding the oasis as my life, and as all that I have, and will align my greatest ideals and wishes to those of the oasis. I will strive to make the oasis more and more perfect and to prosper gradually with my efforts. In the new oasis for life, I will blend my individuality into commonness, endeavor to conquer and abandon my idiosyncrasies and bad hobbies that contradict the commonness of the oasis and reject them all, but keep and develop my individuality that is consistent with the commonness of the oasis. I will be an exotic and distinctive flower in the garden of the oasis, sending out my own unique fragrance. In the new oasis for life, I will maintain the 800 values for new era human beings, and devote myself to a new life with new values, a new outlook on life and life, and a new worldview, abandon old ideas, accept new ones, improve myself as a new human being, act from my own behavior and do my little bit to help, and dedicate selflessly for the whole of humanity entering into the Life Changyuan era. In the new oasis for life, I will follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, and Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and learn the lessons of the saints and sages of humanity throughout the ages with an open mind, endeavor to perfect my own qualities, and strive to become a high-quality member with lofty ideals, good self-cultivation, great literacy, and high moral character. I will enrich my connotation, behave elegantly, and talk culturally in order to devote myself wholeheartedly to serve the kind, diligent, honest, and trustworthy masses in the world all my life with the wisdom of Buddha Sakyamuni and the sentiments of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and give all that I can until my heart ceases to beat. In the new oasis for life, I will regard myself as an ordinary celestial, fulfill my duties, do what I should do, never be arrogant or haughty or try to please the public with claptrap, or take any chance, but be a down-to-earth person, move forward in gradual steps, remain realistic and honest, suppress neither myself nor others, never try to impose my own views or opinions on others, strive to make not only myself but also every other celestial happy, joyous, free, and blessed at all times. And never bring any mental, spiritual, or physical harm to others from my words, actions, or behavior. In the new oasis for life, I will do my best to bring my qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty into full play, maintain these beliefs under all hardships, always treat everyone with a positive and optimistic attitude, never pollute another's spirit or soul with pessimistic or negative moods, and make efforts to create a harmonious, peaceful, warm, and pleasing atmosphere, and calm and gentle surroundings in the oasis. Dear Ancestor of Buddha, Greatest Creator, I will meditate on the revelations that you reveal to me through everything in nature every day and will follow your will of creating, take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with my nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. I will reflect on myself, not blame or criticize others, be grateful for everything without complaints in my heart, live my life by conforming to nature while never desiring oddities, concentrate on improving my consciousness without pursuing supernatural powers, enrich my understanding without pursuing illusory forms, and adhere to facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception without superstition, blind obedience, belief in nonsense, or praise for high talk. Reverential Ancestor of Buddha, Greatest Creator, I trust in you fully and never doubt you. I am willing to take your way firmly, place my life in your hands, accept your guidance and dispatches, live every day's life full of enthusiasm and vitality, and be your favorite little baby. I pray for you to guide me, encourage me, and give me courage and energy constantly that I might overcome all difficulties, accumulate merits and virtues, and finally reach your back garden, the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Grandpa Greatest Creator, may your will be manifested unimpededly throughout all time and space. I pray for you to fulfill my wishes in the name of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni. Amen. People in the second home, now new oasis for life, shall dance with dawn. Shui Feng. March 24, 2012. Dawn represents the advent of a new day. Yesterday, be it sunny or gloomy, has been chased away by the dawn of today. Getting up at dawn has been a precept since ancient times. When the first rays of the morning sun appear on the horizon, a new day and a new self are born. By welcoming the dawn and dancing with dawn, we will begin another wonderful day and a wonderful life. In the past 19 years, I have been living in a world of twittering birds and fragrant flowers, where the weather is spring all the year around. Every day, when birds start chirping, I will get up full of joy and confidence. Getting up early makes people feel refreshed and exhilarated. I know a person who gets up at the flush of dawn and dances with the rising sun is bound to have a beautiful life and future. I have continued my habit in the second home. During the half-year since the establishment of the fourth branch, dozens of Chanyuan celestials have all been dancing with the dawn. At 7 in the morning, people are beginning a day's diligent work. The home is changing every day. It is becoming more and more beautiful and more plentiful. Recently, when I walk out my room at 7 in the morning, the sisters and brothers in the third subunit have already begun their labor. When I enter the courtyard, 4 sisters are doing the cleaning. Some are watering the flowers and grass, 3 brothers are attending to the vegetables in the field, people working in the kitchen have prepared boiled water, the sister that feed chickens and ducks are feeding the chickens and ducks and collecting eggs. The sister that take charge of laundering are drying clothes on lines. More than a dozen sisters and brothers engaged in the expansion of the home have begun the onerous work. Sisters responsible for network are entering the website and beginning the building of spirit and soul. I stroll in the courtyard, feeling the air extremely refreshing. The home is full of youthful spirit, vigor and vitality. In the home, people who get up later than 7 are regarded as lazy. There are no holidays and festivals or weekends in the home, because dawn always comes unfailingly. The sun never has holidays, festivals or weekends and Sundays. Since we are following the way of nature, we should abide by the rhythm of nature, getting up day after day and year after year at the rising of the sun and finishing working at the setting of the sun. We Chanyuan Celestials do not pursue magical arts, theurgy, or special skills, and do not seek shortcuts. We are the most ordinary and commonplace people under heaven. All our pursuit of happiness depends on the favor of the greatest creator in the macroscopic level and on our own persistent creation in the microscopic level. We do not bet on stocks, we do not engage in trade, we do not rely on earning surplus value of other people, we do not rely on exploitation and oppression, we do not resort to speculation, we do not deal in selling and buying, we do not harangue, and we do not make research into magical arts. We work hard and create our ideal future with our own hands. We must therefore dance with dawn. Early morning is beautiful. Dawn is hope. There is dawn every day. As long as we dance with dawn every day, we shall not worry about any aspects of our life, and we are bound to have a splendid future. Dear sisters, brothers, relatives, and lovers, let's dance with dawn. Let's get up before 7 every day. As long as every one of us can persist in this habit, we are bound to lead a happy, pleasant, free, and blessed life, and we are bound to march toward the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial island continent of the Elysium world. Heart Sutra. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. When Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, Lord who looks down with compassion, attained enlightenment through his profound wisdom, he realized that all forms, feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and cognitions are only illusions. With this realization, he moved beyond all suffering and difficulty. Sariputra. Therefore, the tangible comes from the invisible which contains it. There are no essential differences between the two, and the same applies for feelings, thoughts, behavior, and cognition. No matter which of the above, none of their natures have birth or death, being or non-being, defilement or purity, or increasing or decreasing. Therefore, the nature of the world and of life is invisible, neither any individuals, nor any of their sensations listed above really exist. Thinking, and our physical perceptions of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling mislead us into our illusions and apply questions to our cognitions about good versus evil, ego versus non-ego, wise versus unwise, life versus death, and attainment versus non-attainment of supreme dharma. All of these perceptions are only illusions. The Bodhisattva relied on the wisdom that could bring him to the shores of freedom. He was entirely free from worry and thus overcame all fears and all that upset him, leaving behind this distorted, illusory world, and ultimately attaining nirvana. All Buddhas of the past, present, and future have and will continue to rely on that same wisdom to bring them to the shores of freedom, to attain supreme authentic wisdom ultimately. Therefore know that wisdom that can bring us to the shore of freedom is a great spiritual mantra, a great bright mantra, a supreme mantra, an unequaled mantra. It can remove all suffering, it is genuine and not false. It reads, go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcending wisdom, go to the realm of freedom, go to attain enlightenment soon, just go. Work diligently and operate the home on a thrifty basis. Xiefeng. October 19, 2010. Sisters, brothers, relatives, and lovers living permanently in the home. First, we should know that we come to the second home, now new oasis for life, to initiate the new way of life for mankind and to pay back our debts and accumulate the wealth to go to the heavenly kingdom instead of simply enjoying happiness. Second, we should understand that half of our living expenses rely on the contribution from sisters and brothers, because currently we are not self-sufficient enough. Lastly, please keep in mind that we will refund the money, with the deduction of 2,000 yuan, that has been contributed to the home by any Chanyuan celestial who later chooses to cancel his or her membership in the home and leave the home. We should understand there is no free pie falling from the sky, and we should work to earn anything. We should not leave things to chance and try to enjoy what others have earned through hard work. Anyone shall take a toll of anything that he or she has come into possession for no credit, and anyone shall get rich reward for his free contribution and devotion. This is required and represented by the principle of zero sum of positive energy and negative energy. The great man Mao Zedong has told us long before that we should rely on ourselves and work energetically for the prosperity of our country. And this also holds true with our home. We will work diligently with our dexterous hands and beautiful soul to create the ideal home that belongs to us, and we shall never count us others or the society to provide us with material guarantee. No, we should never have such a mentality. If so, we will become slaves and puppets, and vassals to be ordered about by others. If we have such a mentality, we will never get freedom. In addition, Jesus Christ has long warned us that if we owe the human world money, even if a cent, we will not be able to leave the human world, and we will have difficulty in realizing our wonderful ideals. We thank Buddha and the greatest creator for this beautiful home we now have. We should be grateful, we should be greatly grateful. We should value and cherish. We shall work hard and run the home on a thrifty basis. All sisters and brothers permanently living in the home shall not be lazy and should not gain advantage by trickery. We should learn from Shensi and Endi, the two people in the home who are nearing their 80s. They are still working diligently for the home. This year they have pulled out almost all the grass in the corn field in the Qingxian Valley that was the height of man. We shall also learn from Xuanda and Edi, who willingly bear the burden of hard work and are working for more than 10 hours every day. There are many such Chanyuan celestials who are working hard and conscientiously for the home. We should always ask ourselves, what have we done for the home? And what results have we achieved? If we get more from the home than what we have contributed to it, we should be on alert. We should know that laziness is the greatest enemy of the home, and anyone who idles here is likely to be asked to leave any time. Therefore, we shall try to do as much as we can. We shall get out of the shadow of living on the donations as early as possible. Currently, the home shall keep a strict budgeting and shall not waste on anything. We should back all the unnecessary expenditures, and this can only be achieved through the highly voluntary action of every brother and sister. Thank the greatest creator for his mercy, and thank Tao for its arrangement. In recent days we have decided to sow rape seeds. The weather was fine, so the home has successfully sowed rape seeds on several acres. Today, it is raining again. Just see how kind the greatest creator has been to us. In the last few months, Yunnan has suffered severe drought that has not been seen for 100 years. However, the home has enjoyed favorable weather, except for a dozen days, during which the water was a little scarce. And this shows that Jesus Christ is with us, Buddha Sakyamuni is with us. Celestial Lao Tzu is with us, and Buddha and the greatest creator is with us. Practice has proved that as long as we follow the way of the greatest creator, and follow the road map of the guide strictly, Buddha and the greatest creator shall protect us, and we will have a more and more beautiful future, and our prospect will be infinitely splendid. If we work hard and run the home on a thrifty basis, we will not only reap very rich spiritual wealth, soul wealth, but also sufficient material wealth. What has the practice of the second home, now new oasis for life, proved? Xiefeng. February 18, 2010. Life Echanuan has successfully created the second home as the pattern of man's new life. During 10 months of practice of the second home, especially the celebration of the Spring Festival in 2010 by nearly 60 people, people enjoyed joy, pleasure, freedom, happiness, good luck, auspiciousness, coziness, peace, and elegance. No one has lost temper, no one feels unhappy, no one feels unpleasant, and no one feels unsatisfied. The facts have proved that the life pattern of the second home is civilized, elegant, advanced, and humanistic. It is a great leap in mankind's thinking and man's pattern of life. The practice of the second home has realized 8 ideals. Disintegration of marriage and family, elimination of private ownership, realization of the ideal of everyone having nothing and yet possessing everything. Realization of the communist ideal of, from each according to his ability and to each according to his need. Realization of the greatest Creator's kingdom without marriage predicted by Jesus. Realization of Lao Tzu's ideal of Tao modeling itself after nature. Realization of the ideal of each displaying his or her own special skills, like 8 Chinese immortals crossing the sea. Realization of the social ideal of no one pocketing anything found on the ground and no one bolting the door at night. Realization of the ideal of everyone enjoying happiness, pleasure, freedom, and blessing. Realization of the harmony between man and nature. The practice of the second home has proved that the following 9 values are correct. Following the way of the greatest Creator is the fundamental prerequisite and guarantee for man as a whole and man as an individual to acquire a happy life. All crises faced by man can be solved if the crisis of man's soul is solved. Marriage and family is endless sea of suffering. Outside marriage and family, you are far away from the sea of tribulation. Holographic theory and holographic management mechanism conforms most to human character and nature. Collective life is the best venue for self-refinery and self-cultivation. Entering the second home and actively participating in the building of the era of Life Echanuan for mankind is the most direct and most effective way of self-refinery and self-cultivation to realize the ideal of life and life. The core of self-refinery and self-cultivation is none other than the sublimation of soul and the perfection of consciousness. Uphold 800 values for new era human being, and you can get everything that you need. The teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, and Prophet Muhammad are correct. Facts have eloquently proved that becoming a Chanyuan celestial is a happy thing and living in the second home is the best way to scale the highest realm of life and life. It is difficult to start a business but more difficult to safeguard what one has already accomplished. It is easy to attain the Tao, but difficult to maintain it. Therefore, we must know clearly that although the Chanyuan values are correct, and although we have successfully created the second home and have successfully put it into practice, Chanyuan values are still not perfect, the second home is not yet ideal, and everything is still extremely weak. We cannot stand the test of huge rainstorms and waves. If we slacken our efforts, it is very likely that the Garden of Eden may vanish into thin air. It is not time yet to lie down and relax, not yet time to slacken our will and enjoy comfort and ease. Every Chanyuan celestial should work even harder and forge ahead, and conduct self-refinery and self-cultivation as if walking on tight rope and thin ice. We are now all sensible Chanyuan celestials with clear and logical thinking. We should be clear that understanding principles is one thing but putting them into practice in our daily production and life is quite another thing. If when conducting self-refinery we do not make efforts in each word and action and when conducting self-cultivation we do not make efforts in every idea and will, then the principles that we have understood would be useless pet phrases. One thing that we can be sure of is that as long as we stick to the way of the greatest Creator, upholds the 800 values for new era human being, and strictly follow the road map of the guide, we will pay back all our debts, we can accumulate the treasures and wealth for ourselves to go to the heavenly kingdom, have a splendid future, and realize the ideal of life and life that we dream of. Integrity is the first wealth of life. Xie Feng. February 11, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kayer. What is integrity? It is honesty plus trustworthiness, namely, honesty plus trustworthiness equals integrity. It is sincerity without deception, keeping one's word, and being the same inside and out. Keeping one's promises are integrity's performances. While getting along with each other, treating each other with sincerity and trustworthiness make the cost of communicating very low, otherwise it is high. A society in which most people are honest and trustworthy is auspicious and harmonious, while those with many who are not are dangerous and turbulent. Life's troubles, pains, anxieties, sorrows, and fears come mostly from dishonesty, while our joy, happiness, serenity, peace, and harmony stem from honesty. Therefore, although honesty cannot be regarded as food, it can reduce the cost of living while bringing good karma. There are three great treasures in life, namely, material wealth, spiritual wealth, and wealth of the soul. Among these three types, wealth of the soul is the first wealth, spiritual wealth comes second, and material wealth is last. Honesty belongs to the wealth of the soul, so honesty is life's first wealth. Since honesty is life's first wealth, its pursuit is the most important thing in life. A person who lacks integrity proves that they lack wealth in their soul and are poor in their soul. People who lack wealth in their souls must also lack spiritual wealth. Although dishonest people can obtain a huge amount of material wealth, they will never have peace of mind, serenity of mentality, calmness of mood, or safety and security. Dishonesty might enable one to obtain temporary material benefits or a false reputation, but in the end, they will inevitably pay a high price for it if not in this lifetime, then after their death. Those who are honest are angels while those who are dishonest are descendants of devils. Those who are dishonest will definitely not have bright futures, let alone be accepted into heaven. Below is an example of honesty and integrity. I hope that all Chanyuan celestials of Life Changyuan will learn from this story of Thea. No matter how many hardships and setbacks we suffer during our lifetimes, even when facing death, we must maintain our integrity through the end. From Zhang Daozi. On the eve of World War II, a small German trust company called the Babina Trust Bank existed and was dedicated to storing valuable properties for its customers. After the war broke out, people reclaimed their belongings, one after another, and fled in all directions. The owner-manager also made his getaway, while Thea, an employee, was still there safeguarding the accounts. Bombs exploded all around the trust bank, but Thea acted deaf to them. She cleared the accounts and found that one customer named Leg had not taken his single item back. It was a ruby worth 5 billion Deutschmarks. Thea put the gem with all its custody documents into a small box and then took all the accounts and left the building. A few days later, the flames of war razed the area of Babina Trust to the ground and Thea also ran to escape the war, but she carried the trust bank's accounts and the gem with her everywhere. She felt that she was still an employee of Babina Trust and she would return the accounts and gems to the trust after the war ended. The war finally ended and Thea returned to Berlin with her 3 children. However, the owner-manager of the Babina Trust had died during the war and the trust bank no longer existed, though Thea still kept the accounts and the gem. Because the gem was entrusted by the customer and the customer did not take the gem back, she had to keep it for the customer in order to maintain the trust bank's credibility. For many years, Thea could not find a job. She and her 3 children had been living in extreme poverty. In fact, Leg, who had entrusted the trust bank to keep the gem, also died in the war. The priceless ruby had long been unclaimed and Thea could have sold it quietly and lived a life of good food and clothing, but she did not. She felt that it was the customer's property, she could only protect it with no improper thoughts about its value. In 1978, the local government established a war museum to collect relics of World War II from the community. Thea took the trust bank accounts and the ruby to the government, which worked hard to help Thea locate Leg's grandson, Doyle. Dolly got the gem and promised to give half the value of the gem to her after he sold it, but she politely declined, saying that she would only charge a modest storage fee for all those years. Thea's story appeared in newspapers and some readers were so moved by her integrity that they suggested she be appointed as the General Counsel of the Chamber of Commerce, which she declined by reason of her advanced age. Later, several large trust companies approached her and asked her to be their honorary presidents, but she also declined them. When Thea eventually passed away, several companies found her son Chris, and asked to buy her name to brand their trust company with it. Chris could not decide which one to go with, so he took bids on it. In the end, the Plato Trust Company obtained the naming right of Thea at the sky-high price of 8 billion Deutschmarks. Many people wondered how a name could have such value, but the president of Plato said that Thea is no longer just a person's name, but represents a kind of entrepreneurial spirit, a kind of integrity that is more valuable than gems, and that this honor would be well worth the 8 billion marks. Soon, the Plato Trust Company was renamed the Thea Trust Company and its transaction volume increased steadily. Integrity can create value because integrity itself is priceless. When you regard integrity as belief and responsibility, you will win people's support and trust, and endless wealth will be produced as a result. Looking back on China's 40 years of reforms, what is lacking or missing in officialdom, business, and financial circles is that priceless word, integrity. Is it not worthy of everyone's pondering? Improve emotional intelligence by playing one's role well. Xie Feng. August 16, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Emotional intelligence refers to a person's ability to control their emotions in dealing with society, nature, and others, as well as having the courage to overcome their difficulties. Even with a high SQ, spiritual quotient, and IQ, intelligence quotient, if one's EQ, emotional quotient, is low, they will be frustrated everywhere in their work and life and will feel like a big fish in a small pond. Even if they achieve great success in their chosen field, they will not be happy and distress will follow them everywhere. Feelings of isolation and loneliness are actually signs of low EQs because those with high EQs never feel that way. Improving one's EQ is tantamount to improving one's happiness index, which is tantamount to broadening one's own path and range of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing. There are many ways to improve one's EQ. I will only talk about one way, that is, to play your role well. How does one play their role well? Let us examine my own practice as an example to consider. In the past 2 years, I have operated a small inn in BC, Canada. Last year, the guests rated us with an overall score of 8.8 out of 10. So far, this year's score is 9.1. 8 items are scored. The scores on other items might be high or low, but the scores for the owner are almost all 10s, that is, the scores for me are all very high. How do I do this? I entered my role and always played seriously. When I serve the guests, I regard myself completely as a waiter. When they arrive, I run quickly to greet them, regardless of their age or appearance. I open the doors for them and I am attentive at the tables. I brew and pour tea and coffee for them and I toast bread for them. No matter what questions or requests they might raise, I do my best to answer and respond to them as humbly as I can. Even when they are serious, I face them with a smile. When they are about to leave, I wave them off reluctantly and give them my blessings. Recently, an 80-year-old man who came for accommodations told me that a pair of his trousers was soiled and asked if I could wash them for him. I agreed to do so, but after I took out the trousers, I saw that they were stained with feces inside and out, and they really stank. I took the trousers to the lawn, opened the hose on them, rinsed his pants, sprayed them with liquid soap, and finally removed all their stains with a long brush until they were clean. When playing the role of waiter, I never regard myself as the tour guide of life genuine, nor do I regard myself as the messenger of the greatest creator or the incarnation of God, Buddha, Celestial, and saints, nor do I think about my achievements in the past. Here and now, I am nothing but a waiter, let alone regard myself as an old man with white temples. To be a waiter regardless of who you were in the past or what great achievements you have made, just enter your current role, and play the skills and qualities required for that role well. 7/10 of the guests I receive are from Europe and a quarter are from North America. They tend to be very picky so that once a problem is found, it will definitely be mentioned on the reservation website and a reduced score will be given. The guests are made up of many kinds of people, but due to my high room rates, most of them are what we call upper middle class. Several unexpected groups have come by, but when they learned about our rates, they left and went to cheaper motels and boarding houses. Therefore, because of our guests' backgrounds, they are picky about their rooms and services, but however picky they might be about my facilities, they are always satisfied with my service, with me. Because I play my role well, I get along well with the guests. Some like chatting, so I join in with them. I joke and talk about everything with my guests with my broken English and throw in some compliments from time to time, thus we have no barrier getting along with each other. Once there was a guest who, the more we talked, the deeper our discussion became. When he finally left, he specifically left me a business card, and I saw from it that he was a special representative from the UN Secretary General and the head of their mission. Other guests have also left their addresses and contact information when they parted and invited me to visit them. My parents taught me from a young age, do whatever you do like you are playing, which means that regardless of who you are, play your role well. If you are herding sheep, do as shepherds do. If you are a peasant, plant crops well. If you are an official, you should be official. Of course, if you want to be a hooligan, you should strive to be a remarkable, first-rate hooligan. In short, no matter what role you play, you should play it wholeheartedly and play it well. There is a lady in Japan who cleaned airport toilets diligently for nearly 30 years until she finally became a national treasure class person of Japan. The reason is that she played her role well. Those who play their roles well, whether cleaning toilets or exploring alien life, will be happy to take the initiative to do every current thing well and thoroughly. If they are sighing, grumbling, complaining, frowning, or cursing while they are working, there is no doubt that they are not playing their role well. Those who cannot play their roles well cannot be expected to play other roles well either. Those who cannot do simple things well cannot be expected to do complex things well, and those who cannot do small things well cannot be expected to do big things well. Those who cannot play their parts well will have inharmonious relationships with the people around them. First of all, their immediate bosses will definitely not like them and will kick them out at their first opportunity. Secondly, their colleagues will not like them and will be unwilling to interact and work with them. This is a manifestation of low EQ. Even if we have the ability to poke holes in the sky, if our trajectory of life places us in the role of cleaning out cesspools, then we must not resent its being smelly and dirty, but dig out the dung happily, every day. Do not feel that your talents are unrecognized, do not blame the greatest creator for being unjust, and do not blame the world for there being no wise person to discover that you are a swift horse. The best way to have a bright future is to play your current role well. In this way, your EQ will increase gradually but definitely. Absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. If you want to obtain something you desire, the most reliable way is to match your abilities with your qualities. If they are matched, it will come. If they are not matched, you can only sigh. Grumbling and complaining are weapons that kill kinship, affection, and love. Xie Feng. September 19, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Feeling resentful, unsatisfied with doing things, dissatisfied with your results, negativity, and blaming others is grumbling. Dissatisfaction with the status quo and results, never accepting anything as being one's own fault, but rather blaming other people's faults for causing unsatisfactory results, thus complaining and blaming others and letting them bear any and all bad consequences is complaining. Once you feel resentment in your heart, you will feel that the world is unfair, that everyone owes you, and that you have paid but not received fairly, which makes you unhappy, angry, and wanting to lash out in passive, negative, and pessimistic language, emotions, postures, movements, and the like are grumbling and complaining. The consequences of grumbling and complaining are very serious. To your parents, they can result in your losing their love for you. To your children, they can cause you to lose their filial piety. To your spouse, they can lead to divorce. To siblings, they can cause your relationships with them to break down. To friends, they can cause your loss of friendship with them, even turning it into enmity. To the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, they can cause you to lose your spirituality. To gods, Buddha, celestials, and saints, they can send you into darkness. To superiors and bosses, they can get you demoted or fired from your job. To your colleagues, they can cause you to lose their help when you need it. To society, they can drive you to despair. To spirits, they can lead you to disasters. Therefore, grumbling and complaining are weapons that kill kinship, affection, and love. Besides, they will make oneself toxic and lose their spiritual light, will bury hidden dangers and disasters along one's way forward, will make one lose their demeanor, temperament, morality, beauty, will create countless obstacles and thorns to oneself, and will put one into vicious circles of negativity, passivity and pessimism which will get worse with time until one's bright future gets destroyed. Grumbling and complaining are very harmful and they do nobody any good. An ambitious, emotional, and caring person is not afraid of difficulties, hardships, suffering, hard work, facing desperation, or bearing heavy burdens, but they are always afraid of being grumbled and complained at by the people who are closest to them, especially by their relatives and friends. Once they are exposed to these negative individuals, they will gradually lose their confidence and courage, become frustrated, dispirited, lose patience and love, their soft tempers will gradually become irritable, and they will gradually lose their reasonability. Therefore, grumbling and complaining are crimes. They spoil good atmospheres, bring waves to calm waters, and destroy all good things. Let me give some examples of grumbling and complaining. My parents didn't give me a conducive environment for my growth. Kid, why do you disappoint me so? Heaven is unfair to me. Were it not for you and this family, I would live much better than I do. If there really were a greatest creator, there would not be such cruelty in this world. The reason I was fired was not because I was incapable, but because my boss was short-sighted and failed to recognize my talent. I am sad because the place into which I have poured all of my body and soul offer me no warmth or solace. There is no true love or affection in this world. My mother's door is the only one that is always open for me. Were it not for you, I would not have become so wretched. Were it not for you, I would not have become as evil as I am. Those are some examples of grumbling and complaining. All stylites should rid themselves of their emotions and psychology of believing those ways. Once you stop it and replace those attitudes with affirmations and praises, then all good things will come your way, the rough wind and rain will gradually cease, and the bright sun will shine on the road in front of you. How does one get rid of grumbling and complaining? Remember this Chanyuan value: the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. When you believe that you are treated unfairly, are suffering, overworked, having to over-endure, are abandoned by others, are suppressed, or feel unhappy or desperate, remember that none of these things are caused by the injustice of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, the inaction of gods, Buddha, celestials or saints, the injustice of society, too many bad people in the world, or that others are misunderstanding you. The root of the problem is definitely not in the outside world, but in you, yourself. To understand the deeper meaning of this value, please read the relevant expositions of this in Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus. A Few Tales of Happiness. Xiefeng. January 9, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. It was a summer day in 1979 when I took advantage of my summer vacation to return from Zhangjiakou to my hometown. While on a ferry in the Lujiaxia Reservoir area, I recognized a familiar middle-aged villager from Dazai village. I had been a village official in a group of nearby villages for 3 years and had earned a good reputation in the hearts of the villagers, so the two of us started talking and I asked him about how his village had come along since I left. A few of his words are still fresh in my mind even now. He said, "Things are fine now, we have plenty of food to eat, and if we farmers continue to have enough food for the rest of our lives, then it will be a great blessing. Happiness is so simple, as long as you have enough to eat, you can be happy." It was a winter day in 1981 when Huang and I rode a train from Jiuquan back to our hometown to visit relatives in Linxia. There was no bullet train back then, so we rode on a slow, traditional train which stopped at every small station between Jiuquan and Lanzhou. It seemed to have stopped more than 50 times. As the Spring Festival was approaching, the train would be very crowded, and since it had come from Xinjiang, it was already very crowded when we boarded it, even the aisles were full. When we got on the train, it was almost impossible for us to move forward, so we just stood still for 20 long hours. I clearly remember how I just wanted to lie down, even gravel would have felt good. Happiness is quite simple, you will feel happy if you can lie down and sleep on a bed every night, even a hard one. It was an autumn day in 1997 and I was living at number 10 Mount Pleasant Forest Road, Harare, Zimbabwe. At that time, I had registered a company called Golden Crown Marketing, Pte Ltd. I had opened 2 stores 50 kilometers from my home, had traveled between the stores and my residence every day, and was constantly busy from dawn to dusk. I remember telling Huang that people are very happy when they have something to do with their lives, no matter how tired and exhausted it makes them. Therefore, happiness is actually very simple, you will be happy as long as you have something to keep you busy. It was a summer day in 2011 when I was standing on the second floor of the first branch of Life Achanuan in Yunnan province, talking and laughing with my celestial brothers and sisters in the courtyard. A sense of happiness arose spontaneously as I understood that people are happy when there are many others accompanying them through their life's journeys. Happiness is so simple, you feel happy when others are with you. It was the winter of 2017 when Huang, Foei, and I were living in the Pacific island country of Vanuatu. Our hut was only 10 meters from the sea and even though it was ventilated on all sides, it was very hot and many mosquitoes lingered on all sides, so hot that I could not bear to cover myself with even a sheet and I was being bitten constantly and mosquitoes would wake me up all night long. Small mice sometimes fell from the roof of the straw shed, but I thought at that time that if one could live in a house that would protect them from wind and rain and could sleep with a quilt at night without being bitten by mosquitoes, that would be a happy life. So, it is not difficult to be happy, as long as you have a room and can sleep under a quilt at night for protection, then you will be happy. An old legend tells of a group of unusual people who all once shared a miraculous power from birth. To contend for survival resources, these unusual people plunged common people into abysses of misery. Eventually, Empress Nuwa drove them into the netherworld. The worst thing about that place was its lack of water. No rivers, no springs, no lakes, and very little rainfall. Those unusual people had to endure thirst for thousands of years. At that time, the greatest hope of the king and his subjects in the nether world was to get water and to be able to drink big mouthfuls of it. It is wonderful to have plenty of drinking water, therefore, happiness is to have enough water to drink. To sum it up, happiness means having water to drink, food to eat, a room in which to live, a bed on which to sleep, being under a quilt at night, having something to do, and being accompanied by a group of wonderful people. Today is the first day of winter, and as I look up from my top floor, I see ice and snow everywhere. The sky and the earth have become completely white and Lake Lakla Hatch is already frozen. Except for some slight noise from vehicles passing occasionally on the Caribou Highway, RT-97, no sound can be heard. This is the third winter I have spent in Canada with last year's lowest temperature dipping to -29 degrees C, -20 degrees Fahrenheit, and the year before reaching -30 degrees Celsius -22 degrees Fahrenheit. The British Columbia weather forecast shows that this Sunday, January 12, 2020, our highest temperature will be minus 26 degrees Celsius minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and our lowest temperature will be minus 35 degrees Celsius minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit, but I am very happy because I always have water to drink, food to eat, a room to live in with a bed to sleep on, a quilt to sleep under every night, something to stay busy with every day, and although I cannot be with my brothers and sisters physically, we accompany each other mentally and spiritually in the virtual world of cyberspace. I am the happiest person in the world. Have you found your happiness? Daily Prayer Against Plague God 008. Xiefeng. January 26, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. Heaven knows me. All gods understand me. Heaven and earth watch my actions. Though the plague god emerges, I remain at peace. Natural laws show the justice of clear rewards and punishments. Whether I receive blessings or disasters is up to the gods. With no fear for my merits or faults. Neither complaining nor hating, as all result from karma. Even the sun and moon must run along their trajectories. I pray for the greatest Creator's forgiveness. I repent all my faults sincerely and no more wrongdoings. Surely, I will follow you if I can pass through this trial. No more destroying living beings or craving worldly delights. I will treat as I expect to be treated and protect all life. I feel the pain of other beings and revere life. No longer losing my temper, but treating everyone with kindness. Far from anger, taking all things as they are, and following my destiny. Always dealing kindly with predestined relationships, releasing all karma, and diffusing all resentment. Neither fighting nor robbing, I will believe in the justice of Tao. Neither stealing nor swindling, I will be frank and righteous. Not involving with illicit sexual relations, I will shield my mind and body with kindness and goodness. I will never have an ego, never bully or control the weak, nor gain extra advantage. I will be just and abide by laws without any desire for that which is not mine. I will never produce impure or poisonous things. I will keep my mind clear and bright and be faithful to my words at all times. I will never gather movable property, but keep my mind clean. Revering gods and Buddha, my path will be smooth and bright. Listening to saints and celestials, adversity will become prosperity. With virtue, my blessings will always exceed my desires. Never again will words from my mouth hurt others. No more steps will be taken along evil paths. All of my mind's thoughts will be based on love for all beings. I will conduct myself honestly. Once the roots are established, the path will lead straight. Divine meshes are large but with no gaps. God shall test my heart and crumble my bones if I do evil again. As I pray more to the ancestor of Buddha. Show me pity and keep the plague from my door. I will be righteous as I pray for all gods to bless me. I will observe life genuine values and follow the guide's lead. And associate with celestials to elevate my life towards heaven. My heart is now clear, pure, quiet, joyous. And with gratitude and a bright future ahead. Enlightenment from the phenomena of Yang Galen and Wu Huayan. Xiefeng. January 19, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Yang Galen committed suicide at the age of 28 after having killed her 4 children. Wu Yanhua, who starved herself as a junior student, was down to only 43 kilograms when she passed at the age of 24. The death of Yang Galen and Wu Huayan is a common social phenomenon, yet these two events were simultaneously extreme and yet typical. In fact, plenty of similar phenomena exist, though we rarely hear of them. Reading the books without words is to read everything, including people, society, and phenomena, so as to gain enlightenment from them. It is the original work without artificial processing from which you can derive the most authentic information and enlightenment of an opening spiritual sense. From their roots, these kinds of tragedies have their own internal causal logic which can be said to be under fate's control. I do not want to explain this here, lest I appear to lack humanity and sympathy, so today I will simply analyze the external logic of her tragedy. Although the internal causes represent decisive factors in the developments and changes of things, without the activation and catalysis of any external cause, the internal cause can be suppressed or even ultimately transformed. This is like a time bomb. As long as it is not detonated, it will not explode and can be diffused slowly. So, what is the culprit that led to the tragedies of Yang Galan and Wu Huaiyan? The answer is the traditional life pattern. Yang Galan had to take care of her father and grandmother while raising her own 4 children. Her husband was too honest to make money. Even her relatives, friends, neighbors, and the villagers had their own difficulties and were unable to help her very much. In the end, desperate and with no hope left, she killed herself along with her 4 children. For this, we cannot reproach or blame her. When one is isolated and helpless, what seems easy for most of us becomes an insurmountable chasm or a mountain that is impossible to scale. I can understand her deeply, and I might have taken the same path in a similar situation. Of this, no one would dare to boast, otherwise, millions of people around the world would not commit suicide every year. Wu Huaiyan's parents had passed away, her younger brother was young and suffering from mental illness, and she was physically weak. For 5 years, she had only eaten the rice mixed with chili that she could barely afford. At 24 years old, her body was devastated from poverty. Most who encounter such predicaments would simply collapse. Now let us suppose that if Yang and Wu had lived in the new oasis for life created by Life Echanuan, this kind of tragedy would never have happened. In traditional families, once the most important breadwinner gets sick or passes away, the family falls upon hard times. Relatives, friends, neighbors, and villagers will only offer slight comfort and give breadcrumbs at most, but they cannot solve their fundamental problem. If such a situation were to occur in the new oasis for life, support for the old, the children's education, and the expenses of everyone's illnesses would be borne by the home so that anyone could get through the difficulties easily without despairing. The working people in China always place their expectations for better lives on wise emperors or clean and efficient governments. This is wrong thinking. For thousands of years and even into the modern era, tragedies are still happening. Therefore, instead of depending on others and on society, and instead of condemning and blaming the indifferent people and the government, it is better to leave the sea of hardship to avoid tragedies. Anyone can take this road easily, that is, by not marrying, but by incorporating themselves into another mode of production and life in the new oasis for life created by Life Echanuan. In this way, they will get another life which can even be said to be a paradisiacal one. The greatest creator, gods, Buddha, celestials, and saints have always cared about everyone, including the workers. They have pointed out a clear path for us and created the most idyllic life mode by which we can all lead good lives, but people neither listen nor follow. This is not because the greatest creator, gods, Buddha, celestials, and saints are merciless, but is because we deserve it. We blame neither them nor society or others. If we want to blame anyone, then we must blame ourselves. We all have our own selfish calculations, and our selfishness decides everything. Resolving the contradictions between reality and the ideal. Xiefeng. December 20th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. The reason why I have great trouble is that I have a body. If I had no body, what trouble could I have? Tao Te Ching. Since I have a body, then I also have worries of food, clothing, housing, life, old age, sickness, death, favor, humiliation, panic, fear, and much more. If I had no body, I would have none of these worries. Since ancient times, from the east to the west, from urban to rural areas, domestic violence has always occurred, so how do we prevent people from suffering from it? Legislation, supervision, preaching, intervention, and other attempts have failed to prevent it. Domestic violence occurs because of families, so if there were no families, there would be no domestic violence. Therefore, the only effective solution to avoid domestic violence is to not get married and not form families. If you have no family, you will be insulated from it. How do we resolve the contradictions between reality and the ideal? The best way to resolve it is to have no ideal. With no ideal, there can be no contradiction. The most wonderful sword fighting rule is to use no sword, the most superior mental rule is to have no intention, the best management is to have no management, and the highest ideal is to have no ideal. After determining an ideal, you eventually find that the likelihood of achieving that ideal is next to zero because the vast majority of it cannot be achieved. In this sense, ideal equals fantasy, equals imagination, equals delusion. Ideals are actually harmful. Liu Shaoqi, Lin Biao, Peng Dehuai, and many others' lives did not end well because they were too idealistic. They should have followed the life principle of saints hold the one as the world's style. At that time, Mao Zedong was the leader, and they would have moved along smoothly if they had respected him as such, but because of their ideals, they lost everything. There are countless examples of this throughout history. Many prime ministers had great power in their hands but became overly ambitious and ended up having their whole families executed. There was a college graduate who enjoyed a white-collar job in a big city with a monthly salary of more than 5,000 yuan. One day, he got an idea to buy a nearly 200 square meters house in the city center which cost nearly 3 million yuan with a 900,000 yuan down payment, but he only had 100,000 yuan in his bank account after working for 3 years. How could he buy this ideal house? He borrowed money from everywhere. First he used the entire 500,000 yuan which his parents had accumulated over their lifetime, and then he borrowed 300,000 yuan from other relatives, friends, and neighbors. After he took a loan of 2.1 million yuan from a bank, he finally bought the house. How did he live afterwards? In order to repay his debts and the loan to the bank, he had to quit his job. How could he earn enough money to pay off his debt and bank loan by working for others? He could not, so he opened his own business. He built a workshop in the suburbs and began blending Wulianye wine with water and raw chemical materials. He operated his business with a bad conscience. 3 years later, he had paid off all his debts and had his house renovated. Thinking that he should no longer do anything against his conscience, he went to work for a foreign-owned enterprise and became a small supervisor with a monthly salary of more than 15,000 yuan. This gave him enough money to pay the bank every month and support himself well. 2 years later, the price of houses dropped dramatically and his went from the 3 million yuan that he had paid for it, down to just 1 million yuan. Embezzlement at his company was blamed on him and he was dismissed. With no income, he still owed the bank more than 10,000 yuan each month. He had no choice but to sell his now devalued house. After paying the full value of his house to the bank, he still owed them more than 400,000 yuan. After losing his parents' lifetime savings and all these many years of struggling, his house was gone and he was still strapped with a huge debt. This is what ideals do. If anyone is interested in visiting a prison to interview the inmates and record statistics, I estimate that half of the inmates landed there by their own extravagant ideals. People are most likely to develop great ideals when they are young and good ones when they are middle-aged. They will only see the remoteness of their ideals when they have reached my age. All my life, many beautiful things have come to me accidentally. In Zimbabwe, Africa, I ran a club, a bar, a fast food restaurant, and 4 shops. I also rented a dance hall, a restaurant, and a hair salon. All these ventures were beyond my expectations, but none are within my current range of ideals. I run a small hotel in BC, Canada, and serve guests from Europe, the United States, Australia, Canada, and other countries. The business is pretty good, but I never planned on this as my ideal. Were I asked to leave some advice for future generations, would implore them to not have ideals. As long as you have none, you will face no contradictions between ideals and reality. If there are no contradictions, you can live a leisurely fairy life. How does one live without ideals? The answer is this: once roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. Cultivate morality, perfect your soul garden, learn and accumulate knowledge constantly, comply with the way of nature, be content with the ordinary, do not contend with others, do what you do every day and do it well, accumulate more blessings, consume fewer blessings, avoid taking the risks of doing things that violate the law, disciplines, and things that corrupt one's conscience. Then leave everything to the management and arrangement of Tao. It is easy to have good relationships with everyone if we want nothing from them. I would not care about the price of wine if I did not drink it. If you have no ideals, then the devil can do nothing with you. You can then keep your mind at ease and you will then have a good chance of becoming a fairy. Rubbing ropes against wooden boards will cut into them and dripping water onto stones will wear them down, so pursuers of Tao should exert their efforts consistently. Channels form when water flows and melons' pedicles fall when their fruits ripen, so people attain Tao naturally when their time is ready. The simplest and most direct way to become a saint. Xie Feng. December 14, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Can a person become a saint? Of course. How do they do that? It is really quite easy. The simplest and most direct way is to consider how to make other people's lives better than one's own. Once one thinks and acts this way, they will have become a saint. Look at how easy that was. No one had to read the Bible, the Buddhist scriptures, the Tao Te Ching, or the Quran, let alone worship masters or listen to the edifications and teachings of gods, Buddha, celestial beings, saints, great masters, or people with great virtue in the world. You only have to think of how to make other people's lives better than your own and do things consistent with that goal. Do you doubt this? Come on, fight with me and see if you can win. If you go to any prison and ask any of the officials who are there for corruption, malfeasance, or bribery, you will find that 95% of those who have fallen into such situations have done so because they all considered how they could live more comfortable lives than others, and they proceeded to transform those thoughts into actions to achieve that goal. Why do people envy the rich on the one hand yet hate them on the other? Their envy is because they want to live like them, while their hate is because they make them uncomfortable because they obviously do not and most likely never will. I have not done statistical analyses, but I am sure that most criminals commit crimes because they want to live more comfortably than others. It can be understood from this that all people who want to live more comfortably than others are committing crimes, even if only mentally. If you do not believe this, just look at what they say and do. All are committing crimes or are on the road to doing so. If you consider all those people who strongly slander and oppose the communist mode of production and life, they all want to live more comfortably than the rest of us. Why should we become saints? It is a matter of realm, of life direction. Saints will certainly not do evil and will certainly not degenerate into hell. Certainty is the life of heaven. Life is short. A century is a single frame in a movie. No matter how we try to grab something, it ends up being in vain. Why compete for the space of a snail's antler or contend for a flash of light? Why not become a saint instead? Let us play the game of pretending to be true. Xie Feng. September 19, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Holographic thinking recognizes no difference between truth and falseness, just as the subconsciousness mind does not distinguish between either. The non-material world only recognizes information but does not distinguish between those two opposites, therefore playing the game of pretending something to be true can be very interesting. A man came to Buddha and asked, "Buddha, let 100 families provide for me." As a result, he became a beggar and they did. A woman came to Buddha and prayed, "Buddha, let others serve me." As a result, she became ill and her relatives served her in bed all day and all night. Let us start playing now. People around a healthy man told him pitifully and seriously, "You look horrible, you must be ill." Everyone kept telling him this until he soon became ill. You can fool yourself. For example, your kidneys are both good but you keep thinking that something is wrong with them. After a few days, both of them fail and you will be relegated to being on dialysis treatment. You think, it is such a pain to work every day, I wish I could lie in bed for a few days. Soon, you will be suffering, if not from a stomach pain, a headache, or nerve damage, then it will be, from your having sprained or broken your leg. You will surely be lying helplessly in bed for a few days. Those three pretend games are all passive, negative, and pessimistic, and we should never play them. Let us play active, sunny, optimistic, and positive games such as these 8. If you feel ill or have a disease, then you will need to pretend to be healthy. You should believe in your heart that you are not sick, that every part of your body is well. After pretending this for a while, you will recover soon. If you hate someone, even to the point of wanting to spit in their face, then you must pretend that you like them very much and tell them things like, handsome, you look cool. You are the greatest. After a short while, you will no longer hate them. When you are eating but you have no appetite and the food seems bland and tasteless, you should pretend that you like the food in front of you. If you do your best to convince yourself that the food is delicious, nutritious, and perfect, that you enjoy it very much and that many people in today's world are suffering from hunger and malnutrition but that you are blessed to have such wonderful food, then from what had been a simple and boring meal, you will enjoy tasty delicacies. Someone is indifferent or unconcerned about you, so you should pretend that they treat me the best, they care for and love me the most. After a while, they will become the one who does all three. If you feel yourself becoming aloft, then you should pretend to be transcendent, natural, and elegant. Over time, your worldliness will drift away. If something is bothering you, then you should let others see your vigorous, high-spirited, and confident side. Pretending this way will soon rid you of your troubles. If you have expired drugs or stale food, you should think this way, panacea will be born from my old stuff. If I consume them, then all my ailments will disappear and I will also see unexpected benefits, and you will become rejuvenated and be in an amorous mood. Whatever you truly believe, will be fine and good for you. When you encounter stoppages that annoy you and make you hesitant, you should think, the greatest creator loves me the most, and the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, through Tao, will definitely arrange the best plan for me. Then, do not worry about it any longer, for it will surely come to pass. Keep pretending that lies are true until they become as such. You can draw inferences about other cases from these 8 instances and pretend that all ugly truths are actually beautiful lies until beautiful truths are eventually born. Such fun games require few investments but offer great benefits and are worthy of your seriously performing and enjoying them. Pretending to be true is to create a state of mind with your heart. These are the lowest levels of games that celestial beings play. We need to play them more often. Follow the guide and play crazily with him. Xiefeng. December 2nd, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. The sun rose at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, showing half of its face above the top of a tree near Lac La Hatch. It turned dark at 4:30 p.m., and by 5 o'clock, I had lit all the lights both in the corridor and outside. Near the summer solstice, dawn breaks at 4 in the morning, and it does not get dark until 11 at night. During our summers, days last 19 hours but nights are only 5 hours long, but in winter, days are only 9 hours long while nights last a full 15 hours. So, how much daylight and nighttime have I experienced throughout the year? The answer is that the total lengths of days and nights are exactly the same as anywhere else in the world. This revelation tells us that the greatest creator gives equal blessings to everyone. Here is the big question though, why do some people seem to have more blessings, while others have fewer? The blessings from the greatest creator are constant. I compare them to these 100 yuan. A dying father gave each of his 6 children a pre-inflated 100 yuan legacy on his deathbed. The first one invested the inheritance in stocks and now has more fortunes. The second invested the gift to learn a craft. At first, the inheritance was almost gone, but after a few years of developing skills, fortune came and a comfortable life was achieved. The third one recycled the gift to a church hospital and was awarded a maintenance job in the hospital for doing so and lived a satisfied life with a small but adequate income. The fourth one bought a set of high-end clothes and went into and out of high-grade hotels, restaurants, and casinos all day, eating, drinking, and playing. In a few years, all of the money was gone and the recipient had to beg for food on the streets. The fifth one bought several guns with the yuan and gathered some criminals to rob people until finally being thrown into prison. I forgot what the sixth one did, but you can figure something out. In this way, we can understand that the greatest gives everyone the same amount of blessings, but why some people have so much more than others. Since I understand this, I know that I should eat all the rice from my bowl at every meal. If anything remains, I will never throw it away but will save the leftovers to eat the next day because I know that I only have a limited number of blessings and once I consume or waste them all, none will be left and I will hungry. Of course, I dare not buy extra clothes and shoes, so I wear my clothes until they become unwearable. Right now, I have a cotton shirt on with 2 sleeves that are worn out. No one can see it anyway, so I will continue to wear it for as long as it keeps me warm. Would you like me to treat myself more luxuriously and extravagantly? Over my dead body? No way. I am not afraid of people talking about me, but I am afraid that I will starve or go naked after all my blessings run out. Yuan Tiangang, the author of the Tuibei prophecy diagram, met Wu Zetian, a baby in swaddling clothes, who was deliberately called a boy by his parents. After practicing physiognomy, reading faces, on the baby, he remarked, "This child has the emperor's face, a dragon's eyes, a phoenix's neck, and looks as noble as Fushi. If she is a girl, then she will master the world." Author Liu Bowen, who wrote the tablet inscription of the Jinling Tower, said in his inscription 600 years ago, Jinling Tower, Liu Ji built it, Jisher will demolish it. It turned out that the Jinling Tower was built by Liu Ji and was demolished by Chiang Kai-shek, Jiang Jisher in Mandarin, 600 years later. On August 22, 2019, Indian prodigy Anand uploaded a video on YouTube in which he predicted that the world would enter a difficult period from November of that year until April of the following year. Over those 6 months, a plague would spread around the world and global tensions would intensify, exactly as predicted. What do you think after reading those 3 stories? What I think is that a person's fate is fixed from the moment they are born. What kind of people anyone will become and what they will accomplish have already been set by the greatest creator, so do not struggle blindly anymore, just follow the guide and play with him crazily. It is easy and simple, so what do you say? Chicken soup for the soul is an anesthetic. Xiefeng. December 12, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Patients would suffer from unbearable pain if doctors did not give them either local anesthetics or even general anesthesia to allow them to remain calm during their surgical procedures. Anesthetics benefit people when they are used properly, but they are terrible when they are abused, overly used on a regular basis. When people are suffering from worry, pain, anxiety, or fear, and we numb their spirits and souls, they will be relieved of their temporary difficulties and survive, but if those parts of them become anesthetized too much, then they will become soulless, walking corpses. Chemicals cannot relieve human pain forever and spiritual healing cannot eradicate their trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, and will eventually aggravate their sadness even more. Here are 4 examples to analyze several cases of chicken soup for people's souls to think about. When someone lacks self-confidence, the chicken soup for their soul is, you are your own God. Analysis. This chicken soup for their soul make them feel great for a while, that they can control their own destinies, and that they are the masters of their universes. As a result, people who consume this chicken soup for their souls become blindly optimistic, arrogant, ignorant, shameless, and they will become mental patients over time. When someone feels like no one loves them, the chicken soup for their soul is, you should love yourself. As long as you can do that, then the world will be filled with love. Analysis. The effect of this kind of chicken soup for their soul is to make them create illusions and feel that as long as they love themselves, then the world will love them whether the world really does or not, and that as long as they love themselves, the plot. If something is bothering you, then you should let others see your vigorous, high-spirited, and confident side. Pretending this way will soon rid you of your troubles. If you have expired drugs or stale food, you should think this way: panacea will be born from my old stuff. If I consume them, then all my ailments will disappear and I will also see unexpected benefits, and you will become rejuvenated and be in an amorous mood. Whatever you truly believe, will be fine and good for you. When you encounter stoppages that annoy you and make you hesitant, you should think, the greatest creator loves me the most, and the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, through Tao, will definitely arrange the best plan for me. Then, do not worry about it any longer, for it will surely come to pass. Keep pretending that lies are true until they become as such. You can draw inferences about other cases from these 8 instances and pretend that all ugly truths are actually beautiful lies until beautiful truths are eventually born. Such fun games require few investments but offer great benefits and are worthy of your seriously performing and enjoying them. Pretending to be true is to create a state of mind with your heart. These are the lowest levels of games that celestial beings play. We need to play them more often. Follow the guide and play crazily with him. Xiefeng. December 2nd, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. The sun rose at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, showing half of its face above the top of a tree near Lac La Hatch. It turned dark at 4:30 p.m., and by 5 o'clock, I had lit all the lights both in the corridor and outside. Near the summer solstice, dawn breaks at 4 in the morning, and it does not get dark until 11 at night. During our summers, days last 19 hours but nights are only 5 hours long, but in winter, days are only 9 hours long while nights last a full 15 hours. So, how much daylight and nighttime have I experienced throughout the year? The answer is that the total lengths of days and nights are exactly the same as anywhere else in the world. This revelation tells us that the greatest creator gives equal blessings to everyone. Here is the big question though: why do some people seem to have more blessings, while others have fewer? The blessings from the greatest creator are constant. I compare them to these 100 yuan. A dying father gave each of his 6 children a pre-inflated 100 yuan legacy on his deathbed. The first one invested the inheritance in stocks and now has more fortunes. The second invested the gift to learn a craft. At first, the inheritance was almost gone, but after a few years of developing skills, fortune came and a comfortable life was achieved. The third one recycled the gift to a church hospital and was awarded a maintenance job in the hospital for doing so and lived a satisfied life with a small but adequate income. The fourth one bought a set of high-end clothes and went into and out of high-grade hotels, restaurants, and casinos all day, eating, drinking, and playing. In a few years, all of the money was gone and the recipient had to beg for food on the streets. The fifth one bought several guns with the yuan and gathered some criminals to rob people until finally being thrown into prison. I forgot what the sixth one did, but you can figure something out. In this way, we can understand that the greatest gives everyone the same amount of blessings, but why some people have so much more than others. Since I understand this, I know that I should eat all the rice from my bowl at every meal. If anything remains, I will never throw it away but will save the leftovers to eat the next day because I know that I only have a limited number of blessings and once I consume or waste them all, none will be left and I will hungry. Of course, I dare not buy extra clothes and shoes, so I wear my clothes until they become unwearable. Right now, I have a cotton shirt on with 2 sleeves that are worn out. No one can see it anyway, so I will continue to wear it for as long as it keeps me warm. Would you like me to treat myself more luxuriously and extravagantly? Over my dead body? No way. I am not afraid of people talking about me, but I am afraid that I will starve or go naked after all my blessings run out. Yuan Tiangang, the author of the Tuibei prophecy diagram, met Wu Zetian, a baby in swaddling clothes, who was deliberately called a boy by his parents. After practicing physiognomy, reading faces, on the baby, he remarked, "This child has the emperor's face, a dragon's eyes, a phoenix's neck, and looks as noble as Fushi. If she is a girl, then she will master the world." Author Liu Bowen, who wrote the tablet inscription of the Jinling Tower, said in his inscription 600 years ago, Jinling Tower, Liu Ji built it, Jisher will demolish it. It turned out that the Jinling Tower was built by Liu Ji and was demolished by Chiang Kai-shek, Jiang Jisher in Mandarin, 600 years later. On August 22, 2019, Indian prodigy Anand uploaded a video on YouTube in which he predicted that the world would enter a difficult period from November of that year until April of the following year. Over those 6 months, a plague would spread around the world and global tensions would intensify, exactly as predicted. What do you think after reading those 3 stories? What I think is that a person's fate is fixed from the moment they are born. What kind of people anyone will become and what they will accomplish have already been set by the greatest creator, so do not struggle blindly anymore, just follow the guide and play with him crazily. It is easy and simple, so what do you say? Chicken soup for the soul is an anesthetic. Xiefeng. December 12, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Patients would suffer from unbearable pain if doctors did not give them either local anesthetics or even general anesthesia to allow them to remain calm during their surgical procedures. Anesthetics benefit people when they are used properly, but they are terrible when they are abused, overly used on a regular basis. When people are suffering from worry, pain, anxiety, or fear, and we numb their spirits and souls, they will be relieved of their temporary difficulties and survive, but if those parts of them become anesthetized too much, then they will become soulless, walking corpses. Chemicals cannot relieve human pain forever and spiritual healing cannot eradicate their trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, and will eventually aggravate their sadness even more. Here are 4 examples to analyze several cases of chicken soup for people's souls to think about. When someone lacks self-confidence, the chicken soup for their soul is, you are your own God. Analysis. This chicken soup for their soul make them feel great for a while, that they can control their own destinies, and that they are the masters of their universes. As a result, people who consume this chicken soup for their souls become blindly optimistic, arrogant, ignorant, shameless, and they will become mental patients over time. When someone feels like no one loves them, the chicken soup for their soul is, you should love yourself. As long as you can do that, then the world will be filled with love. Analysis. The effect of this kind of chicken soup for their soul is to make them create illusions and feel that as long as they love themselves, then the world will love them whether the world really does or not, and that as long as they love themselves, the plot of the whole world will turn over and become captive to their love. The result is that they will become more selfish and completely ignore the cruelty of reality. If a person was originally a slacker, then by loving themselves, they will become lazier and lazier. The more that dogs love themselves, the more they become themselves. When someone is disgusted by their surroundings, the chicken soup for their soul is, you must accept everything. Analysis. After drinking this chicken soup for their soul, they instantly feel that the world is vast, that they rule 100 valleys, and their hearts are widened. As a result, they turn themselves into a dump because dumping sites will absorb everything. When someone feels lost and faces their environments pessimistically, this kind of chicken soup for their soul works well. Look inward, because what you have there decides everything. Analysis. After drinking this kind of chicken soup for their soul, they can calm down and feel that they have been saved. They feel that so long as they look inward, they can solve all the problems that they are facing. The bread will have of, the milk will also have of, as if to become a god is just a piece of cake and the whole world is under their control. The result is that after a long period of seeking inwardly, they will not find villas and supercars or beauty and delicacies, let alone God, Buddha, celestials, saints, or heaven. Gradually, they will finally become expressionless and numb and become more and more separated from the outside world until they become haggard. Such chicken soup for the soul is now full of roads on social media, and this is a sign of the nation's decline because chicken soup for the soul is an anesthetic and will become ineffective after prolonged use. A poor, hungry, emaciated, and malnourished beggar, with a shallow complexion and looking dull, was sitting and worrying on the sidewalk as four wise people brought with advice. A nutritionist came along and said to supplement their nutrition by eating more mutton soup, and better eat a bowl of bird's nest porridge every day. After a while, a kind-hearted soul came over and said, "It seems that you are not in good shape. It is said that there is a wise personal trainer in America, so do not waste your time sitting here, hurry up and fly to America to find that specialist for some conditioning." Later, a master came and said, "Look inside yourself. You have all kinds of delicacies and Manchu Han imperial feasts inside yourself. If you concentrate on seeking inwardly, you will have ample food and clothing." Later, an even more enlightened master came and said not to worry about the present. You are your own God. You must love yourself first, then you will be famous all over the world. Those four people were all offering chicken soup for the beggar's soul. Put your finite life into the infinite service of all living beings. Xiefeng. December 13, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kayer. The greatest values and most perfect qualities of people are embodied in their service to other living beings. The states, moral levels, and patterns of people are measured completely by the quantity and quality of their service to them. The theories and practices of the world are vast, but the ones with the greatest value are the most profound, and are the most direct way to embody the value of life and sublimation of life to serve them wholeheartedly. Only those who do this with all their hearts are entitled to go to heaven. Those who accept the teachings of Christ, Buddha, celestials, saints, sages, and wise ones should share one core belief, that is to devote their finite lives to the infinite service of all living beings. When one decides not to care about their gains and losses or successes from their hearts, but puts the force of their whole body and soul into the infinite service of all living beings, that places them in the company of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, and they will then have embarked completely upon the road to heaven. After that, their minds broaden and their vision becomes vast. Once their roots establish themselves, the way will grow therefrom and their real spirit, great talent, and virtue will concentrate within them. Their Dharma eyes will then open and they will see clearly the gods, Buddha, saints, sages, monsters, devils, goblins, ghosts, and evil spirits. They will be able to see what kind of people others are, whether they came from the heaven realm or the animal world, whether one is an ignorant person, a laity, a mortal, a sage, a saint, or a celestial being. They will be able to distinguish truth, falseness, kindness, evil, beauty, and ugliness from complicated phenomena and will know which way leads to heaven and which way goes to hell. How does one put one's finite life into the infinite service of all living beings? First of all, we should understand what living beings are. They are the lives created by the greatest creator, including all those created by gods and celestial beings according to the greatest creator's will and drawings. These lives include microorganisms, insects, plants, land, water, animals, people, and other various kinds of lives, and serving all these lives is also serving all of their lives. All living beings and the greatest creator are one, so serving the former is ultimately serving the latter. How to serve all living beings? Here are 12 of the many ways that we can serve all living beings. By not thinking of hurting living beings, but of cherishing and taking pity upon them. By not destroying grass, forests, mountains, rivers, or land, but by planting more trees and flowers. By not mistreating or slaughtering animals, eating the meat of wild animals, or destroying their habitats. By creating suitable environments for all living beings, no lives should have their lives cut short. By showing compassion on widows, widowers, orphans, childless couples, protecting the honest, and creating living environments for the toiling masses. By remembering the deaths of Jan Galen's 6 family members every day and thinking about how to avoid the recurrence of such tragedies. By thinking about how to liberate the public from their cages of worry, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, so that everyone can lead happy, joyous, free, blessed, peaceful and content lives. By letting children enjoy happy childhoods and the elderly enjoy happy old ages. By praising and eulogizing the workers, craftsmen, scientists, artists, selfless people, and saints. By not accumulating material wealth or occupying landed properties, forests, houses, water areas, or money, but by owning nothing. By regarding other people's feelings and opinions as your own and feeling their happiness as your own. By ordaining conscience for heaven and earth, securing life and fortune for the people, propagating lost teachings from past sages, establishing peace for all future generations. When you decide to embark upon the path toward heaven, your heart should be very happy, even excited with passion, because from then on there will be no worries, pain, anxiety, sorrow, or fear, because you will have completely handed yourself to Tao and given in to the cause that you dedicate to and serve. On this road, what others do is their business. You should be neither angry, resentful, nor wrathful, and should not hinder or block others. For example, if someone dumps garbage onto a field, go to clean it up. If they continue dumping, continue cleaning it up. They dump again, you clean up again. We do not stop others from dumping garbage because that is their choice and their way. We have neither reasons nor qualifications to block them from walking their way. Without others dumping their garbage, how would we gain our merits from cleaning it up? Do not expect everyone to be saints and do not expect evil and barbarism to disappear from the world, let alone expect them to become civilized. The mortal world is the transit station for the upper and lower levels of life. All kinds of life are playing their own script plots here so as to maintain the dynamic balance of life in the universe. Suppose there were only 100 people in the world and 99 of them followed their selfish egos. You must be that one who does not follow yours because the road of the crowd is the road to destruction. Keep a clear mind, stick to the road of serving all living beings, take the way of selflessness, and realize that selflessness can accomplish oneself. This is the way of heaven. The greatest creator is always watching everyone. Xie Feng. January 1st, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. The Chinese sages warned us that there are divinities watching over us. I perceived the revelation that the greatest creator watches everyone when I became the guide of life Achanuan. From the perspective of material thinking, as well as from those of vision, hearing, tasting, smelling, and touching, we cannot simply understand the phenomenon that the greatest creator is always watching everyone, nor is it easy to understand that from the perspective of rationality. Can the greatest creator see us all? Can the greatest creator manage it? In the public places of cities, especially in banks, stations, and traffic arteries, cameras are everywhere. All the activities of people within the scope of those cameras are recorded constantly and clearly. If anyone misbehaves within their scope, the records will find them out. Since I became the guide of life Achanuan, all Chanyuan celestials have come into my view. That is to say, I have watched every one of them, wherever they are and whatever they do, I see them. I hear what everyone says, see what they do, and even know what they think. How can I do this? It is not by Dharma eyes or Buddha eyes, but simply by what they say and do. Every word that anyone says and everything that they do exposes them. If someone says and does nothing, that exposes them even more thoroughly. Why should I stare at everyone? Because I want to be able to implement my guidance consistent with their states of being. Everyone's words and actions show their inner worlds and the depths of their states of being, and I can learn from this who will go to the 1,000-year world, who will go to the 10,000 world, who will go to the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, who will continue to reincarnate, and who will fall into hell. I will adjust my guidance plan according to everyone's states. If some Chanyuan celestials cannot go to heaven no matter how they endeavor to self-cultivate, then I will give up on them as soon as possible and let them fall off my radar screen. This fact tells us that the greatest creator must be watching everyone and guiding us in ways that are not easy for us to detect or understand. The greatest creator is very observant of the words and deeds of each of us and records each of our merits and demerits without omission. From this, we will be given timely rewards and punishments. We can understand the truth that the greatest creator is always watching everyone from these three real-life phenomena. People who raise animals know that however many chickens, ducks, pigs, horses, cows, or sheep they raise, they know almost every detail of each of their animals, which chickens lay more eggs, which ones lay fewer, which pig is fat, which one is thin, which animals are ill, and which horses have good tempers. It is so clear because the keepers watch the animals constantly. Those who have been teachers know how many students are in each of their classes and the state of each one. You should be very clear if you monitor each student constantly. A couple has 10 children and they are basically clear about the state of each one because they always monitor them. Some parents might not be able to predict the futures of their children because they do not understand them enough, but that is due to their lack of insight and wisdom, but in any case, they are always watching them. There are so many advantages to becoming aware of the greatest creator always watching everyone. Here are two. The first is that you never dare to speak carelessly, let alone to do anything unruly, because you know that you will be punished if you say or do anything wrong. You will not make mistakes, especially when you are out of everyone's sight. The second is that you will only say the right words and do the right things, and you do not need to worry about anything else because the greatest creator is always watching over you and will surely reward you. As Christ Jesus taught us, do not worry about what you will eat, drink, or wear tomorrow. First ask for the kingdom of the greatest creator and the righteousness of the greatest creator. If at every moment, especially when no one sees us, we think about the greatest creator watching us, then we will no longer dare to talk nonsense or act recklessly. In this way, life will be smoother and we will be further from hell and closer to heaven. What is more is that when we think like that, we will lose all of our worries, anxieties, and fears, and our lives will follow very wonderful paths. Realizing that the greatest creator is always watching oneself is quite different from not realizing it. If you do not believe it, try it for a period of time and learn its effect. A good upbringing and self-cultivation are required in the new oasis for life. And self-restraint is also required. Xiefeng. February 8, 2017. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. Upbringing is civilized politeness that is learned from family, school, and society. Self-cultivation is a civilized attitude towards others, which is developed from the level of theory, knowledge, art, thought and other aspects that a person possesses. Self-restraint is the ability, which a person with profound morals possesses to control one's emotions that we have already talked about upbringing and self-cultivation. This article will focus on the issue of self-restraint. A person who can't control his emotions is a person who has no self-restraint. This, pointing out others' defects and deficiencies. Tornado in our home showed me that most of our brothers and sisters have self-restraint, which is mainly reflected in the calmness and humility of accepting suggestions and expressing gratitude when others point out their defects and deficiencies. If others point out our defects and deficiencies, not only will we not accept it, but we will also resist it and defend ourselves. This is a serious lack of self-restraint. People who lack upbringing will be thought of with disgust, people who lack self-cultivation will be despised, and people who lack self-restraint will be kept at a respectful distance, even if the defects and deficiencies that others point out are not in line with the facts. If you defend yourself or resist, or even yell and talk about it everywhere, you are showing no self-restraint. It is clear that you have been misunderstood and misinterpreted, but if you must still accept it with a modest and calm attitude and express your gratitude. That is the expression of profound self-restraint that we can only sail in deep water, and only when we have self-restraint can people respect us and be willing to walk with us. How can we have self-restraint, set up Mahayana's wish, great vow, follow the ancient and modern saints, do not treat yourself as noble, do not lose your temper, do not bully honest people, do not make fun of others, do not be unreasonable, do not be unforgiving, do not make casual promises, do not impose your will on others, do not cry and shout, do not have loose lips, do not shut yourself up, do not ask for help easily, do not make trouble without a reason, do not interrupt others casually. Do not always teach others, do not behave badly, do not act grumpily, do not look sloppy and messy, and do not hurt people with words. The future new oasis for life will no longer be like the original second home. You cannot stay long without a good upbringing, self-cultivation, and self-restraint. Please make the effort. Give and devote unconditionally. Xiefeng. February 21, 2017. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter, the devotion that comes from selfless almsgiving is not done to attain any material object or purpose. When it is because there is no object and purpose to this devotion, the merit of formless almsgiving is the greatest form of devotion, which to some can be inconceivable. There are various forms of devotion. Anyone who selflessly gives away one's material, spiritual, and soul wealth shows devotion. Devotion without a purpose is impossible for ordinary people. The devotion of the world has a utilitarian purpose. After giving, people have a kind of expectation, expecting to achieve one's own goal, expecting to realize one's own ideal. The devotion of those with the Mahayana wish is not purposeful. They just give, and never expect to get anything in return or achieve any goal. Devotion for a purpose is because you don't understand the way of the greatest creator. The way of the greatest creator is just and fair. If you don't believe in the greatest creator and the fairness of the way of the greatest creator, you will not be able to be devoted without some purpose. Only by being selfless can you reach your goal, and only by being selfless can you accomplish this yourself. The more selfless you are, the more you can enjoy everything. The more selfless you are, the more you can experience happiness and freedom. If you are truly unselfish and selfless, you are a celestial being or Buddha, or even a god. The sum of the positive and negative energies of the universe is zero. The more you give, the more you will receive and enjoy. As long as you give, your receiving won't go away, you will definitely receive. If it weren't like this, the universe would have disappeared long ago. To obtain the blessings of the kingdom of heaven, we must give all our life. If we want to get the blessings of the kingdom of heaven by just giving a little, it definitely won't do. We need to give ourselves completely. Don't expect to get anything or achieve any goal, just pay, and give, and leave the rest to the management of Tao, if you believe that Tao is fair. In reality, we are often confused by a phenomenon, that is, many people seem to have paid but did not get anything in return, so they feel that the Tao is unreliable. Since the Tao is unreliable, they use human ingenuity, dexterity, and cleverness, which is the cognition of the mortal eye. If you have the Dharma eye and the Buddha eye, you will see that once you have devoted yourself, you will get a corresponding gain. If you pay by money, you may not get money, you may get health and safety, or your bad causal trajectory might be changed. You may get your wealth stored in heaven, which you will enjoy in heaven after your death, and so on. We should give and make devotion without considering what others will do. You give yours and others give theirs. Don't hope to get compliments or rewards from others. The troubles and pains of the world come from always expecting and demanding from others. Once their goal is not achieved, they will be angry, complain, resent, explode with rage, doubt, blame themselves, and regret, so on and so on. How could they climb to the pinnacle of life and life? I love you, whether you love me or not. To love is my business, not to love is your business. If I build a Xanadu is my business, if you have a powerful force to demolish it, it is your business. I do not dispute, argue, or confront. You do your business, I mind mine. I have no complaints, no regrets, no hate, and no pity for what I have done. I have devoted my whole life, but if my life is still difficult and suffering hardships or even poverty-stricken, I still have no complaints, no regrets, no hate, no pity, because I firmly believe in the greatest creator, the just arrangement of Tao. No matter what Tao arranges, I will willingly accept it. Whether I can receive or not, it is not something I should worry about. It's the business of Tao's arrangement and management. What I need to alert myself to is, have I made devotion unselfishly? If I have no material wealth, have I devoted my spiritual wealth? If I have no spiritual wealth, have I contributed soul wealth? If I don't give anything, how can I have a better tomorrow and future? I am an honest person, I don't have deep wisdom, profound knowledge and impressive skills. I don't have a backer that can make me rise to the top, I only have a one-track mind, which is my firm belief that the greatest creator is perceptive of the slightest, the Tao has a fair arrangement for everything, and that selfless devotion will lead to a glorious tomorrow and future. Let us live in the spiritual world and soul world. Xiefeng. April 5, 2017. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. There are three worlds in life, the material world, the spiritual world, and the soul world. The world in which people are busy with food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, death, fame and fortune, and status is the material world. The world in which people work hard for happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness is the spiritual world. The world in which people pay and devote selflessly and unselfishly for joy, bliss, light and auspiciousness is the soul world. A person, as long as he has always been busy with food, clothing, shelter, birth, old age, sickness, death, money, power, fame, and profit, is living in the material world. A person, as long as he is working hard for happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness, is living in the spiritual world. A person, as long as he is selflessly, unselfishly and joyfully paying and devoting must be living in the soul world. The material world is heavy, the spiritual world is light, and the soul world is ethereal. Animals live in the material world, humans live in the spiritual world, and celestial beings, Buddhas, and angels live in the soul world. The life that lives in trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, worry, and fear for a lifetime lives in the material world. The life that lives a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life for a lifetime lives in the spiritual world. The life that lives in joy, bliss, unrestraint, and elegance for a lifetime lives in the soul world. No matter how you live, as long as you live in the material world, your life destined to be a tragedy. No matter how you live, as long as you live in the spiritual world, your life is destined to be a farce. No matter how you live, as long as you live in the soul world, your life is destined to be like paradise. Without rich soul wealth, it is better to live in the spiritual world. Without rich spiritual wealth, it is better to live in the material world. A life with rich soul wealth must be rich in spiritual and material wealth, and a life rich in spiritual wealth must be rich in material wealth. Material wealth supports spiritual wealth, and spiritual wealth supports soul wealth. Soul wealth will bring spiritual wealth, and spiritual wealth will bring material wealth. In fact, as a human being, it is impossible not to live in the material world because of its physical existence. Therefore, we must take care of both material wealth and spiritual and soul wealth. However, you must have a focus. If you focus on material wealth, it is equivalent to living in the material world. If you focus on spiritual wealth, it is equivalent to living in the spiritual world. If you focus on soul wealth, it is equivalent to living in the soul world. Between money, affection, and sex, nature, which one are you willing to choose? As humans, we need to have a little religious sentiment. Xiefeng. April 20th, 2017. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Religious sentiment is the ability to trust and surrender to a certain power, personality, or theory unconditionally, undoubtedly and devoutly. It can make people feel tranquil and peaceful in their hearts, make people feel broad-minded and detached, not afraid of the roughness and difficulties on the roads of life, and make people have endless beautiful reveries and longings for the future. Let me first talk about my own religious sentiment. I believe in the greatest Creator completely. I often crawl under the feet of the greatest Creator and feel that it is the most beautiful experience in life to crawl under the feet of the greatest Creator. If the greatest Creator rubs his feet on my head, I will feel that it is a great glory. If the greatest Creator touches my head with his hand, I will die of happiness. Of course, I don't have enough merit and virtue to let the greatest Creator touch my head, so I dare not expect it. I have complete trust in Christ Jesus and Buddha Shakyamuni. I will never doubt their teachings. I often stay with Jesus. It is the feeling of a grandson staying with his loving grandfather. The holy light shines on me, my heart is transparent and spotless, I am extremely peaceful and calm. I often spend time with Shakyamuni. It is the feeling of birds flying in the woods, roosting, and singing, and the feeling of eagles flying freely in the endless blue sky, far away, deep, magnificent, solemn, auspicious, and loving. I feel so happy. I'm a little bit naughty while staying with Lao Tzu. It's common to pull his beard. Drinking and acting shamelessly with him is also full of fun. But in my heart, I admire him incomparably. What he wants me to do, I will do it without hesitation. He is so kind, amiable, natural, peaceful, also humorous, unrestrained, and elegant that it is precisely because of my religious sentiment that I have embarked on the road of establishing Life Genuine since 2001. In the beginning, it was not called Life Genuine, but The Journey to Transcending Time and Space. Since then, for 17 years, I have not stopped going forward, working hard every day, never slacking off. I never consider whether I will encounter trouble or even be decapitated if I go this way. Over the past 17 years, I have experienced countless setbacks and blows, and it is common for me to be insulted, abused, and framed. Some kind people have reminded me, be careful. Be careful of being thrown into jail by the government. I have said that everything runs in the Tao. I have given my life to the greatest Creator, and my life to the management of Tao. As for what retribution or result I will get, that is not something I should consider, I just follow the will of the greatest Creator and the teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints. As for whether I might be arrested and put in prison or even beheaded, I don't care. I am more than 60 years old, and I have lived peacefully and healthily to the age of 60, I am grateful and contented. In fact, I still think that I'm just a child, and playing naughtily and jokingly with other Chanyuan celestials is still my sense of fun, appeal, and entertainment. Having religious sentiments or not can make people completely different from each other. With a little religious sentiment, people live steadfastly, sincerely, honestly, ingeniously, peacefully, tranquilly, abundantly, calmly, and transcendentally. If people don't have any religious sentiments, they will live worriedly, impetuously, anxiously, fearfully, suspiciously, and distrustfully everywhere, always on guard and vigilant, not tranquil in mind, always with the feeling of sitting on pins and needles, or complacent and arrogant, bluffing, feeling that their talents are unrecognized, the world is unfair, in short, they cannot get any peace of mind. People are willing to surrender if they have a bit of religious sentiment. Surrender is not a bad thing. I surrender to the greatest Creator, surrender to Jesus, Shakyamuni, and have even surrendered to Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva many times. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. Their EQ, IQ, and SQ are all higher than mine, so why not surrender? When surrendering to the greatest Creator, gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings, on the contrary, I feel that the world is vast, I am free and at peace, so why not surrender? I am even willing to surrender to an ordinary person, if he is selfless, unselfish, has lofty ideals and is working hard on putting them into practice. If I surrender, I have no doubts. But what if the person you surrender to is wrong? My philosophy is this: since his EQ, IQ, and SQ are higher than mine, he cannot be wrong, and even if he is wrong, what does it matter? Wouldn't I make a mistake if I do the same with my EQ, IQ, and SQ? Besides, what is wrong? What is right? What was wrong at one time is totally right several years or several hundred years later, and what was thought to be right at another time is totally wrong after decades of years or several hundred years. People do cultivate some religious sentiment. We have nothing great in ourselves. Don't think that we have understood the mysteries of the universe and we can guide the world just because we have some skills. When facing the universe, we are too small, we can't tell the difference between good and evil, right and wrong. The universe, the grand script, is too complicated, too mysterious, and too subtle. I have studied with great concentration for 17 years, and still feel that I have only got to know and understand a drop of water in the ocean. Only pious belief, with a little religious sentiment, can lead us to a smooth road and let us step into a bright future. Living in accordance with our nature. Xie Feng. April 19, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. Nature is the nature of our origin, which is the original characteristic that the greatest creator gives to each life. To follow one's nature is to live according to the nature of our origin. Why should we follow our nature? Because only by living according to our nature of origin can you live according to your true colors and live your life as yourself. Only by living as yourself can you live a life that will not have been in vain and that will conform to the Creator's intention. A person is a complex part of society. A person's life is restricted by various social factors. If he cannot break through the shackles of these various factors and live according to his own nature, his life will be a tragedy. Not many people really live out their lives as themselves, and everyone cannot get what they really yearn for, because our words and deeds are restricted, and our inner desires are suppressed by reality. In this sense, people are slaves of factors related to themselves, not the masters of their own lives. What factors restrict one's nature? Many. All factors that relate to oneself more or less restrict the blooming of one's nature, such as parents, children, husband and wife, siblings, culture, wave, groups to which one belongs, such as companies, political parties, religious groups, and governments, country, etc. Next, I will only talk about the constraints imposed on human nature by the three factors of husband and wife, culture, and country. All married people understand that since you have a husband or wife, your free nature is restricted, and you can no longer do whatever you want with your free will. If you want to give some money to your parents, is that okay? If you want to date a classmate of the opposite sex, is it okay? If you want to sit by the beach alone on Sunday, is it okay? If you want to eat steamed buns every day, is it okay? If you want to, so on and so on, the marriage will not work. You have to take care of the other person's emotions, you have to consider the other person's requirements, and you have to consider the other person's habits and hobbies. You are no longer yourself, you can no longer find yourself, and you are a mixture of yourself and the other person. Everyone has grown up in the culture of their own nationality. Culture has already subtly infiltrated our blood cells and our consciousness. We have already become slaves of our own culture before we know it. It has already invisibly controlled our horizon and thinking and restricted our words and deeds. The cultural devil has long been lurking in our values, outlook on life, and outlook on the universe. Its invisible power controls our thoughts, our hands, and feet, and we are totally unaware that our own nature has long been ruled by the culture that we are familiar with. For example, find one's origin, return to the birth family, fallen leaves return to the roots, to revert to one's origin, is a component of the Chinese culture. Under the control of the invisible power of this culture, people like to continue writing their family trees, and the strong desire to glorify their ancestors has always been growing in their bones. Even if they have lived in a foreign country for several generations, they can't forget that their bones are to be buried in their ancestors' grave after death. The descendants of the British Empire have the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other territories, while the descendants of China have been bound to their homeland for generations. Even though there are more than 50 million overseas Chinese scattered around the world today, everyone's heart is still concerned about their hometown, and not many people really treat and help to build the foreign land they are working and living in as their own home. Therefore, there has been a black president in the United States, but there will not be a Chinese president, because the Chinese always treat themselves as guests living in a foreign country. They are temporarily living under another's roof, and they still want to return to their homeland. If they have earned some money, they cannot forget to buy real estate back in China. The invisible control power of culture affects the thinking of every Chinese and makes their thinking go around in circles, and thus they cannot get out of the Egypt of the spirit. The state is another important factor that restricts humans' nature. With the existence of the state, we are endowed with the role of being citizens. As citizens, we have to bear the requirements and restrictions of the state on its citizens. If there are things that the state does not allow us to do, then we can't do them. If there are things that the state doesn't allow us to say, then we can't say them. This is called, you are only allowed to behave properly, and you are not allowed to be unruly in words and deeds. In this way, your nature will not be displayed at all. If you live in a democratic and civilized country, you have a little more freedom and a little more choice. If you live in an autocratic and barbaric country, your nature is basically suppressed, not to mention your choices, so even reposting articles in the online WeChat site is banned, and one might even be put to jail for this, let alone be permitted to have any ideas and innovations. Therefore, from the single factor of the country, people cannot live out their nature. In addition to the above three factors restricting the display of human nature, it is also difficult for people who are working for their survival to follow their nature. All those who work for the country, all those who work for the bosses of private enterprises to earn wages, and all those who fight for the future of their children, are those who have to work for their survival. Almost none of them is free. A person without freedom, of course, is not able to follow his nature. There are different levels of lives. We can't say that pigs and people are of the same level of life, can we? In life, celestial beings and Buddhas are higher than human beings, because celestial beings and Buddhas do not have lives that are controlled by family, country, culture, political party, religion, and other factors. They follow their nature. The reason why we should follow our nature is to sublimate the quality of our life and let ourselves live like celestial beings and Buddhas. How do we follow our nature? Following one's nature means throwing away all the things that restrict one's nature. If you can't throw them away in reality, you should throw them away in your consciousness first, and then gradually throw them away bit by bit. This is the meaning of what Lao Tzu said in the Tao Te Ching: the student of knowledge aims at learning day by day, the student of Tao aims at losing day by day. By continual losing, one reaches the state of doing nothing, laissez-faire. He who conquers the world often does so by doing nothing. Secondly, do what you like, do what you are good at, don't lust for money, don't lust for power, don't lust for fame, don't lust for family, don't lust for the glory of your ancestors, don't lust for your country, don't lust for any organization or group, only be obsessed with what you like and what you are good at. Difficult? Of course, it is difficult. If it was not difficult, there would be celestial beings and Buddhas everywhere. If it was not difficult, the earth would have already become a paradise. EQ, emotional quotient, IQ, intelligence quotient, SQ, spiritual quotient. Xiefeng. May 20, 2018, at Lac La Hatch Lake, BC, Canada. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. People have three quotients, namely, emotional quotient, EQ, intelligence quotient, IQ, and spiritual quotient, SQ. EQ refers to a person's ability to control his emotions and deal with the relationships that he has with others, society, and nature, as well as having the courage and boldness to overcome difficulties. IQ refers to a person's ability to analyze, judge, and summarize the essence of a phenomenon, and then use this information to solve a problem. SQ refers to a person's comprehension by intuition and ability to respond to various information stimuli, and his sensitivity to perception, to enlightenment, and the epiphany of a certain phenomenon. If a person can maintain a good relationship with people around him with few exceptions, that proves that a person has a high EQ. If he can get along with anyone and have a close relationship with them, the EQ of this person is the highest. Also, if one is not afraid when facing difficulties and crises and still has the courage to maintain a good mental state, this person must have a high EQ. On the contrary, if one cannot handle interpersonal relationships well, and is always out of place with people around him and feels discouraged and depressed when he encounters setbacks and blows, it proves that the person's EQ is very low. If a person's heart is very calm and his life is in order, when in the face of difficulties and dangers in life, he can maintain a good attitude, hold on to his beliefs, and actively seek ways and means to solve problems, that proves that he has a high IQ. If a person can't distinguish between priorities in life and his life is messy and disorganized, that proves that his ability to analyze, judge, and summarize things and phenomena is low. And if he is helpless in the face of difficulties and complains about others, there is no doubt that this person's IQ is very low. If a person is agile and lively, is good at understanding truth from all the phenomena encountered, discovering another level of a realm, and can quickly adjust his mentality, state, and direction, it proves that this person has a high SQ. Conversely, if a person is arrogant, obsessed with his own opinions, and always believes that he is correct, there is no doubt that the person's SQ is very low. How can we improve our EQ, IQ, and SQ? The way to improve one's EQ is to turn to love and let everything and everyone in the world become the object of your love. The way to improve one's IQ is to listen and learn, to listen to the teachings of the sages, listen to the sounds of nature. To study, expand your own thinking horizon to the greatest extent, and not to limit your consciousness to a certain field inflexibly. The way to improve one's SQ is to cultivate faith and religious sentiments. Remember, without faith, there won't be a high spiritual quotient. A simple way to test your EQ, IQ, and SQ. EQ: if you have good relationships with people you know, your EQ is high. If you have many conflicts with people you know, your EQ is low. IQ: if you feel that life is full of joy, your IQ is high. If you feel that life is full of troubles and pain, your IQ is low. SQ: if you believe that you don't need knowledge, your SQ is high. If you think of yourself as capable and intelligent, you have low SQ. Out of the Smog of Human Nature. Xie Feng. July 29, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Under the smog, the sky is dim, the ground is low and deep, the sun is weak, the mountains are gloomy, and the rivers are crying, the species are weeping, everything is desolate, melancholy, and sorrowful. If you don't get out of the smog, your spirit will become weakened, your soul will become wearisome, your body will become sick, and your future will be like a desert. The deepest smog is the smog of human nature. Under the smog of human nature, psychology will be deviant, the truth will be twisted, good and evil will be disguised, the status quo will be distorted, people will be at a loss and won't know what to do, humanity will get lost, and their direction will become confused. Falsehoods, evil, and ugliness will become rampant and unimpeded, truth, goodness, and beauty will be shackled. With a little carelessness, people will fall into the wrong path, fall into hell, cause a sad ending since a single slip may cause lasting sorrow. The smog of humanity originates from the pollution of human nature. This nature is pure, bright, and spotless, like a mirror. But people have to eat, wear clothing, have shelter, live, grow old, become sick, and die. People need to be safe, be respected, and to take care of their blood relationships, to show their ability and talents, to glorify their ancestors, and to leave behind a good name forever. Therefore, people will not be at peace, they must struggle, pursue money, power, status, fame and fortune, and beauty. In this way, the mirror is crept by dust, human nature is polluted, anxiety, worries, resentment, anger, fear, contending, confrontation, illegality and other sediments arise, forming a smog over human nature. Under the smog of human nature, chaos clusters and contradictions multiply, confrontation is intensified, and people will be trapped in the smog of tornadoes and it will become hard to distinguish directions. Because people are impetuous, it is difficult for them to be quiet. Every day, they are involuntarily submerged in a sea of countless information, drifting along, rushing around like ants on a hot pan. With their moods swinging and their thinking confused, they struggle in a haggard state of mind. For a while, they are ecstatic and in high spirits, seeming to have become the masters of life. For a while, they complain and resent the heaven and earth, fall into a mixture of grievances and anger and become listless and depressed. For a while, they chuckle to themselves. For a while, they get dispirited. For a while, they feel like they know everything in the world. For a while, they feel like they have fallen into a bottomless abyss and don't know what to do. The irony is that the more severe the smog of human nature becomes, the more people will have the feeling of everyone is sleeping but I am awake. But when a wave hits them, they will find that they have been drawn into the mud of a clever person who may become the victim of his own ingenuity, trapped in a prison, or have been abandoned by the times. One should get out of the smog of human nature. In the smog of human nature, you cannot tell goodness from evil, and cannot distinguish what is true from what is false. You reap beans from melon seeds, and reap melons from bean seeds. You can't see any light or hope. Those who are free and unrestrained are not celestial beings, but spirits and monsters. Those who are severely attacked are not devils but Buddhas. At this time, you must light up the sacred lamp that is in your heart, remain true to the bottom line of your human nature, and you must not go with the wave of the times, and do not trust the instigation and incitement from any information. Guard your own field, don't try to fish in troubled waters, and don't take any chances, because when the smog clears, the purity of the earth will be restored. All the muddy water will sink into the abyss, what belongs to the greatest creator will return to the greatest creator, and what belongs to Caesar will return to Caesar. A pure heart will suffer under the haze of human nature. The more you suffer, the more you should keep the sky of your soul clear, reduce desire, restrain impulse, communicate more with Jesus, Shakyamuni, and Lao Tzu, and don't try to look for shortcuts, don't worry. The more anxious, the more disorderly you are, the more you should let your impetuous mind calm down, watch the development and evolution of the situation, firmly believe that the sandstorm will pass, and believe that light will come after the darkness. Karma is the iron law of the universe. Don't focus on one thing, one time, or one life. What you give and what you receive is always equal. Those who do not want their faults to manifest themselves in the light should ensure that nothing amiss lurks in their darkest closets. Your elation today cannot avoid tomorrow's wretched circumstances. In this life, things may have occurred according to your wishes, but it will be difficult to protect your next life from being shackled and slaughtered. When competing in the time of a flint light, what is a long time? When contending for the space as big as snails' horns, what is success? Remain undisturbed whether granted favor or subjected to humiliation, watch leisurely flowers blooming and falling, with no intention to leave or stay, but follow the clouds scudding along. Push aside the smog of the world with no completion of flame and ice existing in your chest, eliminate the contempt and parsimony in your heart, and the fragrance of flowers and chirping of birds will always appear. If your heart is luminous, there is a blue sky even in a dark room. If your thoughts are dark, there are ghosts even in the day. Between ignorance and cleverness, I stick to ignorance but remove cleverness, to leave some righteousness to return to the world. I'd rather refuse riotous profusion than choose indifference, to leave a clear name in the universe. Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk on, all were places of singing and dancing in previous days, yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in the mist, all belong to the battlefield of the old times. Who won? Who lost? Who was complacent? Who was frustrated? Don't live in the present, but live in the future. When looking at the future, the mountains and rivers will be splendid, the weather will be favorable, the worthy person fully utilizes their talents, the whole world is as one family, everywhere will be Xanadu, poetic and picturesque, and happy laughter and cheerful voices will always be overwhelming. The suffocatingly beautiful era that mankind dreams of is approaching all civilized people. Treating people with heavenly standards. Xie Feng. August 21, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. The Life Echanuan International family operates a B&B hotel in British Columbia, Canada. This is how we operate. Guests either book their rooms by phone or on the Booking.com website. Their names and phone numbers are required when booking, so that we can check them when the guests arrive. After the guest's arrival on the date of their reservation, we first ask for their names, then lead them to the booked rooms. We do not check their passports or ID cards, nor do we have a registration procedure, nor are they required to pay first, let alone to be asked to make a deposit. The next morning, after having eaten the rich breakfast that we prepared for them, the guests return to their rooms to pack their things, then take the room key to us, pay their money and leave. Before they leave, we never check their rooms to see if there is anything missing, damaged, or soiled. We then wave goodbye to every guest when they leave. We feel that this is the most decent, the most civilized, and the simplest way to treat our guests. The basic point of treating guests in this way is to treat every guest as a well-cultivated and highly civilized person, to fully trust them and to believe that they will not take anything from the hotel, or damage anything, soil anything or sneak away without paying for the room after receiving the service, let alone engage in illegal or criminal activities in the room. Treating guests like this is also very risky because things that are soiled are difficult to clean, things that are damaged are difficult to reuse, things that are stolen are difficult to recover, and it is difficult to recover the room rate if guests sneak away without paying. After several months of this business practice, unpleasant things have indeed occurred. For example, some guests made the bed sheets and pillowcases very dirty so they could not be cleaned and had to be thrown away. Some bath towels have been left very dirty and were difficult to clean, and we have no idea how people have used them. Except for these examples, no other uncivilized behavior has occurred. When operating in this way, all the losses have to be borne by ourselves, and cannot be borne by the guests. Many people have suggested that we should do the following things. 1. When the guests register, check their passports or ID cards. 2. Let the guests pay a deposit and the room fee before moving in. 3. Check the room before the guest leaves to see if anything in the room is missing, damaged or stained. If so, the guest should pay compensation. 4. Make up detailed hotel rules, including compensation rules, for the reference and compliance of guests. But we have not done the 4 things suggested in the previous paragraph. Why? Because since what we want to create is an international family, we must treat every guest as a family member. Of all human beings, 80 or 99% are not bad people, but good people. You cannot treat the 80 or 99% of people as bad because 1 of 2% are bad people. In other words, we cannot apply the same measures to prevent problems by bad people to all the good people. The guests cannot be expected to be vandals and barbarians, let alone criminals. This is Canada, a highly civilized country, and everything should be carried out in the most civilized way. Trust every guest. Any measures of distrust will make civilized people sad. Trust will give people a sense of self-respect and dignity. Trust will make people more civilized and loyal. Doubt will make people more brutal and cunning. Because we are Life Echanuan, we are to set a civilized example for mankind, and we cannot imitate and apply traditional methods and measures. If we also adopt the previous methods of other people, then we are not the Chanyuan Celestials who are to initiate a new era. The sum of positive and negative energies in the universe is 0, and what you pay and what you get is always equal, so there is no question of loss, so we don't worry about someone taking things, damaging things, making things dirty, or sneaking away without paying the room rate. Everything should be developed in the most simplistic way, not in a more complicated way. To be human, one must not be too shrewd, and to get something accomplished, one shouldn't be too calculating. In the past 10 years, the new oasis for life, previously the second home, created by Life Echanuan has been able to achieve. No one would pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night, no theft, no crime, no quarrels, no fighting, no mutual harm. Everyone is happy, joyous, free, and blessed. This is because we have followed the 800 values for the new era human being. Today and in the future, we should continue to walk along the road map to heaven and treat people with heavenly standards. The Gas Station of Life. Xiefeng. October 26, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. On the path of life, everyone will sometimes face weakness, discouragement, fatigue, exhaustion, lack of energy, and may even feel that they are useless and wish to end their life journey. At this time, they need to go to the gas station of life to cheer themselves up. In December 2016, with 3 local aboriginals as guides, I went to Santo Island in Vanuatu to find a source of water. We were walking in the virgin forest off the beaten path. Each of the 3 aboriginals had a machete and cut through the thorns to open the way. Foyi and I followed. When the hill was very steep, we trudged on hand in hand. After 6 hours of walking like this, my mouth was dry, my legs were weak, and I felt that I couldn't make it back to the station. At that moment, one of the Aboriginal people cut a wild sugarcane, peeled it with a machete and handed me half of it. I took a bite and chewed it. When I had finished eating half of the wild sugarcane, I suddenly felt completely refreshed, my steps became light and I was full of confidence again, and we easily returned to the station. Half of the wild sugarcane was the fuel from the gas station of life. In October 2018, I drove from Lac La Hatch in British Columbia to Vancouver. After driving for 100 kilometers, I felt drowsy. Although I realized it was dangerous to drive in this state, I kept on driving for more than 100 kilometers. I finally stopped at a gas station in a small town at the boundary of Highway number 97 and number 1 and had a cup of hot coffee. About 10 minutes later, I was in a good state of mind and my drowsiness disappeared completely. It felt good to drive and I drove more than 200 kilometers to Vancouver at one go, and then drove around the city for nearly 3 hours, in good spirits. That cup of hot coffee is the fuel you add from the gas station of life. There are 3 kinds of fuel in the gas station of life: material, spiritual, and soul fuel. If you are physically weak, you need to add material fuel. If your brain is weak, you need to add spiritual fuel. If you are mentally weak, you need to add soul fuel. Material fuel can be half of a wild sugarcane, a cup of coffee, a bowl of hot soup, a few pieces of chocolate, a newly purchased pair of shoes, a hot bath, etc. Spiritual fuel can be meeting with a good friend, a reunion of long-lost family members, a gathering of friends, a warm call, a word of encouragement and praise, a message of concern, etc. The fuel of the soul can be admiring a beautiful landscape, visiting a master whom you respect very much in your heart, reading and comprehending the teachings of Jesus or Shakyamuni or Laozi or other gods, Buddhas and celestials, making beautiful and fulfilling love, and so on. The way of life is full of ups and downs, and no one can avoid encountering difficulties at certain moments and even wanting to commit suicide. At this time, stop walking for a while, calm down, and see if you can find a gas station of life to refuel. Even just refueling a little bit can keep you going for a while until you get to the next stop. On the path of life, everyone will encounter difficulties that they can't overcome. Sometimes it can be hard for you to work them out. At this time, go and refuel in the gas station of life. If necessary, ask others to cheer you up. Some of the difficulties that seems great to you are just a matter of slight effort in the eyes of others. A little help from others will clear the haze of your sky instantly, and your life will be full of light again. When you are exhausted, haggard, your hope is shattered, and lack confidence, don't despair, go to the gas station of life and refuel. The gas at the gas station of life is not expensive, it is nothing more than half a wild sugarcane, a cup of coffee, a word, or a love affair. May your gas station of life have enough fuel to ensure that you drive the car of life to heaven. The Battle of the Soul. Xie Feng. December 26, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. The conflict of consciousness between two diametrically opposed viewpoints within one person is the battle of the soul. Should I commit suicide? Should I go to see him? Should I resist? Should I get a divorce? Should I resign? Should I change my job? Should I cooperate with him? Is he reliable? What if I get fooled? Should I borrow money to buy a car? Should I contact her? Should I join the organization? Should I be a vegetarian? Should I run away from home? Should I believe him, and so on? Such questions always contradict, interweave and cause conflict in our hearts. This is the battle of the soul. The battle of the soul is a battle within oneself. Many times, the battle of the soul is simply a cruel battle of life and death. From the outside, one can seem calm and peaceful, but inside his world is miserable. It is calm on the surface, but the fighting is fierce in one's heart. Superficially, it is a prevailing mood of harmony, but there is anger burning in one's heart. On the surface, one is glamorous, but one's heart is bleeding. Two diametrically opposed values are fighting desperately in one's consciousness, and only when one side defeats the other, can one win a short period of inner peace, relieve mental stress, and breathe a breath of fresh air. If the two values are evenly matched, one will either commit suicide, or become dispirited and haggard or even sick. The battle of the soul is essentially a battle of values. Values are a trade-off, a choice, when encountering issues, such as the eating of meat. Should one eat meat? Some people think that we should not eat meat while others think we should. This is the result of a choice between two different values. When a person cannot decide whether to eat or not to eat meat, the battle of the soul begins, and his heart becomes full of contradictions and pain. We can use the conflicts between husbands and wives to analyze the battle of the soul. If either side of the husband and wife cheats, there is going to be a battle of the soul going on inside the other person. For example, a wife has an emotional and sexual relationship with a man other than her husband. Once the husband finds out, what will he do? Kill her? Divorce her? Beat her up? Stop talking to her? Swallow the bitter pill in silence and endure it? Tolerate it? Be happy? Encourage it? How to decide, how to choose, all depends on values. If you stick to the traditional concept, it will definitely lead to a scene of putting the cat among the pigeons and a sorrowful separation. If you feel that it doesn't matter, you can continue the husband and wife relationship, allowing human nature to overflow naturally. If you feel that your wife having an affair just created an excuse and reason for you to have an affair, you will secretly rejoice. But when we don't know how to choose, the battle of the soul begins. Our hearts will become full of pain and contradictions. It is like a confusion in our hearts, a fishbone stuck in the throat, being overcast with haze, a cold wind blowing, being full of doubts and having many feelings scratching at the heart. The battle of the soul is being staged every moment. 1 million people die by suicide every year in the world. A person who commits suicide has lost the battle of the soul. It is estimated that the number of people who attempt suicide is much higher, which shows the severity of the battle of the soul. Everyone, if their minds are normal, can't escape the battlefield of the battle of the soul. They fight with themselves almost every day, only the severity of the tragedy differs. The battle of the soul is a battle of faith, a battle of values, a battle of the outlook on life, a battle of the outlook on life, and a battle of worldviews. Just like the Sino-US trade war, from its appearance it is a war caused by the imbalance of trade, but in essence it is a war between two different systems, and the core of the systems lies in the difference in values. Therefore, the core of the Sino-US trade war is a battle of values, so the core of all wars is a battle of souls. Where the values are the same, there will be no battle of souls. Where there is no battle of souls, there will be no contradictions and conflicts, let alone wars. The war I am talking about here is not only limited to the battle between two armies. Where there are conflicts and fighting between two sides, there are wars. The conflict within oneself is a kind of war, and the quarrel between husband and wife is also a kind of war. The phenomenon of vying with each other, cheating, and intriguing against each other in officialdom, business, love, gambling, and many other fields is actually war after war. There is no battle of the soul in heaven. If you want to eliminate the battle of the soul, you can only do it by entering heaven. There is no battle of the soul in the heart of Buddha and of celestial beings. If you want to eliminate the battle of the soul, you can only do it by becoming a Buddha or celestial being. Before becoming a Buddha or celestial being, or entering heaven, one needs to find the pure land of the soul. Where is the pure land of the soul? It is not in money, power, fame, profit, sex, in marriage, family, political parties, religion, and country. It is in the new mode of production and life created by Life Genuine. If you want to do this by pursuing and owning more money, more real estate, a higher reputation, greater power, and better-looking people, not only will you not be able to eliminate the battle of the soul, but it will aggravate the tragic situation of it. If you want to achieve the goal of eradicating the battle of the soul by strengthening your organization, your country, your political party, and the religion you belong to, the result will be exactly the opposite. If you want to eliminate the battle of the soul by making connections through extensive relationships, and by getting married and having children, the result is equal to quenching your thirst with a poison. I hope that everyone can find their own pure land of the soul, and that they do not get stuck in the mud of the battle of the soul and feel exhausted physically and mentally. Capture all the love masters and bring them into Life Genuine. Xiefeng. December 13, 2005. Edited by Qinyu. The love masters in the world are all seeds of super celestial beings, but they suffer double misfortunes due to falling into the mundane world. Now, Life Genuine intends to capture all the love masters on earth and arrest them to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world to enjoy the celestial love life to their heart's content. For 5,000 years, human beings have been bound by ignorance and foolishness and have suppressed the most beautiful love of life under the 5 Elements mountain. Now, I will remove the talisman on top of the 5 Elements mountain and release the love that has been suppressed under it. Love is a precious gift that the greatest Creator has bestowed on life. A life without love cannot bring joy to the universe. It is just a walking corpse, a moving mummy. The more abundant the love life is, the more beautiful the soul, the gentler the character, the calmer the temper, the closer to the greatest Creator, and the more one understands how to love human life, love nature, love others. The more impoverished one's love life is, the uglier the soul, the more vicious the character, the more irritable the temper, the farther from the greatest Creator, and the less one loves life, loves human life, loves nature, and loves others. The lower the level of life, the more it lacks love. What is hell? A place without love is hell. The higher the level of life, the more abundant their love is. What is heaven? A place full of love is heaven. People without love cannot go to heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world. They can only live a loveless life in hell. Without love, are you still human? Pigeons know how to coo, cranes know how to dance gracefully, parrots and swallows know how to twitter, let alone humans. Any system that stifles love is inhumane, any heart that suppresses love is filthy, any morality that represses love is evil and immoral, and any mentality of individual or group that strikes love is distorted. As long as we delve deep into the human inner world, we will discover that those women who are called unchaste, flirtatious, or slutty, those men who flirt with many women, and those genius who have multiple lovers, are the most beautiful flowers in human beings, the most affectionate and natural, kind, gentle, and elegant people. They are the people who do not restrict the freedom of others, do not limit the happiness of others, and do not strike the happiness of others. Those who advocate for chaste morality, those who sink lovers into the pond, those who force people to hang themselves to commit suicide, those who turn blue in the face and purple all over with anger when seeing people in love and want to beat people to death, and those who sarcastically mock and ridicule age gap marriage, those who establish moral barriers for love, those who specially pry into others' love privacy, those who defame others' love and blacken their reputations everywhere, and those who always use the guise of a gentleman to restrain love. These people are selfish, mean, greedy, and evil in their hearts. They are the demons and monsters in human beings and the calamities that cause human unhappiness. Love is elegant, beautiful, pure, kind, humane, moving, soul-stirring, inspiring and wonderful. To become a celestial, one must first understand love, feel love, and enjoy love. If you view love as a fierce flood or beast, then you should give up on becoming celestial as early as possible. You cannot become a celestial. If you don't have love as a human, how can you understand it as a celestial? The life of a celestial is a life filled with rich affectionate love. If you hate love, do you want to bring misery to the celestial world? The celestial world doesn't want the walking dead or mummies. When it comes to love, those with strong sexual desires immediately think of the transaction process between prostitutes and clients and associate it with debauchery. Let me tell you, that is lust, sexual desire, and animal instinct, but not love. True love is sacred, rich in affection, a dance of the soul, the sublimation of humanity, the trembling of the heart, and the perfect harmony of body and soul. May all love masters in the world come to life at Chanyuan, where your delicate love pulse can only be felt by Chanyuan celestials, and only here can your buds of love blossom freely. What's the point of being with wooden people who cannot appreciate the beauty of blooming flowers, don't know to take a bath in rain when it's raining, be indifferent when the wind blows, or feel nothing when seeing the Mount Tai sunrise? Is life interesting that way? Love masters, come to life at Chanyuan. Strive to reach the peak of bliss. Rather than regretting, resenting, or suppressing, it's better to live gracefully. Chanyuan celestials are all love masters, willing to challenge all love masters in the world. If you dare not take up the challenge, then go ahead and cry silently. Exhaust yourself in the thorny jungle of love. Just pass your remaining life in cowardice. As long as you hold on to the hand of the greatest creator, you will have a rich love life. On the Trinity. Xiefeng. Edited by Qinyu. Firstly, the God in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the real God, and I briefly explained this in the chapter of the greatest creator. The greatest creator has 8 major characteristics: unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent. The God in the Old Testament of the Bible does not possess these 8 attributes. If anyone disagrees with these 8 attributes, please refute them. If there is no objection, please provide evidence from the Old Testament of the Bible. The existence of the greatest creator is unquestionable. If anyone doubts the existence of the greatest creator, please debate with me. To understand the greatest creator, one needs to rely on spiritual enlightenment, which is achieved through observing the universe and then gaining enlightenment. Jesus is the spokesperson for the greatest creator on earth, but Jesus is not the greatest creator. The blind spot of the entire Christian world lies in confusing the difference between the greatest creator and gods. The greatest creator is the greatest creator, and gods are gods. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, while there are many gods. Jesus is a God, but not the only one, so Jesus is not the only God. The universe created by the greatest creator has scientific laws, and science and reason are important tools for understanding the greatest creator. The Bible speaks of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, which is correct. God the Father refers to the greatest creator, God the Son refers to the gods created by the greatest creator, and the Holy Spirit refers to the greatest creator's consciousness, which is the Tao described in the Tao Te Ching. This Tao is the law, blood, and driving force of the universe. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit can be said to be the Trinity. Jesus is the Son of the greatest creator, so his thoughts are homogeneous with the greatest creator, but the Father is the Father, and the Son is the Son, the Father is not the Son, and the Son is not the Father. The doctrine of the Trinity in Christianity is, the Father is the greatest creator, the Son is the greatest creator, and the Holy Spirit is the greatest creator, but there are not three greatest creators, only one. The problem with this doctrine of the Trinity lies in treating the Father as the Son and the Son as the Father, which violates ethical principles. Even more seriously, it confuses Jesus with the greatest creator himself, which directly confuses people's vision, makes people easily deviate from the Tao, and makes it difficult for them to recognize the true greatest creator. Jesus said, "The Father is greater than I," John 14 verse 28. Jesus prayed to the greatest creator, saying, "Let your pleasure, not mine, be done." Luke 22 verse 42. These words of Jesus prove that Jesus himself is not the greatest creator. So why do many Christians insist on seeing Jesus as the greatest creator himself? This is a great mystery of the Bible and partly the reason why the God in the Old Testament is not the real God. There are people who want to block people's vision, prevent them from seeing the flaws in the Old Testament, and prevent them from recognizing the true God. At the same time, by elevating Jesus' status, they negate Jesus' teachings and lead people away from Jesus. So where is the mystery? It is not time to reveal it now. I hope everyone will read the Bible deeply, but not blindly. Continuously ask questions and repeatedly ask, why? 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 Everyone can directly face the greatest creator, and if your spiritual perception is sensitive enough, you can see the greatest creator and communicate with the greatest creator directly. The true scripture that spreads the way of the greatest creator is not the Bible, but Life Genuine. The one who truly spreads the bright way of the greatest creators is Jesus, not anyone else. However, to fully understand the way of the greatest creator, we must learn the Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, the Tao Te Ching, and scientific knowledge. Just learning from books is not enough. We must grasp any phenomenon in nature and human social life, then trace it back to the origin of the universe and the origin of life. Only then can we truly understand the way of the greatest creator. Make a home for our souls. Xie Feng. November 26, 2005. Edited by Qinyu. Are you restless? Are you sad? Are you anxious? Are you at a loss? Are you lonely? Are you solitary? If not, good, it means that your soul has a reliable home. If so, that's troublesome because it proves that your soul has no home, and you are like a wandering ghost, aimlessly wandering around. Those who trust in Jesus are saved because they have a home for their soul. Those who trust in Shakyamuni are saved because they also have a home. The difference between having a home and not having a home is significant. Those with a home live calmly, naturally, serenely, and happily. Those without a home live miserably, aimlessly, confusedly, and blankly. The outcome of having a home and not having a home is also different. Those with a home have someone to trust, a guide, and a destination. No matter what happens, they will reach their destination. Those without a home have no one to rely on, always blindly rushing around without a goal. When something happens, they become anxious, crazy, helpless, and struggle confusedly. In the end, due to the lack of someone to look after, protect, and guide them, they can only report to the king of hell in the end. Friend, do you have a home? Where is your home? No. 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 The home I am referring to is the home of the heart, or the home of the soul. Your secular home is just a place for your body to rest for the time being, which is temporary. It's a stage on your journey, or a temporary hotel on your journey. The home of the soul is your destination, a place that is not subject to time and space, and the most ideal and beautiful place you have been searching for over tens of thousands of years. Life is infinite, but life is limited, and a moment is 100 years. It's time to find a home. Where is the home of the soul? Friend, if you know Jesus, then trust him with all your heart, follow him closely, and do everything according to his words because Jesus is a home of the soul. If you know Shakyamuni, then practice, recite, and explain the Diamond Sutra to others because the Diamond Sutra is a home of the soul. If you are not familiar with Jesus or Shakyamuni, do you know Xiafeng? Xiafeng founded Life Genuine, and Life Genuine is a home of the soul. Xiafeng himself is not a home, he is the tour guide of Life Genuine, surrounded by a group of angels who guide you to the paradise of the greatest creator. If you don't believe in any of these, then what do you really believe? Believe in science. My friend, science is just a tool to understand nature, and tools cannot be a home. Believe in philosophy. My friend, philosophy is just a way of thinking, and a way of thinking cannot be a home. Believe in money, power, and status. My friend, can money, power, and status be considered a home? Believe in communism. My friend, communism is just a theory, and a theory cannot be a home. Believe in ancestors, parents, and teachers. Hey, aren't ancestors, parents, and teachers just like you? Where are they? Believe in Lao Tzu. Let me tell you, he didn't make the truth clear, and he doesn't want to. He rode a black ox and left the Hanggu Pass. Where can you find him? Believe in gods. Okay. But which God do you believe in? If you worship the wrong God, you may never recover. Believe in Buddha. Okay. The problem is, where is Buddha? What is Buddha? Don't confuse him with the clay Buddha crossing a stream hardly able to save itself kind of Buddha. Believe in the Tao. Great. You have found the home. But do you know what the Tao is? Can you understand the meaning of the Tao without guidance? Don't rush, a tiny mistake can lead to serious consequences. Believe in yourself. Oh, my friend, who are you? Once you figure out who you are, you can find the home. Don't say, I am my father's son, I am my son's father, that's meaningless. My friend, it's better to find a home early, let your wandering soul settle down, and give your spirit a place to go. You don't listen. Then wander around. But let me tell you, when the time comes, you will be homeless. The ultimate goal of life. Xiafeng. April 20th, 2006. Edited by Qin Yu. After observing humanity, I have discovered a shocking phenomenon. Most people have gone astray and overlooked the ultimate goal of life. The suffering of all humankind for thousands of years and the mental and physical anxiety and fatigue of every individual all stem from taking the wrong path. Boundless is the sea of bitterness, repent and you will see the shore. We need to readjust the direction of our lives. This direction is to appropriately step out of material reality and develop towards the mental and spiritual realm, in other words, to focus our attention on the ultimate goal of life. What is the ultimate goal of life? In simple terms, it is to elevate one's spirituality, transcend worldly desires, and gradually move towards the higher realms of life. In more complex terms, it is to strive to evolve one's non-material structure of life towards the life structures of the celestial beings in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world, ultimately achieving the quality of a celestial being and going to where the celestial beings live. I have asked many people, what are you busy doing all day long? The answer is very sad and can be summarized into the following content: money, fame, status, material enjoyment, sensory stimulation, for the family, for glorifying the ancestors, for the people and the country. Then I ask, what's next? The answer is almost, it doesn't matter after I die. Pathetic. Tragic. Pitiful. Regrettable. Why do we have to position the precious direction of our lives in the realm of material reality? If everyone is like this, how can we avoid the disasters of deception, theft, robbery, plundering, massacre, false accusation, framing others, personal attacks, revenge, oppression, exploitation, bullying, cheating, lying, slander, corruption, bribery, and the destruction of nature, in order to achieve our own purposes? How can conscience, principles, truth and falseness, goodness and evilness, beauty and ugliness, and right and wrong be distinguished? What is the value of morality and righteousness if we fear nothing other than being afraid of the law? Deviation from the ultimate goal of life will make everything become a cover and a stepping stone to achieving one's own purposes. Constitutionalism, democracy, for the country, and for the people are nothing more than rearranging the tables, chairs, and benches that were originally in the house, just like putting old wine into new bottles. After all the hustle and bustle, when we grow old, we are still at a dead end. Since everyone's final outcome is death, why bother struggling so much? Why not struggle? What I want to emphasize is that death is not the end of life. After physical death, life has a wider space for survival. To put it simply, it is very simple; to put it complex, it is extremely complex. If we limit our vision to reality in material realm, we will of course think that this is absurd, nonsense, but if we focus our vision on the super time and space and non-material realm, there is nothing difficult to understand. I find that people pay attention to reality, and do not indulge in unrealistic fantasies. The problem is, are our vision and hearing reliable? What we see with our naked eyes is only 3% of the universe, and we know nothing about the remaining 97% of the world. Our hearing threshold is also only for sounds with frequencies between 20 to 20,000 Hz. We cannot hear sounds beyond this range. Why don't we acknowledge and believe in the existence of higher-level life spaces? Time has vertical and horizontal dimensions, and space has not only the human world but also more than 30 dimensions. The maximum speed of matter is the speed of light, but the operation speed of non-material is the negative speed of the universe beyond light speed. The essence of life is a spiritual non-material structure that can reach several light years away in an instant. What is there that is difficult to understand? Reality is not real, but fantastic transformation, a manifestation of all essence. Illusion is not illusory, but the essence behind the manifestation. This is an obvious fact. Why is it so difficult to see it? Why not think unconventionally? By using the principle of the bias strip to reverse our thinking, then look at this vast world, the truth will be revealed. To understand the truth of things, vision and hearing are not reliable. Even philosophy and logical reasoning can lead people astray. If you don't believe it, just look at many patterns in topology. You will find that our existing knowledge and understanding ability are so limited and deceiving. We need wisdom. Knowledge is not wisdom. Wisdom is the result of thinking. Wisdom, based on the foundation of visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile knowledge is the lowest level of wisdom. The highest level of wisdom is the wisdom based on spiritual perception. Wisdom is divided into 5 levels: human eyes wisdom, Deva eyes wisdom, wisdom eyes wisdom, Dharma eyes wisdom, and Buddha eyes wisdom. Human eyes wisdom is the lowest level of wisdom based on the material world. If we do not rely on spiritual perception, not to mention acquiring other wisdom, even imagining this wisdom is impossible. We need someone to guide us. Letting a monkey sit in front of a computer keyboard and giving it 100 years, it will not only fail to type the complete works of Shakespeare but also fail to type a complete sentence. The question is, who can guide us? When we think that our knowledge is already rich enough, our minds are sharp enough, our wisdom is deep enough, our experience has traveled to Mars and the nano-world, and Newton's mechanics, relativity, superstring theory, quantum mechanics, holographic universe theory, etc. have already failed to stump us, and then we arrogantly and rashly drive God down from the altar, drive Buddha down from the Buddhist altar, and drive saints down from the holy altar, and proclaim man can conquer nature. Who can we still rely on? The material world has its own laws, and the non-material world has its own rules. If we use the laws of the material world to measure and verify the rules of the non-material world, we will inevitably arrive at a ridiculous logical conclusion. He cannot even operate a computer, fly a plane, has no special abilities, and cannot tell fortunes. He definitely does not have profound wisdom. As humans become more intelligent, we become more foolish. As we become busier, we have less time for deep thinking. As we become more self-important, the truth becomes further from us. Think about it, do family members create fewer problems for each other? Do humans create less suffering for each other? Can the smartest cow in a herd lead the entire herd to a peaceful home? When we have amassed great wealth, achieved fame, or attained high positions of power, what then? Where is the way out for the poor? If we do not understand the principles of being human, refuse to listen to teachings, and do not want to orient our lives toward the ultimate goal, how can we be saved? Death will come sooner or later, whether good or bad, what difference does it make? Why torment ourselves when life is like a flash of lightning or a fleeting moment? Do we want to continue wandering through life, following in the footsteps of our ancestors? Let's change the direction of our lives. The ultimate goal of life is incredibly wondrous, and it is a bright road that leads to another dimension of life. Great wisdom acts foolishly, and supreme wisdom is formless. Our minds are one with Buddha. By visualization, our wish will come true. Please note, it is not by thinking. People, the non-material world, and the negative universe is a vast world, and more exquisite than the material world. To attain the highest wisdom, we must transcend the tangible material world and enter the intangible non-material world. Material wealth cannot save the soul. Xie Feng. March 9, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. If a person's soul is corrupt, will giving them $15 million make their soul noble? In 2002, a 19-year-old British man won £10 million in the lottery, equivalent to 83 million yuan. Before winning the lottery, he worked as a garbage collector. 8 years after winning, he returned to his job as a garbage collector because he spent all £10 million on drugs, gambling, and prostitutes. In Canada, a woman won a lottery prize worth $10 million. She used the money to buy luxury cars, designer clothes, travel the world, and spent all the $10 million in just 9 years. Eventually, she ended up with no money left. A man named David from Australia won a lottery prize of $10 million Australian dollars in 1998 and then invested in various ventures, but all his investments failed, and he lost all his prize money. His wife could not bear the drastic change in their life and divorced him, and his son got into legal trouble because of him. An American man named Edwards won a lottery prize of $27 million, but he wasted it all on drugs and eventually became addicted. He lost all his money, and his wife divorced him and remarried. He died alone in a hospice. Looking at the thousands of corrupt officials exposed in China in the past decade, they became rich, not just by taking a few million but often billions, and what was the result? Not only did they embezzle and abuse the law, but they also oppressed the people. The fact is that material wealth cannot save the soul. To think that having money will make a person noble and turn them into a sage or a saint is undoubtedly a wrong notion. Therefore, when a person makes pursuing material wealth the main theme of their life, money will undoubtedly bring not the sublimation of the soul but the degradation of it. Money is just a form of energy that can make a cabbage grow bigger, but it cannot turn a cabbage into a peony. When you see a very wealthy person, do not assume that their soul is noble. What you see is just a big cabbage. The conclusion is that material wealth makes the base soul baser and the noble soul nobler, but material wealth itself cannot save a person's soul. It is soul and spiritual wealth that can save a person's soul. Therefore, the focus of one's life should be on pursuing soul and spiritual wealth. Even if a swan is thin, it cannot be compared to a fat crow. Even if a swan is thin, a fat rooster cannot match its elegance and nobility. Continuing to talk about the sublimation of life quality. Xiefeng. February 23, 2023. Edited by Qinyu, the holographic theory of the universe tells us that everyone has divinity, devil nature, Buddha nature, celestial nature, demon nature, human nature, ghost nature, and animal nature. That is, a grain of sand is a world, a single leaf is a Buddha's enlightenment. From animal nature to human nature, from human nature to celestial and Buddha nature, and from celestial and Buddha nature to divinity, it is called the sublimation of life quality. I want to talk about ascending from human nature to celestial nature. How to ascend from human nature to celestial nature. So, we need to understand what human nature and celestial nature are. The characteristics of human nature are selfishness, self-interest, focusing only on the present, valuing material interests, pursuing money, power, status, and reputation, maximally obtaining and possessing resources, not only natural resources but also social and sexual resources. As humans, we always consider our own interests in relation to others, society, and nature. In the face of interests, humans do not consider the law and emotions. Humans lie, deceive, speculate, engage in conspiracies, and harm life. As humans, we are always jealous, comparative, angry, hateful, arrogant, inferior, and excessively greedy. We can also be sad, anxious, worried, and fearful. The characteristics of celestial nature are selflessness, carefreeness, without worries, hate or regret. It values spiritual and soul abundance. They take things as they are, associate with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, act in accordance with their natures, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. They feel content no matter where they are, what they encounter or what they are doing. They follow their own nature, are unrestrained, do not possess any resources, do not control anyone or anything, do not establish a special relationship with anyone, do not join any organization or religion, and have no concept of nationality, country, religion, or political party. They respect the Creator, respect life, and respect nature. They do not harm any life and possess nothing but have everything. Having a clear understanding of the difference between human nature and celestial nature gives us direction and goals for our efforts. I have written hundreds of articles on how to ascend from human nature to celestial nature, which you can refer to. In this article, I will repeat and add some content. First of all, you must step out of the traditional production and life mode and enter a new production and life mode. Otherwise, there is almost no possibility of success in all your efforts. For example, to achieve possessing nothing yet having everything, this is impossible in the traditional production and life mode. Once you possess nothing, you may starve to death. Only by entering a new production and life mode will you not only avoid starving to death, but also have everything. Therefore, the expectation of ascending life quality through practice and cultivation while living in a traditional life mode is like trying to lift oneself into the sky by pulling one's own hair, which is almost impossible. It can be said that any practice and cultivation without stepping out of the traditional production and life mode is almost blind and futile, and it is only self-deception. The sublimation of life is achieved through gradual efforts. Shouting slogans is useless, reading all the classics is useless, writing millions of words of theoretical articles is useless, building how many churches, temples, and Taoist temples is useless, helping how many people and saving how many lives is useless, following how many masters is useless, being praised by how many people is useless, donating to how many charities is useless, inventing and creating how many high-tech products that benefit humanity is also useless. Having wealth, being a high-ranking official and creating blessings for the people is useless. These can only prove that you have accumulated merits but cannot prove that your human nature has been sublimated into divine nature. To be what you want to be, you must become that thing. If you want to be a big cabbage, you must become a big cabbage. If you want to be the sun, you must become the sun. I will give some examples to explain what gradual efforts are. If you usually live in a villa and one day you are asked to live in a straw hut with no more than wheatgrass beneath you instead of a comfortable mattress, how do you feel? If you feel uncomfortable and unhappy, it means your life quality is still based on human nature, not celestial nature. If you feel interested, have fun, and are very happy, it proves that you have transcended human nature and already possess celestial nature. If you usually eat high-end delicacies and one day you are asked to eat plain boiled cabbage and potatoes without any salt, if you find it difficult to swallow, it means that you only have human nature, not celestial nature. If you still enjoy it and feel grateful, you have already transcended human nature and own celestial nature. If you discover that someone you like is playing and having sex with someone of your gender, and you feel jealous, angry, or even furious, without a doubt, it is just human nature. On the contrary, if you sincerely bless the person you like in your heart and feel joy, your life nature is celestial. If one day you discover that someone you know well and have a good relationship with has cheated you and taken away all your money, how do you feel? If you get angry and want to curse, beat, or even kill them, then you have human nature. If you are indifferent, don't care, or even think to yourself, poor person, he will be taken away by the devil. I wish him the best of luck in turning things around. At that moment, you are no longer human, you are celestial. Someone trusts you completely, no matter what you do, they trust you unconditionally. As a result, you often secretly do things that they are not aware of. Let me tell you, you are human and not a celestial. Deceiving and betraying someone's trust makes you a fraud. Even if no one in the world knows that you have secretly deceived them, not even the greatest creator knows that you have betrayed someone's trust in you, your quality of life will not be enhanced in any way. When you flatter and praise someone for your own benefit, and act obedient and submissive, but secretly curse them in your heart, I really want to kick this guy, and often go against their wishes behind their back, this shows that you are still human, not celestial. I just gave a few examples, but there are thousands more like them. I just want to tell everyone that a person's quality of life is reflected in thousands of details. If the details are not up to standard, it is no use, no matter how loud the slogans are. Even if they have fooled heaven and the earth by perfect pretending, the result is that one's quality of life cannot be enhanced, and ultimately one cannot reach heaven. 8 Conditions for Possessing Spiritual Thinking. Xiefeng. January 7, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. Spiritual thinking actually means having no thinking, but making judgments and decisions quickly based on the first impulse of the heart. There is no thinking involved in this process, because once you start thinking, it is easy for your knowledge, experience, and rational thinking to deny the first impulse of your heart and separate you from spirituality. How to characterize, define, and reveal spiritual thinking. It is actually difficult. The worry is that once it is characterized and defined, it will lose its originality, and the magnificent and vast beauty will be limited in the prison of wisdom. Therefore, I am just drawing a rough outline based on my own practical experience. Each person needs to comprehend and practice it on their own. For me, the turning point of my life was a strange car accident. The first thought that came to my mind after I got out of the car and saw the scene of the accident was, God saved me. God saved me is the result of spiritual thinking. There is no need for analysis, logical thinking, it is an ironclad fact and revelation. 3 days after the accident, a Portuguese couple came to my door and said they wanted to teach me about the Bible. I immediately realized that it is the greatest creator who saved me. Therefore, my faith in the greatest creator comes from the depths of my soul, it is in my bones. Therefore, the conclusion I draw is that my life ended in that car accident, the greatest creator saved me, and from then on, my life no longer belonged to myself, but to the greatest creator. I live for the greatest creator, and this is the result of spiritual thinking. Since then, my life has turned from the path of being ambitious and wanting to start a multinational corporation to the path of seeking the true meaning of life and existence. As a result, my mind is constantly filled with mysteries that have never before appeared or been described in human history, such as the origins of the universe, life, and human beings, 36 dimensional spaces, 20 collective worlds, which I used to refer to as parallel worlds, but which are actually collective in nature, the classification of people, the 8 levels of thinking, and the 8 characteristics of the Tao. I don't need to think about them, I just open my computer and type out what is in my mind on the keyboard. Most Chanyuan celestials have experienced life in the second home. That lifestyle is unprecedented in human history. It is a replica of the 1,000-year world of heaven. What needs to be considered now is that, not to mention the many peculiarities in my theories, just the heavenly life I created in practice is enough to prove the wonders of spiritual thinking. Chanyuan celestials who have lived with me know that despite writing and doing so much, I always completed everything in a relaxed and happy atmosphere and state. Why was I able to complete a huge amount of work so easily? There is no mystery, it is simply relying on spiritual thinking, without needing to use your brain. Based on my personal experience and understanding, I will give a brief overview of spiritual thinking. To attain spiritual thinking, one must let God occupy their body, mind, and spirit. One must be in a state of emptiness, free from any attachment or obsession. One must act without intention, free from desire or purpose. One must constantly be in a state of death, meaning that they have placed themselves in a state of surrender. One must always be truthful and genuine, without any element of falsehood. If there is even the slightest bit of insincerity in what one says or does, the spiritual edifice will crumble. One must never be in a hurry or become agitated and should take things as they come, associate with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, act in accordance with your natures, and take advantage of opportunities that arise and without joy or sorrow. One should be unselfish and selfless, without attachment to either self or others or to any particular ideology or doctrine, and let events unfold naturally without seeking gain or avoiding loss. One must attain a state of possessing nothing, without controlling or possessing anything, including people. If a person's body, mind, spirit, and soul are in the above 8 states, then they are a spiritual thinker. However, if one has even the slightest bit of self-interest or desire, they cannot enter a state of spiritual thinking. How does the world treat you? Xiefeng. December 25, 2022. Edited by Qinyu. If you want to know how the world treats you, first ask yourself how you treat the world. The sun gives you light and warmth every day. How does the world treat you? Do you show gratitude to the world for the light and warmth it gives you? The earth produces the food, vegetables, fruits, and grains you need. How does the world treat you? Do you appreciate and cherish the earth that takes care of you? The greatest creator has given you eyes to see the road ahead and appreciate the beauty of nature. How does the world treat you? Do you show gratitude to the greatest creator and cherish everything you have? Nature nurtures us with light, water, and air. How does nature treat you? Do you respect and take care of nature, without polluting it? Generous and perfect nature provides you with everything you need, and a perfect body gives you various sensations. The greatest creator is good to you, isn't he? Do you treat the creator of everything in the world in the same way? The greatest creator, the earth, nature, and the land treat you like a precious child. What do you have to complain about or hate? Have you ever sincerely respected and revered them? Someone asked me, if your greatest creator is so compassionate, why doesn't he save the people from floods and fires? I replied, the greatest creator told everyone to follow the way of nature, the path of life Changyuan, and they will be spared from floods and fires. Why don't people listen? When you are in trouble, do you know that it is caused by your own greed? When you are in the depths of despair, do you know that it is caused by your own selfishness? When you calculate against others, it is reasonable for them to calculate against you. When you spread hatred to society, society will throw pain back at you. This is fair and just. When you treat emotions as an investment and love as a commodity, regrets and sorrows will undoubtedly follow. If you don't trust anyone, who in the world will trust you? If you don't love anyone, who in the world will love you? If you show no mercy, how can the world show mercy to you? When you cut off everyone's livelihood, you will have no way out in the end. Perhaps you will curse me, but I still want to say, there is no one in the world who is wronged. Examine everyone's past actions and words, and today's gains are just right. The Tao of Heaven operates without partiality towards anyone. The laws of the universe are clear, and rewards and punishments are exact. I have a 6-word mantra that can help you cross the sea of suffering and seek the holy realm. Why don't you give it a try? Repentance, gratitude, contentment. When translated into Chinese, it is 6 Chinese characters. Forgetting gratitude will lead to being lost. Xie Feng. June 6, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. A grateful heart keeps the mind clear and the future bright. Gratitude attracts blessings, and a grateful heart reduces obstacles along the way. Once gratitude is forgotten, one may lose one's path, and life's journey becomes chaotic and filled with continuous setbacks and hardships. When the warm sun shines upon us and the sky is clear and blue, when we witness the beauty of mountains and rivers, and hear the chirping of birds and the croaking of frogs and geese flying across the blue sky, does a sense of gratitude arise spontaneously? Without gratitude towards the Creator, we cannot fully appreciate the pure cleansing of the soul that comes with a grateful heart. We will also find it difficult to experience the extreme joy and satisfaction that gratitude brings. Regardless of whether one's family is wealthy or poor, parents always do their best to care for their children. As children, have we expressed gratitude to our parents? Looking back at our infancy, childhood, and youth, during which period did we not receive our parents' love and care? How can we forget the kindness of our parents? Regardless of their knowledge, for outlooks, economic or social status, our parents have shown us kindness, and we must not forget it. Once we forget, we have failed as human beings. If your parents go against your wishes once, and you completely forget the countless times they have cared for you, it signifies a loss of gratitude. Once the sense of gratitude is lost, the flow of blessings is cut off, and thereafter, life will not be smooth. Over the 60+ years of my interactions with people, I have discovered that many conflicts and sources of distress and pain between individuals are related to a lack of gratitude. For example, if Zhang San has helped Li Si selflessly many times, but one time Zhang San refuses Li Si's request for help, Li Si changes his attitude, becomes angry, and even engages in arguments and offensive speech. I think to myself, Li Si, oh Li Si, you are truly an ungrateful person. Zhang San has been so good to you, yet you are so petty and even repay kindness with enmity. You truly do not know how to appreciate. Repaying a drop of water with a gushing spring is beyond my capacity. However, I can achieve something else. If someone has shown me a small favor or helped me once, I can joyfully accept their refusal or insult 10 times. Why can I do this? Because I don't forget their kindness. Every person should reflect on whether they have received help from others on their journey of life. If they have, they should remember that person's kindness. If we only remember the kindness we have received, then in future interactions with that person, we will know how to treat them. No matter how they treat us, we only need to remember the good they once did for us. What are the consequences of forgetting gratitude? If we have benefited from someone and instead of showing gratitude, Zimbabwe is now one of the poorest countries in the world. How did a country that was once the breadbasket of southern Africa, with a pleasant climate and beautiful natural environment, rich in tourism resources, fall into such poverty? It is because Zimbabwe forgot gratitude. Zimbabwe forcibly seized 4,000 white-owned farms without compensation, driving those white farmers away from their land. This led to a systemic crisis with talent and capital outflow. Within a few years, the country's currency collapsed, and it rapidly transitioned from wealth to poverty. I lived in Zimbabwe for a full 16 years, and I understand the country's past and current situation, as well as the significant contributions of white-owned farms to Zimbabwe. However, the people of Zimbabwe failed to show gratitude towards the white population and instead repay kindness with animosity. The consequence is disorder and poverty. Today, we criticize the United States, labeling it as hegemonic and assertive, saying, the intention of the American imperialism to make us perish never dies. However, in China's history, there are not many instances of the United States bullying China, but rather countless examples of the United States offering assistance. So, what will happen to China? What will be the result of this ingratitude? Will China become the next Zimbabwe? If instead of gratitude, China continues to criticize the United States, constantly seeking confrontation, within 10 years, China may very well follow in the footsteps of Zimbabwe and Venezuela. Remembering gratitude, individuals will not suffer losses, nations will not suffer losses, and the country will not suffer losses. The path will become wider as we go. Forgetting gratitude, individuals will encounter setbacks, nations will face hardships, and the country will move towards disaster. The path will become narrower as we go.